Hello and welcome. It is Wednesday, 17 December 2025. And this will be the final regular scheduled show stream of the year. Hope everybody's had a great week. We're getting ready to get everything up and rolling. So, hope you all had a great week. Just give me a little bit of time and I'll get Censorship Sucks up and his pre-show, and we'll be rolling really soon. Looking forward to this 2-week break. I will have some streams in between, but they won't be for regular radio side. If it does, it'll be strictly for your entertainment here on the video platforms. OptiVR in the Kick Chat, appreciate you. Thanks always for your support, everybody. Appreciate each and every one of you out there. It's taking me a little bit of time to get everything up and rolling, but I will. It's going to be a fun night. So, hang on tight. Get your food and water and drink, whatever you got with you, to enjoy the stream tonight. Appreciate you.
Hey, what's going on? Hello? Nobody home?
Helps if I add the mic and turn it on, right?
Okay, yeah, now I hear you.
Hey, it's David Hogg.
Greetings, humans.
Hello, David Hogg.
Hello. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. It's so good to see you. It makes me all tingly.
Yes, are you going to have Drunk Girl on again today?
Galactic Girl?
Yeah, the drunkard, yeah.
She's not drunk.
She really, like, you could just tell. Like, we got into the second hour, and she just, like, said, somebody give me a bottle of whiskey or something, and she just went for it.
Yeah, she would drop an F-bomb, apparently.
Yeah, on the after show.
It was on the after show. I thought she dropped the F-bomb on the regular show.
Thought I heard one on the regular show, too.
No, I thought so, too. I went back through and checked it. She caught herself before she got the whole word out.
Yeah, it was just a fa with no K.
Yeah.
Which fa is apparently a long, long way to run.
Yeah, tis the season, fa la 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 la, you know?
Exactly. If you see K, tell her hi, of course.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, she was kind of wound up that night.
But over time, she got wound up.
Yeah.
I mean, she loved me, and then she hated me.
Yeah.
And then she loved me again.
Women.
Yeah, we all go through that, David.
That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
Women, all right?
Yeah. Yeah. And normally, it's not that fast of a transition for me, but,
Oh. Is that
Yeah.
how it is?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we are streaming on all the platforms. We're good to go. The only place that we aren't yet is on the radio side. And this will be our final radio night stream. But
So you guys down for the next 2 weeks, or just a week?
we
All
won't
right.
come back until like the 4th.
Okay.
Wow, huh?
Wow. That's... Oh, Mr. Barry needs an invite.
Where's my invite? It's the same
What?
place every time, buddy.
Mm-hmm. How long's he been doing
I did try
this?
to call him.
SDS is on mute. He must be calling him right now to chastise him.
I doubt that, but anyways.
Well, he is on mute, so... I mean, we know he's not peeing on a flat rock because he didn't mute for that.
Yeah, he would let us know that.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, he likes to
he's getting
advertise.
kind of shy about that, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's trying to stay away from that.
All right. Well, he's not muted anymore, so...
Yeah.
Did you take care of Barry?
Did Barry say you needed the link? Is that what
He needed an invite, yeah.
Okay,
He
I'll
just
get
has to join, that's all. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know why he has such a hard time.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he finally figured out his avatar. Matter of fact, what we should do is we should tell him that company policy is you're not allowed to have avatars anymore, and see how long it takes him to undo his avatar.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I wonder how best to send it to him.
Pigeon, carrier pigeon.
At pigeonmail.com?
Yeah, pigeonmail.com.
Yeah.
It's funny, dude. I'm going to a direct conversation
Well,
together.
okay. He said he needs an invite. Yeah, it's a direct conversation to you. Or actually, no, it's the Wednesday show is what it says. So it's in...
Yes, Wednesday one. Yeah, no, it's funny, though. I mean, I go to my direct conversation with Barry, and the last thing in that conversation is the same link.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Let me just there. I mean, if he would be here, when we take and ring the call, that would be not a problem. But
He's in.
oh,
Yep. Oh, there's
so
Barry.
difficult. Yeah. Right, Barry?
I've been here since 4:29, man.
No.
How you doing,
Mister,
Barry?
I need an invite.
Don't listen to these guys.
You need an invite. Yeah, there you go.
All right, man. Last show of the year.
Yes.
Today.
Yep.
And I'm glad you're here. We had a problem with Doc Sunday night. He just forgot. He thought it was already over.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yep. So they got
So we
this drunk
missed
chick
him.
on. It was a nightmare.
So
Yeah, it
who
worked all right,
who all was in on Sunday besides yourself?
We had Sonya.
Sonya.
Yeah.
And Willie and Hansel were there for the mid-hour.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Willie and Hansel together again.
Yeah, and
So-
Michael was there, and
Michael the midget.
yeah, he was there.
Was Sonya there at the very beginning, or just she was there pretty much for the whole show?
Yeah, she was at the beginning.
Yeah, she was there the whole show.
Okay.
Yeah. And then started drinking, I think.
Has she done that before?
What?
Done the whole show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been on the show before.
I know she's been on the show.
In
but
that same scenario when, like, somebody just wasn't going to show up, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I log onto my computer, go over to Minds to start getting links and realize there's a message there, read the message, and it's like, so-and-so can't be here. It's like, oh, great.
Mhm.
So Sonya, yeah, she works out pretty well for that.
Oh, great. Awesome. Did you get that
She
Christmas?
did a good job Sunday night.
Did you get that Christmas air freshener up?
You're talking about the evergreen tree from the gas station, right?
Exactly. 'Cause
Yeah, the little pine air freshener. Yeah,
John promised he was putting up that tree,
yeah. I'm sure that's what it is.
and some LED lights around it as well.
Mm-hmm. Also,
Yeah.
on the back of the van, he has a Kwanzaa display. And then on top, he's got the little Hanukkah. He's got the little menorah right across top. He's turned it into a really cool multi-frequency antenna, you know.
That's actually my oh god, what do they call those things?
Yeah.
A hood ornament.
Hood ornament. Oh, okay. Little menorah hood ornament.
We'll check.
How do you keep
Yeah.
the candles lit when you're driving?
You don't.
Oh, okay.
Especially
Man,
with windows down? You know.
that's blasphemy. Yeah.
So, how much longer before the radical Islamists start hitting the Christmas tree the Christmas marketplaces in America? I'm just wondering because it's happening everywhere else.
Yeah.
Oh, it's happened here.
Don't
already.
jinx us, Barry.
Well, I'm
Remember we
afraid.
had that mostly peaceful car that drove through one in Minnesota a year ago?
Yeah, that damn car.
Yeah, well, I've been hearing, and it's just all scuttlebutt, but the shooting at Boston University probably is a Muslim, and they're hiding that fact because they got all those cameras. They can trace when the person came in. They know who the
You're
person.
talking about Brown.
Brown
Yes.
University.
At Brown
Yep.
University.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
So
Boston.
they're trying to keep that under wraps. If you ask me, I would bet. Probably I would put a bet that it's a Muslim, a radical one, of course.
Well, they're definitely obscuring the truth.
For sure. Yeah, they
You
know.
Yeah, the camera footage that they're showing isn't even on the university. It's like I find it hard to believe that there's no footage from the university.
Well, I heard they
At
have.
Brown,
I
who's
heard
well
they-
paid.
I heard they have more cameras
Yeah.
on that university than any university in the United States. I don't know if that's true or not, but I bet they
Right.
have plenty of cameras because they don't believe in guns. It's a gun-free zone, so they got to have
Right.
cameras.
How could someone get shot in the gun-free zone? That makes no sense to me.
Shocking.
Yeah. How does that work? I
Mhm.
mean, clearly it was a gun-free zone.
Yeah, that's where they always gravitate to. And then the first
Yeah.
thing you see on X is literal memes that just says, it's the guns, 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 all, in just bold text, right? And well, yeah, it's
Right.
the guns because you're in a gun-free zone.
Well, most guns don't just go off by themselves. I'm not saying it's probably never happened, but usually it's not like someone has it in their hand and is pointing it in someone's face.
Well, in Australia, they don't even really have guns anymore. So look what happened there. The bad guys got the guns.
Yeah.
There you go. What, it killed like 16 people at last time I looked. Maybe more now. I don't know.
Yeah. Crazy stuff, man.
You know what's crazy? The craziest thing about that video is the brave person, which is great, which I heard he was Muslim, which is okay by me as well, but
Right.
takes the gun away from the guy And he didn't, obviously he wouldn't shoot the guy because that would put him in jail in Australia.
Right.
He'd be the bad guy. But he could have at least taken the butt of the rifle and popped him in the head and knocked him out, because he went literally and left and went on top of a bridge, and the other guy shooting gave him another gun so he could start shooting again. Because that's the madness when you can't defend yourself anymore. That's what happens. Crazy stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, they sat up there for 20 minutes before the cops did anything.
Yeah, the cops hid.
Well, it's that typical stand down thing. They're cowards, and they're probably told to stand down as well.
Right.
And that's happened in the I believe it's the Brown University one as well. They waited all this time to give everybody a warning and stuff like that. Like totally impossible, right? That they're that slow. And it's always the same in these leftist hellscapes: stand downs, incompetence. They had fair warning or advance warning. It's the same thing always.
So I guess Trump is supposed to address the nation this evening?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, he is.
Rumor has it he's declaring a war with Venezuela.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah,
That's
Tucker
a
came
rumor.
out and said
Just a
that.
rumor. Yeah.
Well, whether or not we're going to war with them, we definitely have declared war against them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
Talking about the drug boats?
Because of the weapons of mass destruction, and probably from what I've heard, everything that I've heard from all really, top influential people who know what they're talking about, is the Dominion machines go back to Venezuela.
Really?
Uh-huh. Absolutely.
Well, I think Trump did say that he was going to, reveal proof or whatever. So.
Sure. Yeah, he just said that just a couple of days ago.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I mean, how does he? Because after he's done with that, he'll have to do the. It'd be it did be just the 2020, but there was election fraud in 2024 as well. So they probably need to investigate that as well.
Right.
When did the investigation stop? Because, we're dealing with such mass corruption. There's no. It would last forever.
Yeah. Of course, I think right now he's focusing on 2020.
Yes.
Dude, I've got 5-6 articles on Ilhan Omar and the crap she's involved in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they're not even the same story. I've got 6 different stories about her just doing asinine things over the last week.
What is it? Claiming her son got stopped by ICE?
Yeah. I don't believe
First of all, I didn't know she had a son. And hopefully it's not conceived with her brother,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Which is, hey, a lot of cultures do that. That's up to them if they want to do that. Have brothers and sisters get married and have kids. That's, their culture.
I was born in Louisiana, so if anybody should support it, I should, but I don't support that.
Well, in defense of the Muslims, they do try to keep it to cousins, but it's not out of the ordinary for brother and sisters. I'm sure of that.
Right. But apparently they checked the logs and there was no stop involved, for her son. So, yeah. Ilhan Smollett, basically, is her name.
Mm-hmm. Jesse Smollett.
Yep.
And, you don't hear about ICE just randomly pulling people over, though, right? You know what I mean? They usually know who it is, and if they're not necessarily pulling them over, they're stopping them.
Yeah. The only time there is an unexpected arrest is when they're going after a targeted individual and there happens to be a passenger that's not here legally, or, the apartment that they go into, it's like they find out that the roommate is not legal, and that's just, collateral as far as they're concerned.
Or someone's getting in the way of their job. That happens all the time. Somebody tries to, stop them from actually doing their lawful duty, which is, that's a crime.
Yeah. Well, that's a different story,
Well, they'll take them.
But they're not going around just asking people for credentials. Hey, what's your credentials? Hey, you look Mexican. You supposed to be here? There's none of that. They have a list,
Most all of that I've seen has been thoroughly debunked, but they don't care. They just need a story, like every day on X. They need a story to be demonizing Trump.
Kidnapping people. They're kidnapping people. Show your face.
Yeah.
Show your,
Yep.
and the ones that do show
Yeah,
their
teeth.
face, they're like, why
Yeah,
aren't you
teeth
wearing a
show.
mask? You're endangering my health.
Yeah. And then they want to dox them, give them their names and their addresses, but yet they freak out if,
Wow.
If-
Look
if
at Mark
one-
showing off with the size of his boom.
My boobs. Oh yeah.
Yeah, your boom. Boom
His
mic.
Boom. Yes,
I was gonna
have
say
a
his
very
boom
long
mic.
boom mic.
Yeah, we're not talking about your boobs.
I'm like,
Your
yeah,
man-
well,
No, those
Yeah,
are moves.
We
Moves.
had already, yeah, moves. Those are man boobs.
man
Yes.
boobs.
Yeah,
It's a very manly thing. Moves
right.
are.
yeah,
In the leftist realm, it is. I mean, that's like the manly man thing to have. Is
Manly
to show
man.
you're a real man, you got to have
Man.
boobs and drink lots of soy lattes. It's just part of the,
right.
it's the criteria.
Yeah, and it's the ones that try to lactate that creep me out.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, and then they're upset. They're like, I
You
don't
breastfeed?
understand. I don't understand. How come I'm not lactating? It's weird.
Yeah, yeah,
If you're breastfeeding and you're a dude, like that should be illegal. That's some sick stuff.
yes, exactly.
If not anything, at least
But they're doing it.
they need to
That's
be
the
locked.
thing is that's happening.
Some mental asylum, dude. That's not normal. Especially when they're like freaked out. They're like, I can't believe it. It's not working. Well, duh.
Yep.
It's not supposed to.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
The baby's not
they
growing.
believe the lie so much that they, suspend reality. Maybe. Or they know and they're just playing a game. Who knows for sure exactly. I mean, if they really believe that, then they really are mentally ill. No question.
Well, they believe they're a woman, so
Oh, yeah?
yeah. So I
Right.
believe the mentally ill thing has already been settled.
I think you might be right. I mean, the very fact that they believe they're a woman is a pretty good indicator, man.
Right. And they
Something's-
think that by altering their body, all of a sudden they can have babies.
Yeah. Yeah, and then if you're in the UK and you don't and they say, well, I need to get a pap smear or something like that, and they go, well, you're a man, then they'll fire that doctor or nurse.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
Imagine being a
Pop,
doctor
pop,
having
pop.
to do that too. That would be frustrating. You spend all that money, getting your education, and then some kook comes in and expects you to, just deny everything you've learned in school.
Yep.
And if you don't do that, you lose your job.
Ma'am, you have prostate cancer, but you don't really have prostate cancer. But, if you had a prostate, it certainly looks cancerous.
Well, they'd probably have to call it something else because if she complained, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just
Ma'am, you have a bum fungus.
bum fungus,
Yep.
hemorrhoids. She has hemorrhoids.
Hemorrhoids. Yeah, an internal hemorrhoid. Way up there.
Hmm.
That will kill you. Yep, and heaven forbid you post something on social media over in the UK. You'll do jail time.
Yeah. Well, they're still going after Elon, man, trying to get him to submit, and
Yeah.
restrict the free speech thing. And, I hand it to him for that. I think he's done a really good job. What he said recently about the robots taking over and how it's going to be great for, individual wealth and prosperity. I thought, no, dude, if they take all the jobs, that is not how that works. But, he's kind of a mixed bag, unfortunately, but at least he's brought free speech. You can't condemn that. That's a good thing. But the whole thing about his robots that he's talking about, he actually believes that once the robots take all of our jobs, that it will bring more wealth. And that we'll be on a universal basic income, which will be great, which will be a chump
Right.
income. It's not going to make us wealthy.
We can all get jobs fixing the robots, right?
Well, they can fix themselves eventually, right? They'll just be able to. I remember I saw some sci-fi movie where that's what happened. Eventually, they became sentient, and then they would, break down. They just repair themselves right there on the spot.
Right.
Or another robot could do it if they couldn't reach a spot or something like that. They can just self-repair.
Right. Well, when you have the nano robots, then yeah, they can just rebuild any part that's starting to become defective.
Oh, like there's some sort of synthetic cyborg part robot, part human, maybe. Like because they have all
No,
this synthetic DNA.
don't need a part human. It can be all robot. It can be nanobots, which will assemble themselves to make the robot parts. It's not that far off. Believe me, the computers have probably already designed them. They're just waiting for someone to give them a 3D printer.
all the whistleblowers within the tech industry have all said we got about 2 or 3 years before the AI thing becomes so powerful that it's an existential threat in many different ways, which is kind of scary because we've got all these other problems as well, and then we're going to have to deal with AI too.
Well, I do have some good news. Currently, the AI will not do a Christmas song about felching, so you should all be very happy.
Belching?
About felching, yes.
Maybe that's just too hard for it.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It knows what it is because it refused to do anything that had sexual content to it.
Will it do one with farts?
Oh yeah, I've already written a couple for Willie's farts in a jar.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, farts are no problem.
You know what you should do is remember that little skit that Cheech and Chong did back in the day, Santa Claus and his old lady?
Yeah.
You should do like a spin-off of that with Willie and Aunt Mama Lou.
Okay. I can modify one I've already got about the wife running off with the mall Santa.
Yeah, and narrated by censorship. You know?
Well, there you go.
You know, like he had to run away from the farm. You know, because his family was migrant workers, and he doesn't have the accent anymore. So I was thinking about this last night, and I'm like, man, this would be funny if you would do that, you know, and just kind of set it up like Santa Claus and his old lady.
Right.
Oh God.
It's not that bad, man.
Yeah.
We'll get through it.
Could be worse. Could be worse. You could know what felching is. That would make it a lot worse.
Yeah. Welcome
you
in,
don't want to know.
Wherever you're at, whenever you're at, however you're at. Whatever
Yep.
platform you're on as well. This is the pre-show for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show.
Gosh, we're getting up there too, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
It's already 3:52.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I'm gonna take us up pretty close to, you know, after I get the radio side on air, I'm gonna take in I'll wait for that, and then I'll switch us over. Sometimes I get a little ahead of myself. I'm like, oh man, we gotta switch now.
Yeah.
And if anybody hasn't noticed, it's DC and Marvel night for some of my AI art. It's Catwoman and Black Cat.
Yeah, you get sued by Disney. Actually, no. If you use OpenAI, I think they're allowed to do Disney characters.
Well,
That Marvel is Disney.
I don't know. I'm sure I'll get tagged with it somewhere down the line.
It's all a gray area. Yeah. That's not Spider-Man. That's a arachnid person.
You might even see a few Bayonetta in there, and some Baroness, and from IDW, and as well as Danger Girl.
Any Howard the Duck?
No, maybe I'll do some Howard the Duck next.
Yeah, because he was trapped in a world he didn't create.
Usually I work on things that have bigger breasts. But anyways.
Well, since, the movie Howard the Duck had duck breasts, so.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah. Yep.
Duck breast. We're having that for the holiday season. That and turkey, man.
Well, this was a special set of duck breast.
I'm serious. Duck is delicious, man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You have a turducken?
What?
A turducken. That's a turkey, and inside of it is a duck, and inside the duck is a chicken.
Yes, it's very, very prestigious food. Only the elite that.
Yes, exactly. It's very similar to Willie's Rabapasadilla.
But not
Yeah,
quite.
that's kind of a hillbilly food, though.
Yeah.
I don't think the elite are down with that. I'm just saying.
No,
They could,
no.
though.
No.
Secretly.
They're fine with the rabbit, but the possum and the armadillo, they just stay away from those.
Yeah.
Yep.
The elite don't know what they're missing.
They don't.
They do not. Well,
Yeah.
a lobster used to be the food of the poor until the elite figured out that it was a wonderful butter delivery mechanism. And then they were like, no. This is for rich people.
Hey,
You poor people need to slow down on the lobster. We'll make
I'm
it
sure
where
the
you can't
snails
afford
was
it.
a similar transition.
Yeah. And actually, snails are pretty good. If you like garlic butter, snails aren't bad.
Yeah. If you like tons of garlic and butter, they're good.
Yeah,
Are
of course,
you
a
really
chrome bumper
getting
is good with
lobster?
garlic and butter.
I don't know if it's real lobster or not. We were talking about that on the show last Wednesday. Remember, John?
Oh,
It's-
boy.
About what?
A fake seafood? I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Be
seafood.
anything. Yeah, well, lobster could... I mean, they do have fake lobster, right?
I was talking
Not
about the
the whole
seafood
thing.
sandwich at
They have
Subway.
fake crab meat.
Oh, that's right. There's no seafood in the seafood sandwich or tuna in the tuna fish.
And there's no
Yeah.
chicken tuna.
Yeah, or
Well, that's
most.
the thing about seafood, though. How could there be none? All you got to do is throw a net in there and just throw anything that wiggles into a blender, and there's your seafood.
Yeah, that's the way it works. That's like the imitation crab. It's white fish and sugar with some red paint on a stripe.
Oh, I thought it was manta ray. How they used to just pop them out.
Yeah. Well, what is it? They used to do shark as was it abalone or whatever?
Yeah, shark's good though.
Shark is good. So is abalone.
If
Of course,
it's
I don't think you
made
can have
right,
that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, anything if it's made right.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna switch you over. You guys, I'll see you back here in just a minute. All right. So.
All right. Well, y'all have fun, and I'll see you in about 2 weeks.
Alrighty.
All right.
Okay. It's time to set up for and start the actual Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Not the pre-show, but the regular show.
All right.
Hey, there he is.
Mike.
All right, there's Barry.
Mike check.
What's
Mike
up?
check.
Yeah.
I was hoping you didn't need the link again.
No. Mike check. Mike check.
Check. Copy. Roger.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
Stama!
Roger.
Doot. I love that Indian version of the Sleigh Ride Together song. Have you guys heard that?
Tell me about it.
So funny. Oh, it's just it's really funny, man. I don't know how to tell you about it. It's just like this Indian guy singing, and there's all these these just weird noises in the background and stuff, and it's just very funny.
Okay, man. How much time? I
was watching it, and it was on the background
We got less than a
to
minute.
some video about India, the cookies that they make in India, the Christmas cookies. Have you seen that stuff?
No, I haven't been watching stuff like that here lately.
I'm not trusting these headsets at all tonight, man.
Well, you got about 30 seconds there. CS?
Yeah. Yeah, but the cookies that they make in India, just avoid them like the plague.
Okay.
And they don't look like they're from India. They just say they're in the little blue cans and they're all Christmassy.
Mm-hmm.
But if they say made in India, run.
Okay, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are on the air right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for December 17th, 2025. And man, that's it. It's done. 2025, put it in the bags. It's done. All we got now are, Christmas week and New Year's Eve, and then poof, we're into 2026. With me tonight, I got Bullhorn Barry. What do you think of that, Barry, man? This go by fast or what?
Man, so fast. And Merry Christmas again, man. I don't think I can say it enough.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to everyone out there. Happy Christmas, Merry New Year, all that good stuff.
Yeah, mix it up. Keep it fresh.
Mix it up. Yeah, exactly. Keep it fresh. That's the big trend this year is the Happy Christmas. I'm hearing that more and more. Brent brought it up last week, but I've heard it like 3-4 times since then.
Where did it originate? I've never, it's new, right?
Well, it's standard in the UK. Right?
Oh, it is? Okay. I did not know.
Yeah, they say Happy Christmas over there. They don't say Merry.
Interesting.
So it's just sort of, I don't know, some Yank went over there on vacation a couple weeks ago, or they got a friend over there, and they brought it to somebody, and somebody else, you know how that goes.
Yeah.
It went viral.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. But it's out there, and as we're getting into the season, folks, this will be our very last show, the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for 2025. So we're going to pick it up in 2026. I'm so happy you're all here tonight to, check in and hear what's going on in the world and our opinions of said human events. Let's, I guess, start with one of the big ones out there. Rob Reiner and his wife were murdered in their house by their son. He slit their throats. He was apparently at, Conan O'Brien's house the night before with his parents, and there was a dispute between them. I didn't get too many details on that, but it was rumored that there was a, big argument.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, as you would always guess in this type of situation, he wanted money. He had a riddled drug life, all kinds of addictions that he was dealing with, and wanted money. Dad said, hey, no, I'm not giving you money. You're a crack addict. Clean yourself up and we'll get you set up. But short of that, can't help you out. And so I guess that's what kind of triggered this whole thing to begin with. Now, Rob Reiner was a fantastic director, made some great movies. I'll give him total credit for that. But he was also kind of a Trump derangement syndrome poster boy, So Trump didn't have many nice words for him on the day of the learning of his death. But I get it. You know what I mean? Somebody's just a prick to you. He didn't say anything bad. I wish him all the best and all that, but he was kind of a jerk. Something along those lines. I don't know, Barry, do you remember his exact quote?
Not off the top of my head, but there was
something along those lines.
Well, basically, he attributed his death to Trump derangement syndrome. I think that was the most controversial part in the post, if I remember correctly, and out of line. But, it's no one's been through what he's been through, so he's lashing out, and it's understandable but not acceptable, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. That's a good way to put it. A lot of what Trump, and I knew this. This is why I didn't support him in the first primary that Donald Trump ran, because I knew it would be him using this microphone to say a lot of offensive, derogatory things, about individual people. They're low IQ, they're fat, they're a whale, ugly.
Yeah.
That is not very presidential. But then I saw the way they treated him after he won the primary, or as he was winning it, and all the lengths they went to stop him. I realized that he was dangerous to the establishment, and that it was crazy what they were doing to him. He'd won fair and square, and they were trying to, rewrite the party rules to get him out of there any way they possibly could. And so it ticked me off, and I said, all right, let's give this guy our support, and I haven't looked back since. He's been a very good president. And they have gone after him in ways that, I would be a little bit of a jerk, too, if I had gone through what he's been through. You know what I'm saying, Barry?
I don't know of any American that's gone through what he's been through. It's astonishing. But there is one positive thing that has come out of that debacle, and that is that it completely exposed how hypocritical the left is. Because these are people that are complaining about what he said, like it's the end of the world. Although he really wasn't celebrating the death of Rob Reiner, nor is he going to continue doing so. You know what I'm saying? Like the left does with the Charlie Kirk stuff. So it did expose their hypocrisy. They can't be mad about that if they don't condemn all the other stuff, like with the Charlie Kirk stuff, that they're still celebrating to this day. They're still celebrating his death, mocking it still.
It's disgusting. There's a lot of people that were openly celebrating his death, and how many of them turned out to be teachers and, government workers and whatnot that just don't know any better.
People in academia, professors, professionals, these are the people that are doing some of this insane stuff. Grown adults, man. You might expect it from some liberal that, lives down in the basement of their parents' house, just, some fake digital soldier. But from real adults that have responsibilities and are supposed to be role models and leaders, that's insane.
Yeah, it really is, man. And I don't know, did you see that video come out of, I think it was Chicago at a Lowe's? At a Target, where this woman comes up to an elderly lady who's working there who has a Charlie Kirk, freedom t-shirt on.
Yeah, I saw that.
And she says, "You're not allowed to wear that. Well, how are you wearing that? I'm going to talk to your boss. You're going to get fired, yada, yada, yada." Just berating her, cursing at her, dropping F-bombs left and right. And the nice lady working there just says, I think you're wrong, ma'am, and starts walking away. And she just calls her a blinking idiot, And it turns out that lady worked in a retirement home. She was a nurse in a retirement home. And that's how she deals with elderly people who disagree with her politically.
I would imagine. Yeah.
Can you imagine living under her terror?
Yeah, it'd be like one of those, teachers you see in a movie where they're just super stern and are really abusive to the children. That's what it would remind me of.
Yeah, and I mean, you're in your retirement home. You're just minding your own business, sitting in your room. You turn on the radio. You're listening to, I don't know, Glenn Beck or Sean Hannity or whatever. Yeah. And now you got to live in fear that she might walk in there, hear that, and just start. Your life changes now. You don't get the same treatment.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that during some of the disasters where I think it was FEMA, right? They were actually orders from up on high, according to the person that was executing some of those orders, was to deny Trump supporters help. I mean, these people are anti-American. Well, they're doing this to Americans, their own fellow Americans.
To be fair, they were just told not to knock on their doors, just to leave them alone, right? But if you're going up the street handing out aid to people who need it, and you don't knock on anyone's door who has a Trump flag, that's blatantly illegal, blatant discrimination.
It's not just illegal. It's inhumane. It's inhumane, man. It's totally inhumane.
Yeah. This was FEMA during that huge storm that went into South Carolina or North Carolina?
Yeah, I believe so.
And and there were rumors of it, and then it all came out.
Yes.
It's all a conspiracy theory till we get the paperwork.
Right. That's true.
Till it comes out and we get the actual paperwork, it's all conspiracy theories. I got a great example here if we just want to transition on that. From Just the News, justthenews.com, emails detail how Biden DOJ bowled over FBI concerns in raiding Donald Trump's Florida home. So now new emails are coming up. And it turns out that the FBI was saying, hey, you don't have it. You can't just go get a blatant, all access permit search warrant to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, without evidence.
With this level, it's just going to look political and yada, yada. And they didn't care. They pushed back and said, hey, it's not your problem. It's ours. We'll have to deal with the PR pushback and, how this looks and the optics. But they wanted to do anything they could to get him.
Mm-hmm.
And so they pulled this off. Now, this was the best thing that ever happened to Donald Trump as far as people opening their eyes and seeing just how, broken the system is.
Right.
And now these emails come out showing the back and forth they had with each other. Hey, man, we still think the best approach is to talk to his lawyers. They seem very willing to hand over anything we ask for. Mm-hmm. No, not going to do that. Go in with guns.
Well, they want to terrorize, man, and intimidate and bully. That's sort of been their agenda for quite a while now, and that's how they operate. And Donald Trump has admitted this 1,000 times over. He said, we're not like them. These people play dirty.
Yeah. And he also announced earlier this week, as we were talking about in the pre-show, that they have a lot more information now. They've got it, dead to rights that 2020 was stolen. Mm-hmm. All the facts you need, is coming out. So get ready for that as well. There's just so many things that are starting to drip back out into, everyone's information feeds now. All of a sudden, it just seems like there's more and more and more of these.
2026 is going to be wild. Are you trying to prepare us? Mm-hmm. Is it going to be crazy?
Oh. Mm-hmm. I bet it is, man. Because the economy is like looking gangbuster, and I mean it, folks. We've got. Like all the increases during Trump's administration have gone to natural-born citizens and citizens in general.
Right.
Whereas, illegal migrants have lost millions of jobs in America, and that drives up the demand for them. And it's a huge thing. All of the gains, the net gains during Joe Biden's term went to illegal immigrants, basically. Almost all of them. All the 20 million, 15 million people he let in. Mm-hmm. They were the ones getting those jobs, not American citizens. So, like everything after COVID was just all to, and it wasn't here, it was all over the world, all the Western countries. It's funny how they target the Western countries so hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we sure like our...
We try to, Trump tries to, promote America and Americans. He's not against America. It does seem like the goal of the Biden regime and the Democrats is an anti-American agenda. I mean, in all regards and respects, they censored, they were tyrannical. They really pushed the whole death jab situation. And we're now finding out just how potentially deadly that death jab is with the former, one of the former VPs of Pfizer came out and did like a 10-minute video kind of recapping how he knows for sure, he says, that all of these things that are in the shot were put there intentionally. They're not things that could be overlooked. And I would recommend that everybody watches that. It's too long probably to play for the show. But man, it's just, I think that's another thing that's going to be deeply investigated is the death jab.
It should be. I mean, it's never... I mean, first it was, you'll never get, COVID again. And then it was, well, you'll get it, but it'll be much, much better. Nowhere near as bad as if you don't get the shot. Then it was like, well, you can get it and it might be as bad, but you can't transmit it. And then it became, well, you can get it and it's probably, just as bad, if not worse. And you can transmit it just as easily as anyone who didn't get it. On and on. It keeps spiraling into this thing where eventually it'll be like, no, it didn't kill you. It didn't kill your loved one. No.
Yeah.
And, maybe it did.
Isn't that former VP's name Michael Yeaton? I think that's his name. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, just in case somebody wants to look it up. But it's all over X, the video is, right? And I know
I have not seen it.
I know that Alex Jones also promoted it, so you could find it on his X account as well. He actually played it and did some narration, in front of it and behind it, so that he could kind of, break down his analysis on it as well. But it's an important video, man, because this guy's no hack. He knows his stuff. So I would look to see that, more investigations happen. I mean, it's got to happen. I mean, too many people were injured because we have VIRs that show the data as well as deaths. And most of the time that stuff is underreported. So it's probably even higher than that. We have the insurance actuaries also that show all these deaths that cannot be accounted for. I mean, it's crazy. And yet, we don't really see anything on the surface actually being done about it. We kind of hear about little things happening here and there, but I hope that RFK Jr. is doing a lot of deep research into that. And this administration is all about dotting their I's and crossing their T's, unlike, the Biden regime who just, hey, we're just going to prosecute you with no evidence or little evidence at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they did, and it's out now. And, there's more and more coming. Jack Smith is testifying today in front of Congress. The infamous dude who tried to bring all these charges against everybody Trump ever, knew. And he was apparently illegally appointed. He had to be appointed through congressional consent, but he never got it, didn't ask for it, just started working, at the stroke of a signature. So there's a lot of things there that are going to come out. The whole 2020 Russia scam, I mean, that was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And it was created from the White House, more or less. Gosh, while we're here, the White House today just installed new plaques under all the presidential portraits on the White House Walk of Fame, basically. Sorry. And under Barack Obama's, I'll read that one to you real quick here. Barack Hussein Obama was the first black president, a community organizer, one-term senator from Illinois, and one of the most divisive political figures in American history. As president, he passed the highly ineffective Unaffordable Care Act, resulting in his party losing control of both House of Congress and the election of the largest House Republican majority since 1946. He presided over a stagnant economy, approved the terrible Iran nuclear deal, and signed the one-sided Paris Climate Accords, both of which were later terminated by President Donald J. Trump. So these are big plaques. They've got a lot to say about each president. Under Obama, the ISIS caliphate spread across the Middle East. Libya collapsed into chaos when Russia invaded and took Crimea and Ukraine. He crippled small businesses with crushing regulations, environmental red tape, devastated American coal miners, and weaponized the IRS and federal bureaucracies against his political opponents. Obama also spied on the 2016 presidential campaign of Donald J. Trump and presided over the creation of the Russia hoax, the worst political scandal in American history. His handpicked successor, Hillary Rodham Clinton, would then lose the presidency to Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
So that's the plaque they put in the White House underneath Barack Obama's portrait.
Well, it seems rightfully so, because the mainstream media and the corrupt establishment continues to this day to say that the Obama administration is the first presidential, person that ever had a scandal-free presidency.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, really? Fast and Furious and so many more other things? Give me a break, man.
Yeah, the Lois Lerner IRS scandal, that was massive, literally, like, just preventing any grassroots right-wing organizations from getting IRS designations as such.
Yeah.
Slow walking it so hard. We need every financial record you've ever had in your whole life.
Yeah, weaponizing government, man, that is just like a total, that's derelict of duty, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and Biden did it against Trump as well, like hardcore.
Yeah.
Sending all his lackeys out there to go get him. God, I could read Sloppy Joe's plaque. Sleepy Joe Biden was by far the worst president in American history. Well, that's how it starts. I'll let it go from there. You can fill in the rest, folks.
Sure.
Taking office as the most corrupt, resolved the most corrupt election ever seen in the United States. He oversaw a series of unprecedented disasters that brought our nation to the brink of destruction. Yada, yada, yada. So not very appealing to those guys. I'm sure they're not happy about it.
Yeah.
Foreign dignitaries and whatnot will walk through here and they'll want to see this and, take a moment to read some of the plaques.
Sure. And I mean, what is he going to put under Biden? Because that guy, in my opinion, just has so many crimes that he committed, and debacles, at the Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. We just got from the National Counterterrorism Director, Joe Kent. He revealed that Biden, in congressional testimony, let in 18,000 terrorists. And he actually helped to expedite it as well.
Yeah.
So, known terrorist. Think about that. 18,000. That is, in my opinion, that's not something you cannot mistake letting in 18,000 terrorists. That's not a mistake for people. And if it is, that is the most gross incompetence that we have ever seen in the history of America. Where you
how do you,
especially when you're
bringing
11 in the shadow of 9/11.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're bringing people in from Afghanistan in these conditions with ISIS over there running things, how are you going to vet anybody? It's impossible.
Yeah. Well, they didn't
You
really
know?
do this. They did not do the standard vetting procedures, right?
Mhm.
That's the big
Yeah.
complaint and the problem.
But even if you do, you got like their name and some paperwork and maybe some FBI databases and stuff you can check it against. But short of that, you can't call anybody in the government there and say, "Hey, is this a good guy or a bad guy?" Because they don't know unless he's really a bad guy. Then they do know, but they won't tell you. So,
well, I'll just say this: if there was an enemy, or there is an enemy within, that would be the blueprint that you would do to bring down a nation, is let in 18,000 terrorists, because that's chaos.
yeah.
Sure, that is forthcoming chaos. And we've seen it in every nation across the world over the Christmas holidays of radical Islamists, shooting people, killing people, burning Christmas trees, and disturbing, Christmas celebrations at Christmas marketplaces. And it's just nuts, man. And they invited all of that in, and you don't do that knowing, their past history, knowing that they're known terrorists. Now, this is the claim being made by the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, so director. So that holds the full weight of the intelligence right there. This is not like conspiracy theory. You can go look at the video. It's available on X and everywhere else, man. This is crazy if you ask me. I mean, there needs to be immediate arrest, in my opinion.
Yep, absolutely. And speaking of, we were talking about all these scams they went after Trump with. So let's get to Fani Willis, because she was in sworn testimony today in Georgia. This is a clip from Live Now Fox News down there. So Fox News live feed here.
Screen. I don't review those documents, so you're asking me to look at documents that I haven't for the first time. What I can tell you is that I allowed Miss.
Okay, these documents are like payroll. They're talking about how her boyfriend billed 160 hours a week when there's 168 hours in a week.
Okay.
And so it's like, here's the payroll stubs, basically. Have you not seen these? And look how defensive she is here, talking about it. I don't look at those documents. You know what I mean? Like, well, what do you do then? You're the head of the office. Who does look at the pay stubs and check what people are billing you?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, let's play that again. There's more to it than that.
Screen. I don't review those documents, so you're asking me to look at documents that I haven't for the first time. What I can tell you is that I allowed Mr. Wade to bill 160 hours a week, and then Mr. Wade would be the first one in the office making sure that my staff arrived. He corrected their behavior. They thought that 8:30 meant 8:30. He taught them that 8:30 means 7:45. He got there before them. He left after him. He taught them how to do this case, and he was a leader to that team and a public servant. And for that, him like me has been threatened thousands of times. You want something to investigate as a legislature? Investigate how many times they've called me the N-word. Why don't you investigate that? Why don't you investigate them writing on my house? Why don't you investigate the fact that my house has been swatted? If you want something to do with your time that makes sense, and you can use all this in your campaign ad, you attacked Fani Willis. What have you done, sir? Nothing. So I'm going to refer you to the screen. I know you said you don't approve. I don't look at this. I've never seen it, so I can't talk to you about documents I don't approve and don't review. Can't talk to you about it. Who does approve the documents in your office when invoices come in? I thought we'd been through this. I don't believe you said who reviews the invoices and approves the invoices in your office. First of all, I have no first-hand knowledge of it.
That's great.
You want me to testify about something I don't have any first-hand knowledge of? I'm asking you.
Oh, man.
I don't approve and I don't review. Well, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so your office gets an invoice. Who does that? I have no knowledge of that.
Yeah, well, she's running the show and she doesn't know.
It never occurred to you as DA there to, like, I don't know, have somebody in charge of checking invoices that come in so somebody doesn't just bill you $50,000 and it's for nothing and you just pay it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it just looks like they just think they can get away with things, and that's why she's so defensive, man. Can you imagine having to actually interview her? It's almost impossible. Right? You can't even get in a word edgewise.
And they thought the staff thought meant 8:30 meant 8:30 when it really meant 7:45. Okay, then what you're telling them is he told them it really means 7:45. Anybody could just walk out and say, "Here's a memo, folks. I need you here at 7:45 in the morning, so that by 8:30 we're all ready to go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5." Right?
Mhm.
It's just these are grown-ups. I take it they're very skilled lawyers, in fact. So when you tell them what time to be at work, they will do it. They might not like it. They might not see their kids in the morning anymore. But hey, there's a new boss in town, and her name's Fanny.
And just contrast that with when they put RFK Jr. in the hot seat when he was, being approved for his position, and how calm, cool, and collected he remained, right?
Mm.
I mean, there's a reason why they lash out.
Yeah. It's you make a great point. I mean, I can't think of the great Charlie Kirk and how he was just always so level. You could say anything to him, and he would just say, "Okay, thank you very much for your time. Next person."
Mm-hmm.
Or he would say we agree to disagree or whatever, but no animosity, no I hate you and you're dumb. And anyway, folks, we've got to take a break. This is Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're a little late, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. I just looked up and said, "Oh shit."
I was thinking, you're gonna do not Wednesday, but Sunday time.
No, we just got lost in that. When I started that article, I didn't think it would take as long as it did to go through that, All of a sudden I look up and I'm like, oh crap, it's 4:26. And probably about 30 seconds when I noticed.
Yeah.
So
what do you got planned for next week, guys?
Nothing.
Typical Christmas stuff, man. Family and turkey.
I may have some family in, but not all. The bulk of my family won't be in until about the 26th.
Yeah, half of our family is broken, so it's there's like animosity that's happening and stuff, so, which is really sad. But at least they're always invited.
Yeah, but you got to take David's advice and stop talking about politics at the dinner table, man. I'm kidding, man.
At the radio show playing in the background all afternoon.
Yeah, for sure.
And the bullhorn has to stay out of the kitchen or off the table. All right. That will help you. All right. We're just trying to help you along there. All right.
So I went on with Chiaffi the other morning, by the way, on his show, the Pirate Radio Network.
Mm-hmm. What'd you think of that?
That was interesting. It was some Christmas fundraiser thing he's doing, some like Asian Secret Santa thing.
Yeah, he's in South Korea.
Yeah, exactly. But it was interesting. I don't know how, I don't know how much I would add to that show, or it's,
yeah.
It's all right. It's kind of.
He likes to hear himself, but that's his type of show. He wants a group of people, but he doesn't really give them time to really get out what they're about and what they do. It's just, if you got to get it out, you better spew it quick.
Yeah.
He's a good guy overall, though.
Oh, he seems like a great guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, he called me in this morning too. So all of a sudden this morning I'm in bed and my phone goes off at like 7:30. I'm like, no way. There's no way I'm gonna wake up and.
Yeah, he thinks that once you're in, you're in for life with him. But don't it's okay.
Yeah, he called me again at like 9, and I picked up and hung out with him for like an hour.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he did 90% of the talking, which is fine. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I was just getting up anyway.
Now, the other day, man, I had an appointment, and I was like on top of that. I'm like, man, what are you calling me so early for? He normally did. He changed the times of his shows to morning our time, afternoon or evening his time, and then he and he's on immediately after Nancy on Wednesday nights now instead of Tuesday nights. So I'm like, no, I can't come in, buddy. I'm editing. And I probably have an after show.
Yeah.
So when that happens, I take away Roger and Mark as well as Sonia from him. When that happens, I'm like, come on, you should, that they're part of that group.
Yeah. Yeah, and Roger was on this morning for a little
I
bit.
would change
He's
my
always
times, but
fun.
the radio is pretty cement for my times. I've been doing this forever at this time, and they know that. Anyways, you got 30 seconds.
Oh God.
Oh, you better pee now if you're going to go. Oh,
Hey, what happened?
Oh, no.
Did you cut out for a minute? Because I just kept talking there for a little bit. There was a big silence.
I didn't hear you at all.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
No.
You didn't hear
During the
John?
break?
Well, no, during the show there
Anyways,
was
here's your
silence.
countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show, a very special holiday edition. Getting right up on there, December 17th, 2025. And Barry, man, I wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to 2026. We're on the roller coaster ride, so who knows what's coming. It's ups and downs and all arounds, but I think in the end we win.
Yeah, I think 26 is going to be a really big year. As I was saying before, we've got so much investment coming in. I mean, Trump raised, like $20 trillion in different investments to data centers and you name it, all across the country. Chip production. We're bringing a lot of that business back to the United States. Car factories, you name it.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a big boon for us. It's really going to pay off.
Oh, yeah, and if you think Trump did a lot in 2025, you betcha he's going to do more in 2026 because the midterms are coming up and we can't afford to lose.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Next year's an election year, so that'll be a big one. Yeah, that'll be a big one next year. It's going to be a very hard-fought midterm election. And Trump has to have these big wins. He's got to see things happening that are positive for America. And one of the worst things I'm seeing right now is what's happening in Europe. I mean, Ukraine is a nightmare. Russia is not biting on this latest peace deal. And he just announced that he's going to go pretty hard into, on the ground military movement to solidify new positions on the front and move it closer and closer and closer to, say, Kiev, or the river that runs north and south through Ukraine there. I think that's kind of a natural barrier he might have his eyes on. Yeah. Which would, you got the UK. You got France talking about conscriptions, mandatory military service, basically. You turn 18, guess what? You go to the front line.
Exactly.
And that is a scary thought. The head of the UN, I played a quote from him Sunday night, where he's basically saying to people that we need to be ready to fight like our grandparents and great-grandparents did. It's going to affect every house, every business, everything in the entire continent. It's going to be an all-out war with Russia and China, basically.
Yeah,
that's frightening stuff.
Didn't Trump also say that Zelensky won't even look at some of these, peace deals that Trump's trying to put together? So he's not being cooperative either. And like you said, the globalists in the European Union, they want to escalate this thing, man. They don't want to. They're basically sabotaging Trump's efforts to bring peace in the region, man. And it's like the great Gerald Celente said, and he said it many times, when they're losing, and they are losing, right? They're way behind schedule of what their plans are, what they've been planning for. They take you to war. And man, that would just be horrible for, as rough as things are right now, a major war would just be catastrophic.
Yeah. If Europe and Russia, and basically as a proxy for China, because China's behind them feeding all the supplies into Russia, all the cogs and the batteries and you name it that make all the wiring, everything that makes that war possible is going to be produced through China and shipped up, right? Or not shipped, but railway, I would imagine, across the country, although that would be tricky to defend, but we'll, get into logistics as they come. But that is a frightening thing. It's a world war at that point. And America would be sitting back like we did in, before World War II, saying, hey, we really don't want anything to do with this, right? And then finally they're going to say, the Red Menace, the communist menace is coming into, Europe. It's marching on France and Paris, and we're not going to do anything,
I mean, it's like I said in a post on social media. One thing is certain about this time, and that is the uncertainty, because we just don't know. I mean, there are so many things that could happen, both good and bad. And I think both good and bad are going to happen because this is, a political and spiritual war that's just going head to head right now. And they're fighting for territory. They're fighting for power. They want control of the conch. And I think freedom's going to win, at least in America, but it's not going to be an easy battle. We've talked about that. This is not going to be an easy battle, man. And it's going to be ongoing until we get an ultimate victory. Like, neither side's going to roll over. That's for certain.
Yeah. I mean, it's been this battle between, forces of evil and forces of good. And by that, I mean democratic, free peoples against those who would want to rule by fiat. And i.e. communist socialists, that has defined the struggle of humanity since thousands of years ago. It's always, one person really is going to come in and control everything. And then you got say Rome, where the people have a democracy, so to speak. And, granted it was flawed and it had many people that weren't included. But, to some degree, it was the world's first exploration with democracy, when you go back to Greece and whatnot. And so they fought off other forces, then they went out and conquered other lands, and they brought that, ethos to them, and hopefully, did their best to improve the world by, quote unquote, conquering it, or what do they call it today? Colonizing it? I guess colonizing is a better word than conquering, but they're kind of intermingled, don't they?
Yeah. Well, I think the good news is, and I think you would agree with me on this, after all that we've been through, well, I just call it a storm because it's been an ongoing storm for at least a decade, maybe longer than that, but at least 10 years we've been in a massive storm. With each phase of the storm, we've united more and more. And so I think that whatever they throw at us, these evildoers, these globalists that, just want to rule over us with an iron thumb, I think that it will only unite us even more, because I don't feel like we've totally united like we need to really take back the conch and have our ultimate victory. So, look, I think that no matter what they do, it's going to work in our favor in the end, but it may not be pleasant. Just like any kind of real progress in even our personal lives, it doesn't always come easy.
No, it does not. And that's the point of it all, right? Life is hard, and guess what? The future is very uncertain. Next year, I see a lot of really good positive things happening, but there's also some danger on the horizon. And boy, Gavin Newsom's hair looks great, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. That salt and pepper thing he's got going is working well for him.
Yeah. And he's doing pretty well on some of the polls, but boy, what a disaster California is,
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Democrats coming out and saying, yeah, I don't want Gavin Newsom as the president. I mean, the way he's run California is just a complete failure. And I think Democrats even see that. I think they're hoping for a real candidate. But like I said before, they're never going to get a real candidate Never, because the globalists control the Democrat Party. That's why they're always going to have an establishment stooge. In the Republican Party, we usually get 2 or 3 real candidates, right, that end up in the debates.
Yeah.
And, like Trump, he was an outsider and won.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he came in there with very low ratings, to the first debate, and just, put Jeb Bush in his place like nobody's business. That was funny to watch because I didn't want Jeb Bush at all. Didn't like him at all.
Oh, they definitely want to keep that Clinton-Bush legacy thing going because they knew to count on them, right, to do the establishment thing and keep that corruption going.
Gosh. Oh, I remember that year thinking, man, if this is a choice between Clinton and Bush again in 2016, I'm just going to, lose it. I'm going to lose my mind. If those are the 2 choices we're given, a Clinton or a Bush. Oh.
Well, it indicated that we don't elect the presidents, that it's more that they're selected. They're selected, not elected. And then we brought in Trump, which was a disturbance to the dark side of the force, so to speak. And they've never been happy ever since.
No, they have not one bit. And it's interesting to see the lengths that they'll go to. Anyway, I mentioned Gavin Newsom a second ago. Let's go to California. Here's an article from Zero Hedge. California allows Tesla to continue sales in state, ... for now. It goes on to say the California Department of Motor Vehicles has placed on hold an order suspending Tesla's car sales in the state, granting the electric vehicle company additional time to respond to allegations of misleading marketing and overstating self-driving capabilities. And this also extends to their car manufacturing abilities in California. So Tesla's manufacturing and sales ability in the state of California are in jeopardy. And only today did the DMV issue a hold on a suspension order that would have stopped him, as of today, from selling and making cars in California, where I imagine most of his production still is. So the only question I'm going to ask Elon is, how quickly can you move everything to Texas?
Yeah.
Lock, stock, and barrel. Ship the whole thing out there. How long is that going to take you? Because you need to do that today if you haven't already.
Well, what do they think? They're going to stop Elon Musk? I mean, he's essentially a trillionaire. It's laughable, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on, really? Do you really think that you can stop Elon Musk? I mean, they should at least go after somebody they can stop. They can't stop him. And if they try to sue him or do something like that, he could keep the lawsuits going forever. He's got all that money, man. It's a bottomless, well of money.
He's saying that basically SpaceX is about to go public, and he'll be like an instant trillionaire if it does.
Right.
Just more money than he can sneeze at if he goes public with that company because he owns so much of it, right? And so, you go public, you share off a lot of it to the public, but then you keep a chunk too. But at the end of the day, when you sell all your shares to the public, you get that money from them in your pocket. It doesn't go to Tesla. It goes to you because you own all the shares. Yeah. So, instant trillionaire, which is incredible. So what are they going to do to him by stopping him from, it's the 4th biggest market in the world, Well, so what?
Exactly.
So what? It's also one of the hardest markets in the world to work in with all the red tape. So get out, move on, and just, if you can't sell them in Texas or in California, so what? Who cares? Put up a huge dealership right on the Arizona border and watch how many people drive over there to buy them.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, man. And I don't think I think they're used to bullying people around that they can bully around. And you can't really bully around a trillionaire. You know what I'm saying? And most people get in their way are, just regular average Joes, and they can put those people through the court system and bankrupt them and silence them with basic ease. But you can't do that with Elon Musk, right? And he's also pro-free speech, which is standing in their way as well.
Oh, yeah. And, this all changes if you get a different administration in the office. It all changes. Oh, yeah. Again, under a Harris administration, it would be, the fines that they're throwing at him in Europe, she would be doing the same thing to him on steroids.
Yes.
Right? They would be suing him from every single direction to stop him from allowing X to be a platform for free speech. It would have happened, period.
Oh, yeah. It would be, he's spreading misinformation, disinformation. We got, they bring back the Ministry of Truth. We know how it works. We saw it under the regime.
Yeah. And I mean, Kamala, she just would have been a figurehead. She would be in the White House right now, sipping some wine, enjoying her evening with her feet up, a nice fire going, and trying to keep all the Christmas decorations. Yeah.
Because she does those word salads like you would not believe.
Exactly. And I mean, she would have her ideas, but the people in power during the Biden administration who ran the auto pen would run her administration just as efficiently as they ran Joe Biden's. And they would just go tap her on the shoulder every now and then, hand her a new bottle of wine and some present or something shiny, and say, hey, can you just, initial this and initial this and this and that? You don't need to read it, just initial and, great. Auto pen, here we come. And we wouldn't have even known probably about all the use of the auto pen with Biden. I mean, would that story have even come out? Or would they have absolutely buried it?
Yeah. It's pretty bizarre, isn't it, man? We live in a weird, weird time. That's for certain.
Yes, we do. The best of times and the worst of times, Barry.
Yep, it sure is. Can't disagree with you on that, You
remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What was it? A Tale of Two Cities.
Right.
Yeah. And we did a deep dive into that one night a while back, guys. Barry was like, hey, I was reading this and I just want to talk about it for a while. So we brought it out and talked about it. And it was an interesting conversation. It was a good show.
Oh, yeah. And there's so many different metaphors that are happening, right? And different analogies that explain this time perfectly. There's a lot of biblical narratives that explain this time perfectly, a lot of novels and books and past history. I mean, there's nothing new under the sun, basically. You know what I'm saying? It all repeats.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Nothing new under the sun. It's so true. It's just the same battles and, we've always been having, except for now we've got the internet. We've got, life has changed so dramatically in our lifetimes. I mean, I remember when the microwave first came out, everyone was like, look at this magic box. It does what?
Yeah.
You can cook a dinner in 3 minutes, 5 minutes. What? It takes me an hour. I remember, way back, the frozen dinners, you'd put them in the oven for what, like an hour?
Oh, yeah. The chicken pot pies.
Yeah. Any of the, those little chicken pot pies, banquet ones they still make today. They took an hour to cook in the oven.
Yeah, 45 minutes at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they were frozen, right? You just.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's frozen salad. Of course, it's going to take an hour to thaw that thing out and make it hot inside. But yeah, microwave turned that into what it is today. What, like 3 minutes on high, 4 minutes, boom.
Mm-hmm.
So many things. The television, the phones, the advancement of cell phones, all this stuff has just changed the life experience for humans so much. It's hard to grapple with it all. Now throw AI, throw blockchain all into the mix, throw in all these, data centers. And what's that going to do for the price of electricity if we're making so much of it like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Would they be smart enough to just make massive, overbuild these things to the nth degree so that we can just, fuel all of our cities with energy forever?
Well, the globalists are 100% behind AI, right? And they understand that it uses way more electricity, right, than the whole world uses, right? Much more. And yet they're fine with letting them do that, but they want us to have rolling blackouts, which just shows what a scam the whole thing is and how corrupt these people are.
Yeah, if you can fund one of these AI data centers and give it, electricity at a price that makes sense for it, then people shouldn't be paying, $300 a month to turn the lights on in a studio apartment somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It shouldn't be ridiculous. If it is, then turn off the data center and pump all that electricity back into the grid and give it to us for cheap. Because we don't need the data center. We need $50 a month electric bills.
Oh, my goodness, man. And how many eye-openers have we had? I mean, over the last decade or two, things that just open people's eyes to how corrupt the power structure is, in this global establishment that is just wanting to basically rule over and take all the power and take all the money and control everything. from academia to the medical industry to you name it, the media, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And people are waking up, man. Eventually, Democrats will figure it out that it's not really a battle between left and right. It's a battle between America and globalist forces.
Well, yeah, and they say, we hate the billionaires. No one should be a billionaire. To a degree, they're saying that. But at the same time, I'd rather have a handful of people who are self-made, who have built these businesses up from nothing, managing those supply chains and whatnot, than would I have some bureaucrat in an office in Washington, D.C. who was appointed because his cousin won an election. You know what I mean? So he was tapped on the shoulder to decide the price of rice in Fresno. You know what I mean? And that he's going to have no clue how to do that. Whereas at least the guy who built that whole distribution system up from the ground knows exactly what the price of rice should be in Fresno, right down to the 10th of a penny.
Yeah.
Because they have on the ground experience. He can call all the different people, the producers, the shippers, the farmers, you name it. He knows what the water is going to cost. He knows all of it. And that's how you get things done. You have 1,000, 10,000 of those people out there who understand the ins and outs of their economy that they work in, their sector, their corner that they specialize in. And when, something hits the fan, they can react quickly and work extra hard to make sure that that business is going to survive it so that they can put food on their tables afterwards, versus the bureaucrat who hears that there's a crash in whatever, people aren't getting their food in Fresno, and he says, well, gosh, it's Sunday afternoon. I'm not going to deal with this today. I'll see you in the morning and we'll figure it out then,
Yeah.
No, the entrepreneur is going to walk off the golf course, get in his car, and go figure that out right now. Sunday night, I don't care if he's up till 4 in the morning. He's going to stay up till 4 in the morning to figure it out.
Yeah, the left complains about the billionaires and stuff, but the leftist policies, at least under the Biden regime, was not favorable to farmers or small businesses. You know what I'm saying? They were definitely favorable to government jobs.
Jeff Bezos got rich. All the billionaires in the world got 10 times richer during COVID.
Yes. Yep.
Right? And everyone else lost everything. Main Street America was decimated.
And you didn't hear the left complaining when Biden helped out small businesses in Ukraine, but did nothing for the 60+% of small businesses that went out of business and never came back again during the shamdemic.
Yeah. And I mean, think about the shutdown. Exactly. You got to be a bureaucrat to tell some small restaurant in Queens that they don't need to open for the next month, right? And then when they do open, they got to screen everybody manually at the door to make sure they've all got COVID jabs, right?
Right.
That's just something that no business can survive. You tell any business that's even close to remotely on the edge that they got to shut it down for 2 weeks, right? For even 2 weeks, they're just going to close the place right now and sell everything while they still can. Let alone a month or 2 months or 3 months.
A lot of the small businesses, man, they just could not hang. And I think that's what the lockdown was designed to do. It was designed to lock down permanently the small businesses and consolidate more power to the rich and the wealthy and the 1%, or maybe even the 1% of the 1%.
Yeah. I mean, why does a Walmart get to stay open when the local, store on the corner doesn't?
Sure. And they made sure the strip club stayed open too, but churches, they didn't want them opening.
That's a great one, because, lap dances are pretty hygienic when you think about it.
It's an essential. Remember, that was the term they came up with. And of course, liquor stores were open too. So you could hit the liquor store before you hit the strip club because those are essentials. But church, no, we can't have you having communion either because that's dangerous, they said. Or singing. No singing. You can go to church, but no singing. That was literally spoken.
Yeah. Remember when they tried to do it on an AM band in the parking lot? Everyone in their cars?
Oh, yeah.
And they went and shut that down?
They sure did. Yeah.
Everyone's sitting in their cars, parked up in a parking lot, praying together. And they had to shut that down. That just told you it had nothing to do with the spread of any disease.
And they were having them at movie drive-through theaters as well, or trying to. Yeah, totally bizarre, man. And a lot of those pastors, paid a price. And some of them are getting justice, even in, more tyrannical nations like in Australia and Canada and different things. Some of those pastors that were arrested and fined crazy amounts of money, they're now getting justice, which is due them.
Yeah, it is. And on that note, we're going to take a break, folks. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We're wrapping up hour 1 right here. We'll be right back for hour 2 right after these messages.
All right, folks, we are on radio break. Yeah. And we got about a minute and a half.
Okay, I'll be right back. I got to get
2
something.
minutes tops. We will use the same room, okay, since we don't have anybody else. John, can you message Brent that he is scheduled tonight for Nancy's show, and she'll be waiting for him?
Sure.
Okay.
Do you have a link for me to send him?
Yeah. I'll get that for you in just a sec.
Okay.
I'll do that after we change rooms. Okay.
And it's just Brent. It's just Brent at humanevents.com.
Okay.
So that's where I'm going to send it to him.
Okay.
If you just want to do that, if you just want to send it to him, I'm sure he'll.
Yeah. Well, it'd be quicker if you did, because I got all these other things I got going right now, and.
No, it'd be way quicker if you did it.
How? I don't have time to type it while I'm watching all this stuff going.
Uh-huh. So you'd never type in chat?
I type in chat, but that's because I'm monitoring chat and I'm not opening other windows. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get it. Mr. I type 250 words a minute.
Yeah.
You're going to send it over to me to smudge this thing out with my thumbs on the phone?
Okay, yeah. I see. Would you please do that for me?
Yeah.
Just so he, as a reminder, because I didn't give Nancy his direct email in that, so she asked me before, is Brent coming on tonight? I'm like, yeah, he'll usually be there like a minute or two right before we come on.
Mm-hmm.
Click join. Pin the link. I don't want to join. Here's her link. Okay.
Okay. Uh-oh. Well, we'll be right back once we take and get things going. Again, for hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Sit back, relax. You're still in good hands. That's it. Let me get the rest of the crew back in, and we'll be good to go. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. Everybody there? Yeah, what up?
All right. Did you get that link?
Yeah, I'm just, oops.
Thanks,
I'm just doing your work for you right now.
Hazard FTW and Led the Goat, Roger in the Kick Chat, Drippy Drip TV in the Kick Chat, Aura Celtics in the Kick Chat, 2014 that is. And we have over in Nemo TV, we have quite a few folks over there as well. Titan Fury and Bayou Lastardi and Sinar Senja and other folks there as well. And over on Rumble, we have DK Spiracy, and in the YouTube chat, we got Sonya Galactic.
Oops.
Yeah.
Paste.
Yep.
Why am I not?
Welcome in, folks.
A while since I've done that. Felt good. Got to go out, strong, right?
Yeah, right on.
Make it happen. We can do this thing, man. Mic check. Check.
You are good to go.
Check.
In the mail.
To the 2 to the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Oh, yeah.
What time does it start? Central Time?
9 to 10 Central Time, so it's 10 to 11 her time, or East Coast time.
You crack me up.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
I'm like, what time is it Central Time? And you're like, I don't know. You answer my question and then go on to answer a completely different question I didn't ask you.
Yeah, I keep forgetting Brent's in Central Time, so yeah. 9 to 10.
Yeah, Chicago.
Mark, how is that coffee, man? Is that top notch?
It is. It is like the best. I got Texas pecan coffee rolling at me. Oh, yeah.
Sounds delicious,
I
man.
have 2 pots, and I haven't even touched the second pot yet, so I'm... Yeah,
And you haven't even got the handshakes yet. It's amazing.
Huh?
And you haven't even got the handshakes yet. It's great. I had to cut back to 1 cup in the morning, man. It's just I had one right before the show or during the show. I finished it, but I can't do 2 anymore in the morning. I don't know, man. It just makes me too on the edge a little bit.
How's that happen?
I don't know. I did never.
Welcome to my world, man.
Never bothered me before.
That
so-
happen? You can't
I
let
don't know.
that happen.
I haven't drank coffee,
Coffee.
You don't-
I don't think I've drank
all
coffee-
day long, man. Coffee.
but like twice this year. Maybe 4 cups, 8 cups in a year.
I love a good cup of Joe. I mean, my favorite's espresso, black, nothing, no sugar, no cream, just straight.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I don't. I like my. Well, I probably shouldn't go there. Well, anyways, yeah, I like my coffee dark and strong. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and wet. Like, hey, okay, that's my son. Oh yeah, hey, that looks really nice. Yeah, now you need a tie.
Show us.
I got one.
What? Let's see. Let's see what we're. What are you talking?
Oh yeah, he looks like he came from the Internal Revenue Service.
Has he got a court date?
Huh? Does
Does he have a court date tomorrow or
date?
something?
I don't know. I do. You know. I'll talk about that another time. It won't be until next year.
Hmm.
And I'll let you know how it goes, and if it goes really well, I'll have all my kids here all the time.
There you go.
So wish me well over the holidays.
Yeah, good luck. Or as they say in Hollywood, break a leg.
Oh, I missed somebody here too. Lawrence Hersman, Larry, in the Facebook chat, because Dan Bongino just announced his departure from the FBI.
Yeah, I heard that earlier today. Basically, he was not happy from what I've heard about the how the Epstein thing was being handled. That's the inside scoop, anyway.
He says he sees a huge opportunity in podcast space, and then for the first deal in DC for can't be fixed, according to him.
Yep.
Is what he
What is
said.
it? There's that former
Thanks,
FBI
Larry. Appreciate you out there.
that Alex
Hey,
Jones
real
has
quick.
on.
I got a reply from Brent. He said, got it, thanks.
Okay, appreciate it. We got under 30 seconds, and you'll be getting a countdown very
Oh, God.
shortly. Look out.
Look out.
But I
Trouble.
have to be.
Yeah.
Ha!
Roger, what are you talking
Suck your
about in your
stomach.
pick chat?
Your
But anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for December 17th, 2025. Folks, this will be our last edition of the show for 2025. We're taking some time off after tonight. Mark, our producer, DREAGUS Productions, still has a couple more shows to do, so we get our vacation a little early. But stay tuned after the show, and you'll get more from all kinds of people like Jack from the Paranormal
Intelligence Agency Radio.
Exactly. Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. He's a great listen, folks. And then later on tonight, we've got Nancy Planeta doing her show. And her guest will actually be the great Brent Hamachek from JustTheNews.com. So stick around for that as well, because that will be a fantastic listen. I guarantee it. Money back guarantee. So if you don't like it, we will give you your money back. Right, right, Mark? You can do that?
No comment. I plead the fifth. But
well, it's radio. I assume it's free, right?
Yeah, it's free anyways. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it's free anyway. So we can't give you your time back, but we can give you the money back you paid to listen to this, not the radio itself, just the bandwidth.
Well, we can't make promises like that. I can neither confirm nor deny that the stations would do that anyways.
All right.
But anyways.
Okay. Anyway, I thought that's why I'm asking you, because it'd be your personal guarantee, right? But anyway, folks, let's dive into the news. Barry, have you heard what's going on with Trump ordering a total and complete blockade of Venezuelan oil tankers?
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saw him, last week, seize one of them, take control of it. Mm-hmm. Now he's ordering a complete blockade of all oil into and out of Venezuela, which is going to devastate that country immediately. And he just wants Maduro out. Leave. Your time is done.
Yep.
And so tonight, Trump is doing a live speech to the country at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And there's a lot of talk that this is what's going to come up. I think, from what I've heard from Christine Leavitt, this is going to be a summary of many of the things that he's accomplished and a look forward to many of the things that are coming for next year, is the way they're billing it. Tucker Carlson came out and said, no, it's going to be a announcement that we're at war with Venezuela, that it's official. We're at war. I don't know. Tucker is Tucker, we'll see where that goes. It's not Candace Owens saying it. It's Tucker. Right. I'll give him more credit than her, but
at least
we'll see.
Candace Owens met with Erica Kirk, and supposedly they had a pretty good meeting. So, she's been debunked about all kinds of things lately, especially the Egyptian conspiracy thing that she was going off and on about. So, I want to see her back on track, because I like Candace, I don't want to see her, just fomenting wild conspiracies that are not fact-based.
Yeah, and, they said it well that Charlie considered her a friend.
Oh, and he did, big time.
And if this is how your friends treat you, then, wow. So I wish you would come off this thing as well. It's really her just milking this cow for... it's like when David Hogg comes on and beats a dead horse, man, he just keeps beating it until it's just nothing but a red stain on the carpet,
It's all conspiracy madness, where people just let conspiracies get to their mind in a way that the dots just don't connect. And of course, the social engineers know that they can infiltrate, the good guys with conspiracies, right? Because Look, conspiracy spread like wildfire on social media. People eat it up and chew it up and then spit it right back out, man. And it becomes even more wild once it gets spit out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's something that pays a lot of money. You know, when you do it, you make a lot of money. You see your viewership go up. You see the subs coming in. And it's hard not to do that when you know it works. It's, grasping a formula like that can make you more and more powerful, so to speak, more and more social media influence, then it's hard to let go. And it's, I'm sure being inundated with calls from all kinds of nut jobs all over different, departments of the CIA, you name it. All the people that are good at manipulation like this. I'm sure she's getting feeds from people that are just sending her down these rabbit holes that she firmly might even believe because of the credibility, so to speak, of some of the people, or the perceived credibility that some of these people offer when they bring forward said information,
Well, hey, I put out a fair warning to every truther out there, everybody that stands for freedom and is MAGA. And I basically said, you do know that the social engineers know what our weaknesses are. And they know that right now, conspiracies are more popular than ever, which is why they infiltrate them, and they also push bogus ones to make them spread. And they know that people will eat it up and spit it out, just like I said. And it's also a good way to discredit the real conspiracies that we have hard facts on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just to change the subject a lot of times, right? I mean, these things happen, big news comes out about something, and suddenly, another story breaks that, everybody turns to just not have to cover the other story, Happens all the time. Man, the media is great at that. The left are masters of this.
Mm-hmm.
Time and time again, so-and-so is guilty of this or that, and then boom, here's another shiny object to look at over here. While we're in South America, Chile just elected there were two options. There was one person who was rather rational. They call him far right. Jose Antonio Cast is his name, K-A-S-T. The other option was a straight up communist. So this guy won. He immediately went over to Milei in Argentina, and they had their celebration together, I'm sure, and talked policy and open trade and what they can do to make Argentina and Chile great again. And more power to them.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, Chile, decades ago, privatized their Social Security. And I haven't seen anything of that in years, but I'm really curious now that I mention it to go look at that and just see how it's done for them, because I imagine it was probably one of the best things they ever did. For people to put money into their own private Social Security accounts and for that to earn market rates of return.
I mean, it sounds like a Ron Paul thing, like he would do something like that. And I think there's some good points to it, because anytime you just put your trust in the government, it's not a good thing.
Yeah. Well, we're on the verge of doing that here in the United States, actually. We're in the infancy of it, but it was just funded by some very, very, very wealthy, like a Rockefeller type family that put, I don't know how many billions of dollars up to basically, they want to give every kid $1,000 savings account when they're born.
Yeah.
And then allow them to put money into that tax-free forever, kind of like an IRA, but, they seed it for you. And they'll, hopefully when we get stimulus checks and things like that, that'll go right into those accounts and, poof, 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 off we go. You've got a support system for the country that we can all, look to for security in the future versus Social Security, which will be bankrupt in the next decade.
Oh, yeah.
According to every prediction I've ever seen.
Trump is definitely going to focus in on empowering the individual. We've talked about that. He's totally for that kind of stuff. Now, I don't know if he's going to do something like that, but remember, he spoke multiple times about freedom cities, right, where people could have the opportunity to buy an affordable car, to have an opportunity to buy an affordable house. And with technology, man, they've got 3D printed houses that they can put up in one day, 24 hours, dude. We've got the technology, and it can be made affordable, and it could even be made green. You know what I'm saying? Not that we need to do that, but it could be, and done easily. Who's stopping that? That's the big question. It's the established time and time again. And we've got death taxes, inheritance taxes, property taxes. I just heard somebody today talking about how their yearly property tax went up from $5,000 to $15,000 a year. That's insane. You own the house, and they want to.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, that's the thing about it. You own the place. You shouldn't have to shell out $1,000 a month or more, just in property taxes. When you paid for the house, you lived through 30 years of paying down the mortgage, you've done the whole 9 yards. It should be yours.
$1,200 in Oklahoma will get you a decent apartment. Not in other places, but here in Tulsa, you can rent a home. Why own a home if you can rent a home for the same price? I mean, I don't know, man. It's the corruption is just take away. That is who the establishment is. It's who the globalists are. It's who the left is. And Trump is trying to make it better. That's a fact.
Yeah, it is, and I'm happy to see him out there doing it. And let's see what he has to say tonight. I think it'll be interesting, whatever it is. But we'll come around. You want to talk about Kiastama?
Yeah, Kiastama.
All right, we got 2 stories here from the UK, actually 3. Let's start with this one here. I think this one has the most details to it. Basically, the UK put out today a Islamophobia, anti-Muslim hatred definition. Okay? Because, they're really concerned with offending Muslims in the UK. Because they've seen what happens when you offend Muslims in the UK. They've seen what happens when you do it in France with Charlie Hebdo. It's not pretty. And so if you're going to go around, drawing a picture of Muhammad, we got to, have a little talk, because you could set off a terrorist attack that kills, 1,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
So they are very, very, very worried about this. Let's see. The draft definition reported by BBC, I'm reading from Gateway Pundit, by the way, on December 15, 25 states, anti-Muslim hostility is engaging in or encouraging criminal acts, including acts of violence, vandalism of property, harassment, intimidation, whether physical, verbal, written, or electronically communicated, which is directed at Muslims or those perceived to be Muslim because of their religion, ethnicity, or appearance. So, you're engaging in or encouraging criminal acts. Okay, you can't do that here in America. I bet that's already a crime over there too, right? To encourage criminal acts against people, against a race of people. We can't do that. That's, it is also the prejudicial stereotyping and racialization of Muslims as part of a collective group with set characteristics to stir up hatred against them, irrespective of their actual opinions, beliefs, or actions as individuals. Okay, so here's where it gets interesting, right? Mm-hmm. Prejudicial stereotyping of Muslims as part of a collective group with set characteristics.
Yeah.
Irrespective of actual opinions, beliefs, or actions of individuals.
Yeah, blanket stereotype.
So, yeah, to say that, hey, there's a lot of them that have been known to in the past, do terrorism, right? Not all Muslims are terrorists, obviously.
Sure.
But a lot of terrorists are Muslims.
Yep.
So where's the line there? Where do I break the law in saying what I'm saying?
Well, you just can't say anything negative about any Muslim at all, right? But I don't. Why are they always focusing in on just certain groups? The rule of law basically should apply across the board to everybody, because they're not saying anything about Muslims burning down Christmas marketplaces and disturbing Christmas marketplaces. I mean, I saw a couple of Muslims that just burned down a Christmas tree in a marketplace just the other day, and it's just well, why not go after that too? Why not say that's wrong? You shouldn't be hateful towards Christians. Why don't they? It doesn't go both ways. This is like an agenda that's just sick and twisted, designed to divide and to conquer, and to basically just bring scorched earth to an area.
Yeah, divide and conquer. But it's aimed at the people there. In the U.S. they constantly say that the biggest terrorist threat are domestic terrorists. MAGA.
Yeah,
are the biggest threat.
That's what Biden said over and over. White supremacists, biggest domestic threat.
And so I'm sure in the UK it's the same thing. The biggest threat are the British people who just want to see their country remain
Prosper.
English, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and remain English. You know, to go to downtown London and be, you know, one of your own people in your capital city. Instead of just like, you know, find the white guy down there, you know?
Yeah.
It's I guess I wish I could remember exactly what she said, but there's this game they play in, you know, Sydney or whatever, where they're like, you know, spot the Aussie. See if you can go down and spot an Aussie, you know. So yeah, does England have a right to have a English capital city? That when foreigners come to England and they go to the capital city of London, they meet an overwhelming number of English people. You go into a pub or wherever and it's English people.
Yeah.
Do they have that right? I guess not. You know, America's a little different, but the English have every right to England. The Irish have every right to Ireland. You know, the French have every right to France. Germans to Germany, or Deutschland, as they would call it.
Well, you can't ignore the elephant in the room with all of these radical Islamists saying basically, we're going to take over, man. We're going to bring in Sharia law. Do the videos.
Yeah.
Of this. It's just there's numerous videos of powerful, influential Islamists that basically want to take over. They meet out in the middle of the road and say, you know, we're going to take over. We're going to come into every family and you know, Islam will rule. I mean, this isn't like assimilation whatsoever. And that's why they're making it a hate crime, right? Speech and censorship and doing all that stuff is because they do want to burn it all down so they can rebuild it in their great reset. We never can forget their in-game goal, man. You know, we can talk about all these crazy things that they're doing, but if we don't understand why they're doing it, we can't wake people up. We've got to wake people up to how sinister and how nefarious this agenda is, and on many different levels, because crime rates go up, right? And then, of course, you have the Muslim grooming gangs that, and it wasn't all Muslims, but it was predominantly Muslims that were part of this grooming gang in the UK, and all this kind of crazy stuff where they take over entire cities, man, like 98% Muslim and kick out all the British. And the British people are so under Stockholm Syndrome, they pretend like it's not happening.
Yeah. It's a lot of the people they talk to that go out and speak about this live in these little enclaves that have not been affected in any way, shape, or form by this. Right? So they just see this diverse city, it's brilliant, and then they tuck into some, you know, $1,000 department store where, you know, they spend $4,000 on a dress and then go back to their limo, get back in it, and say, London's beautiful. I was just down there today. I love it.
Yeah.
You know?
Kind of like Amanda Seyfried, the actress, said, oh, socialism is great. What a wonderful idea. Well, it's wonderful for her because she'll never have to worry about it. You know, she's going to be rich and famous. She's got millions of dollars. I don't know what her net worth is worth, but it's millions. I think 40 million or something, but it's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, she's not worried. A lot of, you know, they're just not worried. Piers Morgan lives in a beautiful neighborhood. You know, he doesn't see any of this on his front door. Of course he's not worried about it because he doesn't see it. He doesn't have to, you know, he hasn't had to move because his neighborhood just completely changed and wasn't safe for him anymore. But on other UK news with Keir Starmer, we have breaking news that Trump has suspended a £31 billion tech prosperity deal with Britain over the online safety bill, which is hurting U.S. tech companies, i.e. X. So, you know, in defense of X, he's basically suspending a $31 billion tech deal with the UK. Elon bought X for about 40 billion, something in that range.
I think so.
$4.20 a share. I know that. So it goes to show that, you know, having friends in high places works, right? We always joked about how, you know, Elon would look at Trump and say, yeah, but I'm the richest man in the world. You know, and he'd say, well, I'm the most powerful. I'm the most powerful.
Yeah, the richest and the most powerful together. Wonder Twin powers activate.
Exactly. So, you know, the UK's got that coming to them with this online tech censorship that they're doing. And good luck to them. You know, I wish them all the best with their new, you know, dystopian future.
Their newfound dystopian future. There you go.
Yeah. And I too welcome their overlords.
Yeah, those reptilian overlords, I tell you.
Pledge allegiance to the reptilian overlords because, folks, we don't have much choice at this point.
That's it. You will bow down and obey.
Exactly. And on that note, let's take a break, folks. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we are on radio break.
Right, Barry?
Yes, sir. That was a good 20 minutes, real quick. It went by fast, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they do, don't they? I
Yeah.
look up half the time and I'm like, oh, God.
We're down to the last half hour of this year, baby. Yeah.
Yup. We are.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy New Year. Bring out my Oklahoma accent just for you guys, because I love you, man. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna
Dude,
go.
I met a girl
Go ahead.
from Oklahoma a few years ago,
Mhm.
and she was super hot, seemed really cool. I
Yep.
couldn't understand a word she said, though. I just couldn't.
She-
I would just look at her and-
Oklahoma.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Yeah, she had this real loud. It should sound like Boomhauer.
Mm.
You
Yeah.
know, it was like talking to Boomhauer, and I just couldn't. I couldn't. I was like, I really want to kind of get to know you. You seem really cool, but I just can't understand a word you say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
My friends would be like, dude, she's asking you how your day was. Like, what the hell? How do I have to translate this? I'm like, I don't know, dude. It's not English.
Yeah.
Roger
too
said
bad.
he almost got laid in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Almost, but not quite, I guess. Whatever.
Hey, 60% of the time it works 100% of the time, Roger.
Yeah, there you go. Oh. His excuse was he got drunk.
Mm. Here's some static, man. Is that you, Mark? Static? Are you static?
Static. No.
Static on the radio. I hear it, man. It's like. Nope.
Is it
No.
constant? I don't hear it.
No, you might have heard my pipe when I, there's probably some moisture in the pipe.
Turn your mic
Oh,
off.
your crack pipe. That's right, because it kind of bubbles up and sizzles in there.
Turn your mic off for 1
What?
second. I just want to hear.
It's-
I'll shoot you. I just want to see if it, because it's like a suit. I mean, it's like major hiss, man.
Wait, I don't hear it. Oh, you might hear my fan.
You need noise. That's what it is. That's probably, it's hitting the mic. The wind is. That's what it is. It's got to be.
That's not aimed there. That's what she said, though.
It's that soundproof studio that you're in. You know.
Oh. I just heard something for about a second.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm doing clickety click, so that one.
I just have a question. Is it just me, but are there way too many elderly rockers that need to retire? Have you noticed that?
Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw some stuff by David Lee Roth and Vince Neil, and who else did I see that was just like sounding terrible? It's like, man, you need to stop, dude.
Yeah. I bet you go down to Santa Monica like tonight and probably hear a selection of maybe 4 or 5 different like one-hit wonder bands from the 80s that are still out there every night doing their thing.
I just heard Guns N' Roses with Axl Rose is getting ready to reunite, and I'm pretty sure that Axl Rose's voice is gone. I don't know, and last time I saw him performing, he was so weak that he was having to perform while sitting down.
He hit his voice. He pushed his voice to the edge, man. You know what I mean? Like
30 seconds, guys.
Yeah, he did, and that's why he doesn't have it left. You know, he probably didn't, do proper
Yeah.
exercises and take care of his voice like he should have.
Well, it's a rock star and
Yeah, well,
making $1 billion a year at
it is hard
22.
to keep your voice going at that age. But there are a few rockers that have, right? A few.
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Wednesday night edition for December 17th, 2025. Folks, this is our last show of the year. We're going to take a much-needed vacation and come back to you on the 1st of January. Well, not on the 1st, but the first Wednesday of January, 2026. So stay tuned. We might do some fun things in the meantime. So check out our social media. Always, stay up to date with that. If you want to see any of the relevant links to the articles we discussed tonight and our sources, so to speak, you can always get them at minds.com, minds.com/censorshipsucks. I post everything over there. And it's a great place to go keep up with the show and what we're doing. And, again, fact check. If you want to go, find all my original sources, they're there. In black and white, and they're red all over, like a newspaper. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
It's black and white and red all over. Yep. So Barry, let's talk about. We touched on this earlier, but President Trump drops a bomb. Election was rigged in 2020. We have all the ammunition. It's coming out in truckloads. So you want to hear it? Let's play a clip.
Yep.
That's all they're good
C-SPAN.
at cheating in elections. Very good at cheating. They're professionals at cheating. Because we won in 2016 by a lot. The election was rigged in 2020. We have all the ammunition, all the stuff, and you'll see it come out. It's coming out in truckloads. And California's election, New York also, but California more than any other place is so rigged. It's such a rigged election. We won the Hispanic vote. So a lot of people say Republican wouldn't win California, but I won the Hispanic vote. I won in Miami. Think of that. In Miami, I won the Hispanic vote. Along the Texas border, I won every single city or town touching the Texas border, and they're 85 to 90% Hispanic. We won the Hispanic vote. If the vote in California was legitimate, which it's not, they have 38 million ballots. Everything is mail-in voting. They mail out 38 million ballots, and they come in. Where the hell do they go, and where do they come from? It's a rigged election in California because we would win California by a lot. And again, they feel they have the advantage with Hispanic. They don't.
We would win California by a lot. I mean, do you believe that, Barry?
I think that's 100% true. Yeah, of course, man.
Do you think he could win California by a lot if they just had, fair, transparent elections?
Yeah, I do believe that.
That's saying a lot. Do I think the fraud is that bad in California? Yeah, I don't doubt it for a second. But man, those liberal enclaves are everywhere out there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got the Central Valley, all the farmers, sure, Stockton, Bakersfield, all those types of cities. But, gosh, LA, San Diego, you could take. San Francisco, forget about it. Berkeley, never. And then everything on the coast going north is probably far left as well. But, they've got so much drugs and problems up there, homeless people everywhere, that who knows, maybe people would look for a change. But, they got, not Pete Buttigieg, but Swalwell is running for governor of California.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, the guy hasn't lived in California for years and years and years. His main residency is in Washington, D.C. And on his form that he filled out to, run for governor, he listed his home address as his lawyer's address.
How does that work, I wonder? Yeah. Will they just will they let that fly? And is he going to be able to run?
He is, a senator from there. But is he in the House or the Senate? I think he's in the House. But yeah, no, he's going to say, yeah, I'm going to run, and no one's going to stop me, and they probably won't stop him. Because it's not like Gavin cares.
Yeah. I don't think he is known for loving the rule of law.
Yeah. If he was running against Gavin Newsom, Gavin would say, no, you can't do that. You'd have the Secretary of State or whoever nullify his application and say, no, you don't live here, bro.
Which means Gavin's going to run for president, probably.
Yeah, oh yeah, without a doubt. There's no way he's not running for president. And, he'll be up against AOC and whatnot. But, here it is. Trump saying that they've got all the data. They got it all. It's all coming out. The election was rigged.
Yep. I think this is what we can expect in 2026. Not just investigations, not just announcements of the fraud, but actual arrests, indictments, and convictions. That's going to take place in 2026. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yep, it is. And I'll tell you, it starts right here with our next story about money laundering. We've covered this many times, but I want to keep on pounding away at the story because it's a big one and it's not getting the traction that it needs. The left-wing fundraising site, Act Blue, which is where so much money goes through, has all kinds of issues with basically donations that are coming from what they would call Smurfs. Somebody who is, let's say you're 85 years old and you donate $300,000 to a campaign, but you do it in, say, 15,000 separate small donations from one person.
Right.
It's shocking. I mean, not all the ones are that blatant. Let's see, a guy named Michael Berger of Pennsylvania donated $1,324,205 and 24,680 separate donations. There's 365 days in a year. Start dividing that out, and how many donations do you need to do a day to get to that kind of number?
And how illegal is that?
It's incredibly illegal if this is what's happening.
Exactly. And you should probably refresh everybody's memory about, I think it was the James O'Keefe disclosures that he found with Act Blue as well. Kind of get everybody up to speed with that again, because that plays a part into what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. I mean, James O'Keefe went out to some of these doors, knocked on them and said, hey, you're listed here as donating 25,000 times to this campaign over the last couple of years. Do you recall doing that? Because you should recall it, because it means you would have donated 45 times a day, every day for the last 2 years, or 5 years in some cases, right? And they're like, no, we would.
Modest incomes too, right? They were just average Joes. They didn't have that kind of money.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, I gave like $500 or $50 or something.
Well, that's the thing. They get somebody who actually donates like $50 or something, and then they pull that name out of a hat and start using it, over and over and over. There's a person named Wendy Zorn of New Jersey who allegedly donated over 8,000 and 1,300 separate donations that averaged $6.36 each. Right? So 390 donations that were less than $2 each.
Yeah.
Why are you going to sit there all day donating $2?
Right. It's fishy.
You have nothing to do all day but just donate $2 over and over and over. I mean, 1,300 separate donations. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. No argument for me.
So it goes on and on and on. There's a lot of people that are, directly involved in this, or the recipients of these donations. And for me, it just seems like this is blatant corruption. And it needs to be rooted out immediately, because this is what's funding the far left. It's coming from, I would imagine, the George Soroses of the world, the billionaires that they all say they're against.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
We hate the billionaires. Well, guess what? The billionaires are secretly finding illegal ways to funnel all this money into your coffers of the people that pretend to be on your side, the people who claim to be fighting for your rights who really just don't care.
What was that nation that recently passed some bill? It was called the Soros Act. You know, so, I mean, people are catching on, dude. That's all I'm saying. I can't remember. I thought maybe you might know what I'm talking about.
Soros is from Hungary, and they have some of the strongest laws against him doing anything in their country, like of any country on the planet.
Yeah,
you know, because they understand what he's about. They won't even let him in, and he's from there.
Yeah,
and they're like, no, we don't want your money. We don't want your wars. We don't want your, your color revolutions, any of that stuff. Keep it out of here. Because I mean, he had made a career of busting down economies so he could short the currency and make a fortune. I mean, that's how he got rich. He's the man that broke the Bank of England.
Yeah, and this whole thing with NGOs and all the corruption with NGOs, I mean, what a perfect plan. I mean, if you're going to launder money, is there any better place than through a charity, where people don't suspect anything? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And maybe the oversight isn't that looked into because it is a charity, It's kind of scary, man, where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's like, hey, nobody's going to audit you. Once it gets into that NGO, it's gone. It's dust. It's just a dot on the horizon. It is gone. You can't audit it. You can't check anything out. And so when they send billions and billions of dollars to these NGOs and they say, well, it's to feed the children or to do whatever it is. Well, no, it's probably not.
Yeah.
It's probably for a lot of things other than that. Doctors Without Borders.
Or they get caught and they go, well, we gave 1% to the cause. The rest was expenditures, took 99% to make it all happen. Well, okay, show us that paper trail.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like that.
Well, you've got organizations like, the Bill and Hillary Clinton Foundation, where they want to have a, massive footprint. So they want to get to that like $100 billion mark and money in the coffers. So when they go out and say, hey, we're going to help Haiti, and people all picked up their phones and said, here's money, money, money. They spent, 1 or 2% of that. A charity, if it's going to make, say, 3% a year on its, money, then it can spend, say, 1 or 2% a year without getting smaller and smaller and smaller into irrelevance as time goes on. They want these things to live on forever.
Oh, yeah.
And so they only spend a few percentage of what they have in the coffers. And heck, how much of that goes to, again, Chelsea's wedding?
I mean,
how many jets were flying around for that thing?
As Trump is trying to tear down those walls, man, they're just trying to put another brick in the wall. These leftist, globalist, corrupt establishment stooges. I mean, they just keep putting another brick in that wall while we're trying to tear it down so we can basically restore the rule of law, restore America, restore free speech. I mean, we're still suffering from censorship here in the United States of America, still, right?
Yeah. Exactly. And it's this back and forth table tennis match, where one party just wants to shut everything down and control it all, and the other one is fighting for your freedoms. It's fighting for your economy. It's putting America first. Mm-hmm. And why there's such a visceral hate towards, say, hey, let's lower taxes, let's lower costs, let's make it easier to do business. Why is there such a visceral hatred towards that? I mean, they've been screaming about global warming for 30 years now, 40 years, 50 years, and 10 years. I mean, we keep getting that warning from Al Gore that we're 10 years away from total, annihilation. And even now, Bill Gates is coming out in the recent months and saying, hey, we kind of overdid it. It's not as bad and catastrophic as we maybe thought it was.
Yeah, and meanwhile, they continue with their agenda elsewhere, right? That's just for the American points. Yet the globalists are pushing their global agenda in every nation where they can, using their foothold strategy. And they're even using it in places here in America still.
Oh, yeah. It just switches. Ford just came out and said they're stopping their EV production because they lost, I don't know how many billions of dollars, 15 billion or something.
Yeah.
And they're like, it just doesn't make sense. No one wants an electric F-150. They all want gas or diesel. And why do they want diesel? Because they all work on farms in the middle of nowhere and they got to haul stuff around. That's why you buy an F-150, And getting an electric one is great till the power goes out and you can't work tomorrow because your old reliable truck won't start.
Yeah, I don't think they're real happy with the Trump agenda, and I think that's why they continue to sabotage him. Anybody that thinks that Trump's not making progress just ought to look at how the globalists and the left are reacting. If he wasn't doing great damage to their nefarious agenda, they wouldn't be coming at him so strong.
Yeah. Yeah, the constant, he's the worst, and he's Hitler, and he's all these things. It's like, relax, man. Take a pill. Just relax. Just sit on the couch, have a glass of wine, watch, some TV that's not CNN or The View.
Sure. Yeah.
And relax a little bit. Watch a movie.
Yeah, take a chill pill.
Mm-hmm. And ask yourself, is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? And you're going to find out it's not. Life is just, every day you wake up and pretty much it's the same as it was yesterday. For most people, right? You wake up, you got all the routine you do, you run through the routine, you get home and you're tired again, you go to bed.
Mm-hmm. So,
I don't know, man. People think it's just the end of the world and they're at war with us and they're going to, well, no, man, no. All right, so in the little bit of time we have left, let's go to Minnesota. All kinds of stuff happening out there. You got Ilhan Omar, like, dead to rights. She married her brother.
Yeah.
Dead to rights, folks.
Okay.
It's dead to rights. They've got the proof. It's a real thing. She married her brother to get him citizenship here in the United States. It also turns out she lied about how she got her own citizenship. She said she got it when she was 17 when her parents came here. Well, she was 18 when her parents came here. And later on, when she ran for Congress, she went and changed her birth date on all these forms and whatnot. So something fishy going on there. She might have never even been eligible for American citizenship when she got it because she was too old. So then we get into the money, $1 billion in fraud minimum in the, Feeding Our Future program.
Yep.
These guys stealing money from a program meant to feed kids. All kinds of fraud left and right. It's popping up in state after state after state. Well, let's go to John Kennedy on the floor of the House reading out a memo that he found from an internal memo from the Attorney General, Keith Ellison's office. And this is from C-SPAN.
Feeding Our Futures went to the state and said, if you stop giving us this money, we're going to call you racist and we're going to sue you. And you don't want to be in the news. Now, here's what, and you say, well, why didn't the employees do something? They did. They told the people higher up, the people with the flags in their office. And you know what they did? Nothing. You know why? Well, here's what the legislative auditor in Minnesota said. He said that the threat of litigation and the negative press affected how the state politicians use their regulatory power. And here's what a fraud investigator in the Attorney General's office said. She said, there is a perception that, I'm quoting now, that forcefully tackling this issue would cause political backlash from the Somali community, which is a core voting bloc for Democrats.
Okay.
There you have it.
If they go after this fraud, so they knew about it, should we go after them? No, because they're a core voting bloc for the Democrats, the Somali community. They'll be called racist and every other name in the book because they're going after crime, rampant crime, $8 billion of fraud, trying to get a grip on it.
Yeah.
And this is who Kamala Harris tapped to be her VP, this guy from Minnesota. Have you seen the flag from Minnesota? Do you know what that looks like, Bullhorn Barry?
Al-Qaeda flag? I have no idea.
It's the Somali flag.
Okay.
They made it, a little different, but it's the same like sun. It's the same exact colors. It's the same exact everything. And they changed it in 2024. So Tim Walz, under his wisdom, changed the Minnesota flag from something that looked like, any other state. It was like a blue background with a big crest and maybe a deer or something in there. and change it into something that almost exactly replicates the Somali flag. And folks at home, if you've got internet in front of you, look it up. Look up Minnesota flag, then look up Somali flag. And if that doesn't wake you up a little bit, I don't know what will. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. It's just, it goes on and on and on. Let's see. I
got a
this
question
story
before you
has
go on though. I have a question. Like
Yep.
all this fraud, this $1 billion fraud in Minnesota. Is this like pre-Trump, being reelected, or does this continue into his second term? Do you know?
Well, this started. I think Ilhan Omar put together the bill to create this Feeding the Future, fund in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. So it started sometime after that and has only escalated through the Biden years into the Trump years, where a whistleblower finally reached out and someone said, "What? What happened?"
Oh, so it was ongoing for the last year as well. This is not just something that took place, which to me is just proof of the audacity of the left. They really think they can get away with anything, even though Trump's the president now. But there's a new sheriff in town. If you're up to shenanigans, there's going to be whistleblowers that come forward, and something will be done about it this time. It won't be like the Biden regime where things get ignored.
Yeah. They had a deal there where you could take, and you'd probably be a perfect candidate for this, Barry. You've got elderly parents that are, not necessarily bedridden, and, you've got to take care of their every need, but, they're old enough to look good on paper. You fill out a form and you can get up to $100,000 a year to take care of your parents, to be their, their guardians. But they don't really, no one checks on it. So you can just keep living the life you live. They keep living the life they live. You send them a cut maybe, or you don't tell them about it at all. Right? Or maybe you're a good kid and you send them, here's half the money. And you're each getting an extra $45,000 a year from the government for basically nothing, for just filling out this little loophole.
All that money that flows out of the Liberal Party, man, it doesn't seem like there's really any accountability so much of the time. You know what I'm saying? It's like it disappears, sort of like the money in Ukraine. Yeah. It just kind of disappears. We don't know where it all went. Even Zelensky has admitted he doesn't know where billions have gone.
Oh, yeah, and they're putting together these panels to look into it, and they're fighting them like crazy over there, Well,
yeah.
I mean, they're fighting it tooth and nail to say, no, you will not look at our inside our structures and where this money goes. It's our business. It's our money now. Like it or lump it. It's our money. Go away. And so, yeah, they're not going to have an election anytime soon. Which is exactly, Zelensky needs this war to rage on as much as Putin does,
Mm-hmm.
He needs this thing to rage on because he goes to jail the minute they start auditing everything. And he'll need to, sell his mansions in Miami and move to some country that doesn't have an extradition treaty with the U.S. or Ukraine or many other countries,
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a mess.
It is a mess, Barry. But it's not a mess?
Tell me.
Saving money in the holiday season. No, I'm kidding. But we are getting into our last 2 minutes of the show here. So let's take it down a notch. I don't know, man. It's been a long time since you've said a prayer. Why don't you give us a Christmas prayer in the last minute and 50 seconds we have left?
Okay. Wow. Okay. Heavenly Father, I pray that we would have a safe Christmas this year, that America would be protected from terrorist attacks, that each family would be blessed, that Trump would get his agenda accomplished that is for the betterment of humanity and the betterment of all Americans. I pray that you would protect all of us, protect the border, protect Donald Trump, our president, put an end to all the violent insanity and the madness. And Lord, a prayer that I pray almost every day now is to end the chemtrails, because your word says that the heavens declare your glory. And we're not seeing the heavens declaring your glory with chemtrails covering our skies. It's doom and gloom with global dimming almost every day in my area. And I just pray, Lord, that would be exposed and that all the people that are behind that would be held accountable. In fact, I pray that 2026, that all the evildoers in this world who have done massive crimes against humanity would be held accountable for what they have done, and that arrest, indictments, and convictions would take place so that your justice can be made. All of these things I pray in Jesus' mighty name.
Amen. That was good, Barry. You sent us off into the holiday season here with a little fire in our belly, I think. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Thank you all so much for listening in. You can find Barry over on X at Bullhorn Barry. And you can find me over at mine, censorshipsucks.com. We got to go here. Stay tuned for more from DREAGUS Productions right after this.
Great show tonight, guys. And Vlad the Vamp hosted in tonight with 11 folks. Appreciate you, Vlad. I hope you had a great stream tonight. And there will be more streams coming, but nothing live for the radio side. It's just...
hey, Barry, thanks so much for tonight.
Yeah,
I
appreciate you guys so much.
Eric,
thanks, Mark.
You had a great year. See you next year or somewhere in between. I'm sure we're going to come up and do something in between. And,
What was that, Barry?
And thanks for hooking me up with Brent and making sure tonight.
Yeah, if you do something, let me know and see if I might be able to make it. It depends on what it is. So
yeah. All right. I'm going to go ahead and switch over and get Jack rolling. So you guys have a good one.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep. All right. Good night.
Good night.
I'm going to end this one, and I am coming over, and the stream continues with Jack Carey and the Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Show. If I can get in there. Uh-oh. Nope, it's not working for me. Hold on here. We'll get this up and running here in just a sec. Teams did a little crash on me. But I'm going to get Jack up and rolling here in just a sec or so. Hope everybody is out there and... Hello, hello, hello. Jack, are you there? Let me, yeah. Well, Teams is being a little funky tonight, but I'm going to get it going. It's calling him up right now. We'll get Jack rolling here in just a sec. There we go. On the OBS. Hey, Jack, are you there?
Hello, I am. How are you?
Doing pretty good so far. Just had a little bit of a Teams crash, but I recovered.
Teams crash.
Teams
bummer.
crash. Yeah, imagine that, right?
Right. That's a bummer.
Yeah.
But well.
Hope you were doing well tonight, and
Yeah, everything's going all right. It's going to be a kind of a laid-back, nonchalant year in review kind
I
of
was
show.
going to ask you about that. If you wanted to do a review show, that would be, that's right up what tonight's all about.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm just kind of covering everything that I've been going over for the full year and kind of where we're up to where we're at now. So, but
So how the dog's doing and the wife?
they're doing great. They're enjoying, we've been getting a ton of snow, and my wife is Norwegian and loves snow. So absolutely loves it. So, you know, when you get 5 inches of snow and 60-mile-an-hour winds, that's a happy day. You get to sit by the fire and
Cuddle. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great time. Yeah.
So, but no, we've had our share of winter weather, and we got more coming. Tomorrow, it's 60-mile-an-hour winds again.
Wow. 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, along with a lot of snow. I do have a brand new Ariens Deluxe snowblower that has a 28-inch, you know, cross section on it, but still, it's brutal.
Yeah.
Such is the way in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories.
Yep. Almost there, Jack. We're almost there for tonight.
As always, I've got my YouTube crew on here this evening. They're just
Have you noticed?
on the side,
Have you
on the
noticed?
side, and
Go ahead.
what's that?
Have you noticed? I did some changes to how I do the encores now. I'm clipping out the video. But anyways, you got less than 30 seconds, and yeah, hopefully that'll help your YouTubes as well, and mine.
Yeah.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live for the first time in the last for the last part of the stream right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live's last show of 2025. We are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic and now frozen tundra nuclear wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by not the paranormal duo, but the paranormal trio, crime-fighting trio, Daisy, River, the new snow leopard, and the Sundance Kid. So we've got a new rescue here at the missile silo. I lovingly call our place here the Dreaming Doodle Retirement Ranch of Wayward Animals. So that's kind of what we've got going on here. If you're a lost animal soul in the world, lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories, then you likely end up here. So we've got quite a crew going on, but they're all three working security tonight in the silo. And tonight is our last show of 2025. And we're just going to kind of have a year in review, casual, laid back show tonight. As always, I've got, well, not as always, but of late, I've got my YouTube crew on the side over here that I will be sharing all of this with shortly. But, man, it's been a crazy week. I debated really what to talk about on the show this week, and it evolved into a variation of a theme from a hit TV series that was a hit sci-fi novel by Philip K. Dick called The Man in the High Castle. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that watched that series or have read the book and know the storyline. But when I say variation on a theme, you know, something occurred back on October the 10th that kind of led me down a line of thinking maybe a new rabbit hole. I can't quite decide yet if it's a new rabbit hole or an old one newly discovered. But on October the 10th, there was a meltdown in the cryptocurrency markets, and they've really not recovered since then. And if you've been following my show, you'll know that cryptocurrencies are a big part of it right now, because that's where the cyber prophecies, as I like to call them, led us into it. The cyber prophecies, as I like to explain, are a combination of the original Alta reports generated by the webbot so many years ago, combined with a lot of Vedic astrology predictions, and now AI generated OSINT, and that's something I wanted to talk about. People are like, what is OSINT? It's open sourced intelligence gathering. And this and the crypto meltdown on October the 10th led me into this new rabbit hole idea I have of our version, the Earth's version, our reality matrix's version of the man in the high castle. And I'll get to exactly what that means. But since October the 10th, there was what ended up causing it. It was a big mystery for a while, because all of a sudden there was just a meltdown on every cryptocurrency you can imagine, almost simultaneously. Something which has bothered me for quite a while now is the fact that none of the cryptocurrencies move independently of one another. That's very odd. And I mean, to the second, they'll either turn green or go red with each other. That is algorithmic, machine-driven buying and selling on a scale that basically usurps the retail investor's ability to do any sort of price movement themselves. And on October the 10th, according to Tom Lee and his research department, and he's one of the, all-stars of Wall Street, and owns BitMine Immersion Technologies, a company that does nothing but buys Ethereum. It's a treasury company. They raise money and buy Ethereum, and now they control 5% of the Ethereum supply. But his technical department's one of the best on Wall Street. And his guys told him that Binance, which is a major cryptocurrency exchange, lack of a better term, had a stable coin, and all stable coins are linked to the US dollar. So stable coins should always hold the price of $1. They should always say $1 on their bids or whatever. Some sort of glitch in their system caused this one stable coin to flash 65 cents instead of $1. And that started the biggest liquidation cascade in the entire history of cryptocurrency. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of leveraged positions were wiped out in an instant. And that led me to the idea of superior information. And first of all, I like to put it out there, I'm a polymath with a photographic memory. And so it can be hard sometimes for me to take the collage of information in my mind and present that in a linear fashion in such a way that it conveys valuable information to somebody else, right? So that's what I attempt to do on this show. But what that led me down was this idea of thinking that somebody somewhere positioned in a high enough place, i.e. the man in the high castle, had superior information and knew how to cause that to occur, or they knew beforehand that it was going to occur. Either way, the result was the same. There are a couple of trackable traders who shorted the market literally minutes before the liquidation occurred, and they made hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. That's somebody who's operating with superior information. Could it be that that somebody was our version of the man in the high castle? Imagine that you can take today, like we never thought that this would be even possible, but you can take not only one version of artificial intelligence, but you can take multiple versions of it, everything from open AI to chat GBT to Grok, you name it. Take all of those and literally layer them on top of one another to create a super intelligence, and then apply open source intelligence gathering techniques to that, completely gets rid of the idea that you need any other intelligence gathering mechanism. That's all you need. OSINT, or Open Source Intelligence Gathering, as the CIA likes to refer to it, is already so advanced that they say we live in the age of no more secrets. Because if you know where to look, what you're looking for, the answer to any question you might have about any secret you might have, has been published in some form or fashion at some point in the trackable past. In other words, you will be able to find that in published form. It's not like it was published way back in the Library of Alexandria and it all burned. Yeah, that happened, but we're talking about in the past like 80 years or so. And now you have tools that can literally analyze all of that information within microseconds and come up with an intelligent summary of that information. If you know how and what you're looking for and how to ask the right question and direct it in the right direction of where to find that information, you could potentially have, theoretically speaking, a group of people, small perhaps, or even an individual out there who has been able to sort of crack the code to such a degree and are asking the right questions that they are the man in the high castle. Do they know if they're the man in the high castle? That's a good question. And, you know, it's all part of the same theoretical rabbit hole, but that's what we do, is we examine theoretical rabbit holes on the PIA radio show. And, you know, we also have a bunch of cryptid information that has come along this year. It's been gratifying in one way and frustrating in another. First of all, the scientists at Skinwalker Ranch and at the Pentagon's OSAP program have conclusively linked the Dogman phenomenon with the UFO phenomenon. Something that I already reported on many times, and there's a video on my YouTube channel going back years ago where I pointed that link out. You know, when the farmer that owns all of the land around Bray Road, and I'm talking about the Beast of Bray Road, what started the whole Dogman phenomenon with Linda Godfrey and her reporting of the Beast of Bray Road. When that guy appeared on a documentary, a little known and very little seen documentary that was aired on like a paranormal channel that I have on like Samsung television, right? Right. But he was on a documentary, and he was on there for a while, and he talked about the fact that he had seen this beast of Brie Road a number of times, and even went to bait it with a dead deer carcass, right? And he put cameras all over his field. He went all out. And when he baited the beast of Bray Road with this deer carcass, instead of bringing in the beast, the cameras caught a fog forming in the middle of the field, and the fog slowly drifts over the carcass, obscures the view of the camera, and when the fog dissipates, the carcass is gone. Right? He did find tracks. I reported on this in my book, Bigfoot Unleashed, but he found tracks that were very unusual because they had 5 toes, but 7 pads. Highly unusual genetic marker that's not found in any other canines. And when he reviewed the footage of all of his cameras, what he discovered was a ton of UFO activity over his fields. He saw craft and lights and orbs and all kinds of stuff, right? Right away, I knew this guy was telling the truth. He's just an old, elderly farmer in Wisconsin that could care less other than this thing spit on his land and killing his cattle, he said. As the other thing was he had cattle mutilations occurring on his property at the same time as dogman sightings. We know cattle mutilations are directly connected to the UFO phenomenon. Those two things are not going to occur in the same place at the same time unless there's a causal connection between the two. And then the scientists published the book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, in which they said that they had a direct dogman encounter as a result of their investigation into the UFO phenomenon. Therefore, the cryptid mystery of the dogman has to now be viewed in only that light, because we have conclusive evidence that it's linked. Why is it linked? That is the evolution of the mystery. So, could they be using these things as like a ground avatar? Could they be using it as a way to direct attention from their other activities? There's all kinds of theories. And also, you have the Bigfoot community beginning to delve into and accept the idea that there's something far more paranormal to the Bigfoot phenomenon than just a undiscovered hominid species living in the wild. There's something bigger going on there, and there's also a UFO link to them. This is something I predicted in my book Paranormal Planet 20 years ago. In my Unified Field Theory of Paranormal Activity, I talk about, I predict that any bipedal cryptid animal like Dogman or Bigfoot will have to have either an interdimensional or a Type 3 civilization connection of some kind. There's a good reason for that. And the reason is that the genetic scientists who examined DNA both from Sasquatch and from a dogman, yes, they did get DNA from a dogman, and a genetic scientist who I personally have talked to examined that hair sample, and in both cases it was concluded that the mitochondrial DNA was human. The lineage on the mother's side is human. The paternal side was unknown, something the scientists at the World Genetic Bank said is impossible. It's not impossible if it's a chimera construct from a non-human intelligence, which is exactly what the genetic scientist I talked to said that these things were. They were chimera constructs, okay? That's just the way it is. Their DNA is so advanced because it was created to be that advanced. They were created to have the agility, the speed, the intelligence, you name it, that they have in order for them to do what it is they're intended to do in the wild. We can postulate what that ability is, or what that purpose of their existence is. Maybe the type 3 civilization who genetically modified these creatures see them as sort of the seed corn of the whole planet. Maybe they are, if humanity fails, if all the other kind of hominids fail, these things are so well adapted to planetary conditions, maybe they succeed. I don't know. When you're talking about a chimera species created by a type 3 civilization, almost anything is possible, right? And we have to go where the evidence leads us, not where we would like it to lead us. Because we always would like it to lead us somewhere comfortable, right? But just like the disappearing track lines that I've come across in the wild that just stop dead cold mid-stride, they usually don't lead you anywhere very comfortable. So it's those uncomfortable places, the places that Austin Osman Spare once called the neither, that you usually come closest to the truth, even though truth can sometimes fluctuate in this materium, because let's face it, it's a extremely malleable materium that we live in. Extremely malleable. And that sort of leads us into the disclosure movement. So with cryptids, bipedal cryptids now need to be seen in a whole other light, right? So if they're bipedal, they're not of a natural biological origin on this planet. In fact, their existence goes against all known biological science as we understand it. There is no biological science that allows for an upright walking, canine-headed, primate-bodied like animal. It's just not going to happen naturally on our Earth. There has to be something else at work there, right? So all of those are reasons why. I will add this little interesting note, and that's the fact that Linda Godfrey was once contacted by a man who claimed that he was a CIA agent and an active remote viewer in their program, and that they had targeted so-called dogmen. Well, that makes sense, given the fact that all these CIA scientists at Skinwalker Ranch and at the Pentagon had dogman encounters. No wonder they turned to their remote viewers in the CIA and said, hey guys, target this and tell us what's going on. Well, one of these guys contacted Linda Godfrey, who I knew personally. I knew Linda personally. And she even wrote in her book, Real Wolfmen of North America, that she was contacted by this individual. She was provided with enough credentials that she could verify that she was in fact talking to somebody who claimed to be who they said they were. So this guy ends up relaying to her that their findings were that these dogman creatures were genetically constructed by an alien species, as I predicted in my book, and that they were left here. I found that interesting. That's not something I had predicted. And that they possessed a strange kind of technology. It was like these orbs, these little balls that they carry around. They're like little black spheres. And they can like concentrate on them and it'll open up a portal. And they step through that dimensional portal into another place on the planet. He also said that they had a type of bio armor. So, being a Dogman field researcher, we have lots of people who say they shot them with high-powered weapons up close and it didn't have any effect. Well, this guy confirmed that they were wearing a type of armor and that they had a bioluminescence to their fur, something which has also shown up in some photographic evidence. But all of this leads us into the whole Type 3 civilization idea and back into the man in the high castle at the same time. And we're going to get into that a bit deeper right after our upcoming break here. What else did I have right before break? Trying to think on my notes. Well, we'll get into all of that. We'll get back into cryptocurrencies, and I can't forget silver. Silver. So I started talking about silver before $50. Today it hit 67. And we'll talk about that right after our break.
All right, we're on radio break. That was kind of close, but we got it.
Good.
That's all right. John went a little over on his break too, on the first one, and I'm like, you were a little over, and he's normally right on. He's like, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm like, I know what you were thinking. Instead of taking it at the 25-minute mark, you were thinking 20-till mark when we do it on Sundays. And it's really, it's real simple to do that. I'm like, so long as we, we're consistent, we're fine,
Right.
Because
so no, I tried to be dead on and watch my clock.
Yeah, we're good. Like, but yeah. Well, so what do you got planned over the holiday there, Jack?
It's gonna be a quiet holiday, just with family coming, and it's all South Dakota family here, but nothing big, that's for sure. How about you?
The first part of it is going to be pretty quiet. That's why I asked you if you wanted to do a special in between. And I wanted to get back with you. I know I sent you some links over on Facebook about Jeff's channel over on YouTube. He seems to go out, and he doesn't seem to be just an armchair investigator like me.
He does some field investigation.
Yeah, I think he does some field investigations, but he also uses his audience to do, to get back with him. Hey, I'm in this area. I'll check it out for you. And they'll send him stuff, and yeah, that helps out too. And he's really into Dogman, and he touches on Bigfoot, but he's also been touching on the the UFO stuff here lately too. So you might want to check him out, and if you get him and some other folks in here, to do a special, just let me know. Give me a day, that you want to do it. Monday evenings, Tuesday evenings, and
sure.
Even over the weekend would be great.
Yeah, that's fine. Any of those Mondays or, believe it or not, Wednesday nights, which are our usual night, or my busiest night. The other nights of the week are usually not as busy as Wednesday. Wednesday is just a crazy day for me. But
the reason why I picked Wednesday night to do radio, it's the toughest night in radio. During this slot. So when you get listeners, and you're good at it, like we are, we just haven't expanded as far as we probably could. If I'm honest, if I ever could monetize, it would definitely be expanded further and further out. But, You
Oh,
know,
sure.
but
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that you can't. On your end, and I encourage all my hosts to do that. So
Yeah, I don't know. I've tried forever to try to monetize stuff, and it
Yeah.
just these days I'm just in it to convey some truth out into the world,
no, I'm thinking, what you could do is
and sell my books.
well, what I'm thinking
Yeah.
that you could do maybe is attach your some of your shows to NFT
Oh yeah.
and do it that way. That seems to work good for some folks. Anyways, here's your
I didn't.
countdown: 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, at Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, the host that has a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision. And tonight we're having our year-end review show. It's been an interesting year. It's been a weird year. Personally, something good did happen the other day, Mark. So I got offered and have accepted to be a permanent artist in a gallery in town. So they're going to have some of my paintings on permanent display there for sale, which is really cool for me. But I'm excited about that. That's a new development. For those of you that are unfamiliar, I'm an artist. And I do paintings. I do acrylic landscape, but more and more I'm working with oils. So this is kind of a side note. Maybe I'll show some of those paintings on here one of these days. If you're with me on Facebook, you get to see them probably too much. You're probably sick of seeing my paintings. But so we're doing a year in review, and we were discussing cryptids and cryptocurrencies. And I would be remiss in my duties as a conveyor of truth to you guys, which, I kind of see each one of these radio shows, each one of these YouTube videos, it's like a little message in a bottle that I just throw out into a raging sea of noise of social media. And every once in a while, I'm amazed at the shore it lands on, and somebody reaches out and says, "Hey, thanks a lot. That made a lot of sense to me, and I got some truth out of that." That's really everything to me at this stage. I have written a number of books on paranormal topics, so if you feel like supporting my show, then look me up on Amazon, Jack Carey, Cary. Somebody even bought my alien abduction book today, Mark. That's exciting. It's out there, Alien Endgame. They Walk Among Us. The Truth About Alien Abduction. So if you don't want to sleep for like a year, that's your book. You want to read that. If you work the night shift and you definitely don't want to fall asleep, you read my book, Alien Endgame. And you definitely won't sleep. So
I'm looking for it in the mail for my Christmas present, Jack, but I haven't got it yet.
It's the nightmare before Christmas for real. So, but silver. So I'm not a financial analyst. I'll never claim to be one. I am an investor, though, and these days, believe it or not, most of my income is made trading cryptocurrencies. But and I have a few other things going on, but that's mainly it. It takes up most of my time, and Ethereum was just declared a commodity, right? So it's digital oil, basically. Bitcoin's digital gold, Ethereum's digital oil, and I'm an Ethereum trader. So, And it's been suffering along with all the others, like since October the 10th, all of the cryptocurrencies are just kind of literally just bobbing in the water. They're just not going anywhere, not doing anything. But if you followed what I've been doing as a form of, self-survival, I was taking, for every dollar that I was using to acquire Ethereum, I was using an equal amount to acquire silver. So, and if you followed silver at all since I've been mentioning it, which was way back before it was $50, I said, the webbot was declaring that silver would become unobtainium. Something completely reiterated by Dick Algier over at the Future Forecasting Group, and at the same time, independently, when these paranormal sources point in a direction like that, your best bet, if you're like me, is you go to the people that are considered to be the best in the world on that topic and see independently what it is they're having to say about it, right? See if you can make a cross pattern there of some kind. Like, if the webbot's saying this thing's going to become unobtainium, what are the actual silver analysts saying? And when I began to do that and analyze all of their information, it all began to make a lot of sense. So, and this plays into really an unfolding conspiratorial, if you will, chess game taking place between elements of the Trump administration and elements of the European Illuminati, spelled Naughty, because they are so naughty. But the European Illuminati that controls the banking, basically all through Europe and have forever, have been able to maintain control over their diabolical empire, if you will, through the naked short selling of silver. It's the linchpin and how they pull it off, right? And they've been able to get away with it forever because nobody, or at least very, very few big time precious metal investors, would ever show up to the actual metals exchange and say, okay, load me. I just bought 2 million ounces. I want it on that truck right now. They just didn't do that. What they did was they traded the paper back and forth for the ownership of metal that they were told was sitting in a vault somewhere. Nobody ever went to go check to see if the metal was really there. And guess what? It's not. That's the problem. Then, on top of that, they took the derivatives market, the most leveraged thing you could possibly do, like with Babylonian money magic, which is what bankers do, man. They just create something out of thin air, right? And that's what they did. And then they connected that to the derivatives market, which is leveraging something up 100-fold, maybe hundreds and hundreds fold. And nobody knows. We do know that somebody somewhere is short somewhere around 2 billion ounces of silver. And it looks like it's the European banks that are holding the bag. And it also looks like that certain people in the Trump administration went around to people like JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon over at JP Morgan and his ilk, and And they tapped him on the shoulder and they said, either cover your short positions and go long, or you're toast. And we're not bailing you out. Because American banks on the low down for a long time, we find out today, just today, this is live intel coming straight to you guys, that the majority of the U.S. banks have closed their short silver positions and have now positioned long, and the majority of the European banks are short billions of ounces. I'm told by a silver analyst that I know, who's also very connected into geopolitics, that the Trump administration, certain people became aware that the past electoral manipulation of the last election, and the Russia hoax, etc., ultimately derived from these European bloodlines. They know that the European power families, the Rex-Dew families, if you know anything about the lost royal bloodlines, they're called the Rex-Dew lineage. They were ultimately responsible for trying to keep Trump out of power. And when he got back into power, they figured it out and they traced it back to its source origin. And that source origin happens to be people that control the European banking system. And looky, when the water went out, they're not wearing any clothes, right? What did Warren Buffett say? When the tide goes out, you get to see who's swimming without any trunks. Well, that is what happened to the European banks. And right now, every day, if you're watching silver, and lucky me, I trade two commodities, silver and Ethereum, that trade literally 24 hours a day. The silver market's closed for 1 hour a day. Closes at 4 here, it opens up at 5 here again overseas. Ethereum never closes. That's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you can imagine how very little sleep somebody like me gets, right? So they figured this out. They were like, how can we kneecap these guys and make them feel the pain in a way that they will never forget it? Maybe tap the world's richest man on the shoulder, a guy who needs vast quantities of silver for his technology, for his robots and his cars and his batteries and his rocket ships and his Mars colony, and say, guess what? How would you like me to help me create the largest short squeeze in human history? That's what you're seeing in the silver market. And it's in Musk's best interest to do so because silver is in short supply. The ratio was 16 to 1, all through 16 to 1. For every 1 ounce of gold you could dig up out of the ground, you would get about 16 pieces of silver. That ratio over the years has dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped, and the price has stayed here. The ratio keeps dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping, and the price doesn't move. You know why? Because the European banks have short sold the market. That means they have literally sold out to the market continuously on paper metal that doesn't exist over and over and over again. That's a naked short sell. Imagine how that unwinds. it's created what technical analysts, guys who do nothing but trade according to charts, they have a pattern. It's called a cup and handle pattern, right? It's one of the most powerful patterns that can ever form in any technical analysis. When a cup and handle forms, there's going to be an explosion, right? Usually to the upside. Well, silver formed a cup and handle pattern over a 45-year period. You're talking about something that should form in months. 45 years of pent up power that's about to explode. That's what you're seeing in the silver market. And why is that important? Because they tied it all to derivatives. And derivatives are tied into everything. Literally everything. It's like, and again, I come back to this idea of the man in the high castle. It's like if you wanted to push one domino to really do some serious damage to the existing system, silver is that domino. And right now, and I have it on my screen over here, you know, it's continuing upward overseas right now, overnight. So they're saying, the gold analysts are saying gold will hit somewhere around 6,000. If you own gold, good for you, lucky you, right? Some people are saying, some of these analysts are saying revaluation of gold will occur, and when they do the math on it to make it viable for the United States government to revalue gold, it is somewhere around $24,000 an ounce. That's not a joke. Today it's at 4,300 and change. Up another $40 or so. So, silver is that linchpin. It's the domino that will cause all of the other dominoes to fall. What's going on in the crypto market? I don't really know. I do know that if you follow the trading patterns that I follow, it allows you to kind of sidestep these big drops when they occur, and that's all I've been doing. But at the same time, there's no real explanation for why that's occurring when you have record amounts of inflow coming in. And again, to me, this reflects somebody somewhere has superior information to the rest of the market. And, you know, I have a professional trading service that even has like a concierge, a personal concierge, and I have 100 different intelligence sources coming in. If there's anything published at all about, like, let's say Ethereum, it instantly shows up on my screen. There is not a time when something published about that subject matter won't instantly appear on my screen, right? That's pretty good information. That's constantly coming in. But what we're talking about is a magnitude, an order of magnitude higher than that in the quality of information coming. And my guess, judging from the behavior of the underlying assets, is that whoever the man in the high castle is regarding these assets, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, XRP, you know, the rest of the altcoins, I wouldn't even mess with, and I don't mess with. I think that's trash. So, whoever that is, they're operating with superior information, and that superior information is telling them that there's a rat in the barn somewhere. Somewhere there's something that the rest of us are not being allowed to see that is going to be highly disruptive. And I'm not quite sure what that is yet, but, you know, I'm keeping my eye on it. That's about all you can do. If you look over at Future Forecasting Group and some of their latest videos, you know, if you're not a trader like I am and you're just a survivalist, your best bet, honestly, in my opinion, is to acquire digital assets, put them aside, acquire some precious metal if you can, put it aside, and then lower your household cash burn rate to the point where you can sustain those positions over time without having to dip into them. If you can do that over time, the WebBot, the Future Forecasting Group, and various other sources like actual silver and precious metal analysts that are out there in the so-called normie world, are all predicting parabolic moves in those particular assets. And, you know, if you can wait out the little storm that we're in, eventually that should take hold and take place. What it is that's going on now and who it is that can continually pour on this kind of selling pressure in multiple digital assets simultaneously at a time when there's a lot of inflows occurring. In other words, they have enough supply, whoever it is, that they're able to sell into the buying ETFs of these big corporations like BlackRock and just muddle the price. They can sell them all the supply they want and do it without the price going up at all. Whoever that is, that's the man in the high castle right now. So, what else do we have year in review? 2026 promises to be a crazy, crazy year. We did have 3i Atlas. That'd be crazy not to mention 3i Atlas. It's been everywhere, right? I consider 3i Atlas at this stage to be, it's a junker. You know, I think it's a derelict junk ship. It's got like Red Sanford on there. He's going around the galaxy collecting junk or something. Because it doesn't appear to be ultra advanced, but it does appear to be alien. Right? It just did it again, what they called a non-gravitational thrust. In other words, this thing is using thrust to counteract the effects of gravity as it's going around stellar bodies. That's not something that's natural at all. And yet, when you look at the readings they have of it, the technology doesn't seem to be as advanced as what's being described to us as already being in possession by the U.S. government. So what are we to make of that? If it's not a junker from some, you know, 2-star civilization out there somewhere that just managed to launch one of these things, and boy, they're just junking it across the galaxy. Good for them, I guess. Difference does it make, right? As long as they don't come here and mess things up. I have a feeling if they show up here, it's going to be like hightailing it out of here as quickly as humanly possible. You know, it'd be like going to the big city, you know, and you turning down the wrong street, and all of a sudden you're in an alleyway with a dumpster fire and some dancing hobos. That's the Earth. That's my version of the Earth. A dumpster fire with dancing hobos. How you like that? So, what else do we have? Covered cryptids, UFO disclosure. You have Rubio out there saying he was misquoted. You have, the same battle raging. I don't hold out a whole lot of hope for disclosure coming out of government officials, because I think when government officials are actually shown or given the information, it just freaks them out too much. I don't think that once they're shown the craft and the bodies, that they can psychologically turn around then and relay that reality to other people. It's too disturbing to them. And, these are people with kids and grandkids and pensions and 401ks and everything else. And I think in their mind, some secrets are okay being kept because it will literally overturn the apple cart. So, but that's our year in review, guys. 2025 has been a crazy year. You'll have to forgive me if I forgot any major points, but really the end of 2025 is just the beginning of 2026. And 2026 is promising to be a barn burner of a year. So join me next year for another episode of Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and stay tuned for the wonderful, beautiful, and extremely intelligent Nancy Planeta on VIXEN'S Vault.
Great show, Jack. Great show. Thanks.
Yeah,
Stick with me for a little bit while I take and get us off air over on TMV Cafe.
Sounds good.
And wish Jack, Zach, Zombie Zach over there a good stream. All right. Done there.
Coolio.
Yeah, Nancy has Brent Hamachek in tonight. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah, so you might want to tune in just to listen.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll definitely do that. I will do that, sir.
All right.
So, but if I don't talk to you before Christmas...
Yep. Have a great holiday. Yeah, and let's have a great Christmas break. Message me anytime through Facebook or here. And,
I'll get with you the next couple of days and we'll get that planned.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Let's do something, I know that's the breaks. 2 weeks is a long time, but I'm going to get bored otherwise. All right.
Right.
All right. You take care, and I'm going to get Nancy rolling. All right.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Take care, brother.
Yep,
I'll talk to you.
Get this up and out like I always do.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Good night. All right. That was Jack Carey from the Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Show.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You sound good.
Yay!
Brent will probably come in like right as we're, coming on. That's normally how he does it.
No.
Hello.
Hey, how's everything going? Yeah.
How is everyone?
If he does come in, early, he'll just want one-on-one. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He's like a Scotty, all right? So he'll take that whole time.
Yeah. Guys, we may have a guest coming on. We're not sure when he's going to join, but when he does, we're going to limit the interaction because he's kind of a big name, and probably has some things to say. I have some questions for him, but I'm going to go gentle so I don't upset Mark.
Thank you. No, if he opens himself up to it, by all means, But guys, don't attack him. He is was a real good friend of Charlie Kirk's. All right. And and knows the family and the whole deal. So yeah. That's all I'll say about that. I don't want to add fuel to the fire.
Although we got other things to discuss with him because I mean, did you see what I just put in the chat?
Yeah.
I had a bad feeling today. I just had a bad feeling today about his address tonight at 9. I'm like, he doesn't do that unless there's something in the bag.
Yeah.
Trump does not do that.
Venezuela.
And now they just announced that, or they're not announcing it, but a bunch of F-22s just took off out of Langley.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like,
if you see Brent come in, just add him in, please, because sometimes
he's in the he's in the chat.
I don't see him.
I just added Raphael in.
Yeah, I just added Raph.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I have to change my permissions every time I jump on. I have my phone on lockdown.
I'm going to try to add Brent again, but he may be using a different phone or laptop tonight. But
well, not only that, sometimes, again, Teams is not... I hate Microsoft. Yeah. I'm just going to leave it there. Just table the rest of it. Hey, Mark, did you see the latest Microsoft update that screwed the pooch again? It's gotten comical at this point. They do Windows updates, and it screws up the whole system every time.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get you going. You got 30 seconds. All right.
Copy that.
They ended support for Windows 10 in October.
Yep.
That's stupid.
Yep.
Standard.
Unless you want to pay for it, Roger, they'll keep you going on Windows 10.
Or you're a European citizen, EU.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
And welcome everybody to the VIXEN'S Vault. Today's date is December the 17th, 2025. It is the last show of the year for the Vault, and actually for all of the shows that run on DREAGUS Productions. We are on sabbatical until after the new year with these final shows being done. In fact, I think tonight is your last night, correct, Mark?
Oh, yeah.
You haven't. Tonight is it.
But there may be some specials coming in that won't be on the radio side.
Wow. Christmas specials.
Maybe. Or year-end. We Jack and I were thinking year-end cryptozoology show.
Dude, if I had to do a year-end recap this year, I don't even know. I don't even know how I could get between all the crap that has happened this year, and just even since the beginning of December. Like, literally, since the beginning of December, I'm like, what
just remember,
the holy
it all
hell?
started with a giant Viking that carries 2 battle axes.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Chicken jockey.
I mean, you've got the paranormal side of it with, 3i Atlas just blew everything off the radar because, and again, I'm sorry, people, whether you like it or not, so much government influence in what goes on and what information gets out there with 3i Atlas and all the disinformation with 3i Atlas and all the counter subject. I mean, literally, it's like watching them, like, it's really like watching bowling pins be set up at the end of a lane and just waiting to pick the right ball to smash them down, because I've never seen anything drilled into the public the way this has been, and supported by top scientists and this and that, and really, honest to God, it's crap. It's kind of like, they're doing a lot now. You're seeing some information come out on Proxima B, where apparently some of the larger space groups or associations, and some of them are relative to government, are making the claims now that it looks like there are large not natural structures on Proxima B. And it's funny because that's something that people in the ufology field have talked about for like over a decade now. But yes, suddenly it's coming out with government sources and larger schools. And on top of this, like we had, I know this has been a crazy news weekend, guys. I understand that. You had Rob Reiner and his wife, and it's funny because I'm not going to take the Trump path with this. I am going to say, God rest their souls, even though I think he was an evil little shit. Excuse the language. I really do. I have no love for Rob Reiner at all. And let me tell you, he was pretty nasty and ruthless when Rush Limbaugh died and had no problems being that way. He was ruthless when President Trump had the attempted assassination and he had no problems and made no apologies for it. But still, life is a life. And I'm a person who always respects life, whether or not I like you, whether or not I think you're an evil slimewad. It does not matter. Or actually CIA, because I'm pretty sure Rob Reiner was like, wag the dog people. Just think wag the dog. But, I mean, I'm still going to mourn the loss of somebody and his wife. And think about the daughter who found them, the other son, the other surviving son. But I will tell you, it is very interesting because apparently Michelle and Barack Obama were supposed to meet with the Reiners the night that they died. And she did publicly state that on Monday. I'm trying to remember, with Jimmy Kimmel. She was on Jimmy Kimmel's show. Michelle Obama was. And she said that her and Barack were supposed to be meeting up with the Reiner later that evening, the night they were murdered. And then, of course, Hillary Clinton ends up going into the hospital the next day too. And I'm like, okay, guys, y'all can sit here and call me the conspiracy tinfoil hat wacko, but there's only so many coincidences and ridiculousness before you really need to start watching everything that's happening. And I mean, literally at the same time over the weekend, you had the White House come out and declare that the construction of the East Wing is a national security issue. Well, yeah, let's take a look at what's under the East Wing. And what we've known has been under the East Wing. I mean, guys, it's just, without coming out and saying it, it's like, it's crazy. There's so many things. And the same day Rob Reiner and his wife get murdered, we had 2 mass shootings, both of which, by the way, and again, my condolences to the families of the victims, because I do know the Brown University mass shooting, the girl that was murdered, and this was not made widely public, but I think she was either president or vice president of the Republican Club at Brown University. Yes. I'm sorry, that is not a coincidence. Right. Yeah, that's a target. And God rest her soul. I really, again, while I think a lot of these are false flags, I think they are planned 1,000%. It doesn't mean I don't mourn a loss. It's kind of like with the Reiners. I couldn't stand Rob Reiner. Really, I can't stand the guy. I really think that man is probably in hell. No joke. But still.
Hey Nancy, who was the guy that was murdered in outside of Providence, 50 miles away? That professor. Do you know anything about him?
That's an MI. That's very. I was going to bring that up because that is very interesting. MIT professor. Hired at MIT in 2016. He's been there almost 10 years. He actually studies plasma. Yep. He's a nuclear physicist. And he had come out with some very interesting information in regards to plasma. Now, again, I'm gonna point out to you guys, and it's so weird how some of this stuff wraps into the paranormal. It's stuff you learn because of conspiracies and because of all the information that's hidden from us. It makes us go look for information. One of the theories in the paranormal, in the UFOlogy side of things, is about the moon and about the universal makeup. And a lot of people, after study, believe that the moon may actually be plasma. So when you've got, again, let's focus again. We've got 3i Atlas that supposedly is supposed to make its closest approach to the Earth on December 19th. Although I've seen differences on opinions on that too.
Yeah, 168 million miles away. Come on.
Yes.
How close
But it
that?
is, you know, the thing is, though, Dave, I didn't, again, nothing unintentional with our government. Love it
I
all.
know.
You know, when NASA intentionally released the most ridiculous photos of Three-Eye Atlas, I mean, literally a
God.
2-year-old could have gotten a better photo of it.
Absolutely.
And now but now again, we're getting information where it's changing. It's doing weird things according to what you're being told. But again, the propaganda machine goes deep. And for as much information we have, there's twice as much misinformation. So it's like swimming through shark-infested waters with chum attached to your waist and just praying you don't get bit. You know, it's kind of ridiculous trying to figure it out. But the one thing I can tell you is true. Again, you have a lot of drone information all of a sudden now. A lot of pictures of very weird drones that are showing up. And again, you don't know if they're saying, no, they might be Chinese, they might be this, they might be that. But it's a lot of focus on these things. Well, I can tell you, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. We've had the technology to pull off a blue beam event really well. Mind you, not just a little, not like a hoaxy B-rated movie blue beam event. We're talking like Hollywood, like holy crap, blue beam event. For like 40 years, we've had that tech. Okay, to the point where nobody would know the difference. We've had that tech.
Have you seen where they put that on display in 2021 I want to say, on or about 2021 in Japan at a baseball game?
Yes.
That was great. You've seen that footage of the dragon?
Oh, yeah.
Now that showed up on the Jumbotron and did what you'll see, the phenomena you'll see happen on OBS sometimes. You'll get the window and a window and a window and a window effect forever. And I'll be doggone if that ain't exactly what that son of a gun did. I've got that uploaded and I've had it uploaded to my YouTube channel since the day they did that. And it looks as wild and crazy today as it did back then. If they could do that back then at a Japanese baseball game, I mean, who knows?
Well, okay, when was the Spider-Man movie released? What was it called? Away from home, away. It was the one with the drones in it, where they were doing holograms with the drones. Oh my God, Ralphie, do you know when that was?
I'm thinking. I know what you're talking about.
It was Away from Home or something. It was like 2018 or 2019 that was released, where they basically pulled off these mass catastrophic events and made holograms with the drones.
2019.
Yeah, and it was like crazy realistic. People could not tell the difference if it was. They thought that these events were happening. I mean, and I thought then, if they're showing this in a movie, nobody's that creative anymore. Look at how stupid Hollywood is right now. They're making repeats of everything. Like, I have literally seen every movie. In fact, guess what? They're redoing Stargate. I mean, literally, they are redoing every movie that's ever been made because they have absolutely zero creativity. Probably because they're all high as kites, you know, literally. But there's just zero creativity in Hollywood right now. So you're supposed to get me to believe that they just come up with this on their own and that there's no technology that pre-existed? Yes, there is. Mm-hmm. It's called a soft sell. It's like soft terrorism, you know. It's like they're letting the public see different things. So basically, and not only that, I got to tell you, that is, you know, it's rule number one in Satanism and in Luciferianism. What is that first rule of Satanism and Luciferianism? It is literally, they have to tell you. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter how they tell you what they're going to do. They have to tell you. They can do it through comedy. They can do it through movies. They can do it through books that are labeled as fantasy. But they have to tell you. That
I tell you what, they're slipping on that though. They're cheating a little bit, I think. You know,
Dude, the whole idea is they cheat because to them, reality is how they created.
Their own moral beliefs, though. They're cheating on their own moral beliefs with the fact. I mean, I totally get it. They have to show us. They have to, so that way it falls on our, moral dogma.
Correct.
And so
Your
on.
choice.
But it's like they're playing with the game genie. They're cheating against their with all these false flags and Bondi Beach, whatever the heck happened there, and the Boston bombings and all. That's too doggone much. I tell you what, if I have this argument in the afterlife, I'm bringing that up.
Dude, and here's my thing. Well, dude, I already had my argument with the afterlife was, excuse me, if I was a Christian or a Muslim or even a Jew, and I signed this contract about what I was supposed to believe, and then I saw a ghost, I would be screaming breach of contract because how did that happen? Because it's not supposed to.
You guys heard my view on the whole permission thing. Like I see that as like a form of religious fanaticism that was incorporated into ufology and all other.
I don't disagree, but I believe it's on purpose. Like I said, I don't think anything has been done that was not without purpose.
I don't believe the aliens need our permission to do anything to us.
I thought that they had to. What if you don't object?
Oh wait! But Roger,
right?
The thing is no, it's not even that you don't have to give permission. Just with the knowledge, your consciousness is aware. That's what you don't get. It's not a matter of whether or not you give permission. It's a matter of your awareness.
Consent would be a better word for it.
Yes, that's
permission
what it is.
Permission is just like a load of crap. It's like, I give you permission to do an anal probe.
Okay, put it this way, and I say this as a person who stands outside of the Christian, Muslim, outside of the organized religious beliefs. And no, I'm not an atheist. God. But the way I believe, and Rafi will 100% back me up on this. I try very hard to not think negative thought. I try very hard to not think negative thoughts about anybody, no matter how angry they make me. I have to literally walk around sometimes and talk to myself and talk myself out of negative thoughts. Because to me, if I have a negative thought about somebody and direct it at them, or even verbalize it, I am now committing an action against my own soul in some ways. I am allowing a negative to permeate my space and my area and move out from there, and I'm creating a reality. And that I will not abide.
Well, biblically, that's what Jesus said. If you hate somebody, it's the same as murder. I mean,
that's it. I don't
that though, because like that's the kind of stuff you need to be saying. Like we have conversations like this in chat all the time.
Yes.
And it's like when you come on the show, man, it's really good hearing you say stuff like that because that's what people need to hear.
Well, and again, I do get a little tender sometimes when you see, because I don't ascribe to any of the known religions. I know I am a self-described pagan because I believe that's probably the closest you could call me, because I believe in energy and I do believe in a creator. But I don't ascribe to the actual religions because I think they're all man-made and man-pushed, and the stories have been changed to fit certain agendas. And that I will not put my soul under. I won't do it. I won't do it. And I've tried to. I'm not going to lie, guys. I have tried to say, maybe I would be a good Christian. I have had a lot of people that have told me, you should have been a nun, which cracks me up every time because I'm like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I shouldn't have. Pretty damn sure I should not have been a nun.
But you might get Protestant, maybe. You're so close, so close.
They're like, but you think like a Christian. I'm like, not any Christian I've met, but okay. In fact, I lived in a really actually, my whole neighborhood was born again Christian. This is like 20 years ago. And my kids were little, and oh boy. And of course, they all were, my mom's a witch. Oh God. So literally I had one year for Halloween, I literally had, and I'm not playing, a born again prayer circle on my lawn on Halloween night. But this is what's interesting though. I actually made very good friends with one of the women in that prayer circle because I went out and I said, I thanked each one of them. And it was not a nasty tongue-in-cheek thank. It was an actual genuine, thank you for focusing all this positive, because it was positive. And I can't take away from people for that. It was kind of a beautiful thing. I mean, you care so much about my soul that you gave up your night to come pray to what you believe in for me and my kids. And that's actually really beautiful. And I think more people need to think like that.
Saying bad things. Yeah. Yeah. Usually that is what the Christians are supposed to do. Pray for you. Pray for the people that don't.
Yeah, but again, I think so much has become commercialized when it comes to religion, and I say that again, and it's very disappointing because, like, Vicki, you're a beautiful Christian. I've told you that a million times. Probably one of the most pure, beautiful Christians I've ever met in my life. And I say that with much love and much respect because I've known you a few years, and I've never seen you step off the path, ever. Ever. In fact, when you think you stepped off the path, you freak out. I'm like, no, that's just an opinion. That's you expressing your opinion. That's not stepping off the path, Vicki. What are you doing? It's you truly believe and wear what you believe. And that's all I ask of anybody. Anybody. Just really genuinely believe it. I mean, and live it every day. And if you mess up, at least recognize it and try again. Because we're all human, and we all end up face down in the shit at some point in time. It just happens. We're human,
right?
So what you wearing, Vicki?
All right, boys and girls. But anyway, getting back to my original point with the shootings, because I don't know how the hell we got off of subject on that, but I was really. The first shooting at Brown University, I believe, happened first. And then, of course, like right on top of it, you had the breaking news coming in from Bondi Beach, which, by the way, I'm going to point out the name Bondi, like, hit me in the face with a sledgehammer.
I know.
I was like, really? Come on. But there were crisis actors in both situations. And that's not even conspiracy theory. That's like, you can't deny it. In fact, they went on TV, like the one from Bondi Beach literally is Facebooking a video with his face covered in blood from the beach, telling everybody that he survived October 7th. It was a lawyer.
Yeah, not for nothing. But did they spend 15 minutes dressing his wounds on his head and just not wipe the blood off his face when there was more red covering his face than peach, than skin?
And they were wiping. Apparently, they were cleaning the wounds with a makeup brush because that is a makeup brush in that girl's hand. And I'm like,
oh no, I've
come
seen
on.
That. Yeah, I thought that was like a fake photo. That was so ridiculous or something. I need till Friday to dig and really before I say a whole lot on either one of those incidents.
But then with the Brown University shooting, lo and behold, one of the girls that was interviewed on site, one of the quote unquote victims was also a Parkland shooting victim. And I'm like,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that not
and then you have what they said was 87-year-old, I think it was 87-year-old. Was that how old the Holocaust survivor was?
Yes.
I did the math. I mean, I guess, what would you be, 3 or 4 in 1945?
They said she was 10 years old, but that doesn't make sense, 10 years old.
It doesn't make sense. My grandfather fought in World War II, and he died when he was 97. That was 10 years ago. So I did the math, and it was like he would have had to be like 1 or 2 years old or something. But boy, that's just one of the many anomalies with Bondi Beach.
Yeah, let's pronounce it the way they're trying to pronounce it, Bondi Beach. And I'm like, okay, it's spelled Bondi. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Pam Bondi.
I mean, again, I am not one for coincidences, guys. And I mean, the same exact day, Rob Reiner and his wife get murdered, and he's a producer. And I'm like, literally, my brain's going, come on, no more. And you know what he owned? You guys know what entertainment company he owned, right? Castle Rock Entertainment. And I'm like,
I know Raphael will notice this one. When you saw the guy firing, he was pivoting on his one leg, like they show you in the military. Drill. You turn 90 degrees, turn completely 180 to your 6 o'clock, to your left, your Well, you left the clock. You're 9
left the
o'clock.
clock.
3 o'clock. That's exactly what
Yeah,
this
you left
fellow
the
was
clock at
doing.
9
Is he
o'clock.
was firing. He was very much knew how to handle a bolt action rifle, etc.
Yeah, well, that, and there's also I've seen two different lines of thought, both coming from press outlets. One was that he actually served in the IDF at one point, and the other one was that they
I've
had
heard that.
investigated him as a member of ISIS and cleared him years before. And I'm like, and that was a Times of Israel article that I read. This was, I think it was from like right immediately after that. And nobody mentioned the fact that the guy who actually stopped the father, who stripped the father of his rifle, was an Arab. The guy was Syrian. He was Muslim.
It's very interesting to me when you see what. I'm sorry, David. It's very interesting when you see when I see what happened after that. It's almost like, oh boy, abort. We didn't plan for this. The guy just starts walking away after he's been disarmed. Another guy comes up and throws a shoe or a can or a rock or something at him. Almost, that guy, check it out. The guy that throws that object, it really, after all I've seen over the last 9 years with false flags and side people that are meant to shoo away reporters and so on, it really looked like somebody saying, look, this is an abort, not abort like when it's cool, like a strategic back off, but this is one of those, yo, just get out of here. What are you doing? You know, don't just stand here like looking confused like a deer in the headlights. Walk, run, get out of here, do something. We'll get up with you later. I mean, that's just,
I tell you what,
based
I
on,
hate this.
on what I've seen, etc.
But I gotta stop you, Jason. I gotta take us out to our first break for the evening. Man, that went fast. Hang in there, guys. We are going to return with the VIXEN'S Vault, and at some point during the show tonight, we are going to have a special guest on, and that should be very interesting because I cannot wait to speak to this person. I respect him a lot. He's got a lot of really good information and connections under his belt, so it should be a really cool conversation. But hang in there, guys. I'm taking us out to our first break. We shall return in just a few minutes with more of the VIXEN'S Vault.
All right, we're on radio break. You guys are rolling tonight. Oh yeah,
dude. But just this past week, I'm like, and not only the night before, like I said, they freaking the White House announces that the East Wing is a national security issue, and I'm like, oh come on. Of course it's that big. What if I said it's when they erected those barricades? It's because they don't want the Democrats know what they're doing in there, and that's because all the tunnels from World War II are under the East Wing. Mm-hmm. That's where they all are. Yes. And actually, I think the war room, the underground bunkers, under the East Wing too, if I'm not wrong. It's like, yeah, guys, yeah. Let's just declare it national security issue. Then that way the national, and I can't even believe they're trying to stop, the courts are trying to stop that. I'm like, what? Why would the federal courts have anything to do with any construction done on the White House? I mean, every president has made their little personal mark on the White House in all over history. Barack Obama put a basketball court in there, for God's sakes. I mean, and not one word was said.
Oh, did you see?
Trump, what's this I heard?
Yeah, censorship. John was talking about all the presidential plaques and that down the hallway and that. How he the one that he put up special just for Barack and also Biden.
Biden, yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm like, oh, that.
Did I hear he's going to be illegalizing pot federally, at least on paper again?
He's going to make it Schedule 3, which knocks it out of that really nasty category it's in on the federal level, which that should have been done a long time ago. The only reason it wasn't is because of Big Pharma.
Yeah.
But the only reason
the opposite, reinstating it or whatever, making it like illegal on the paper. I don't know what I was thinking, but that's
they're looking to knock it down to a Schedule 3. It's still going to be illegal, but not nearly what it was. But again, that's probably
in my state
because
it's legal.
In Florida, it's legal if you have a prescription, and it's not something they really. Right now, their focus is fentanyl.
Well, that's what I mean. It's state to state. I thought it was going to be where he's trying to make it a federal law, but I could be mistaken. I probably am.
Well, wait a minute. Marijuana being illegal has always been a federal law.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a schedule.
Well, then I guess that's something for the courts to decide, because the states have been deciding for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Which they're in
I buy
violation
my
of.
chronic
listed as
legal.
Schedule 1.
It's Schedule
Schedule
1.
1 federally. Which is no medical use.
Yep. So I mean, it's he's looking to pop it down to a Schedule 3, which is much more amenable. But Schedule 1, that's because of Big Pharma and Lycra, DuPont, the patents with DuPont. But it's it's stupid that it's where it's at. But I always said, and Ralphie will back me up on this, I said it on the show many times, many years ago, that the only time pot will ever become legal in the United States of America is when Big Pharma has their fingers into it and they can control and spin a profit off it. More of a profit than they get with it as an illegal drug. Because the courts and the counties and the states all profit off the arrests and the seizures and everything else that goes along with marijuana being an illegal drug.
Yep.
Yep. So when they could found a way to make it more profitable as something legal, then we'll see it legalized. And that's exactly what happened.
I'm guessing in the UK, maybe in 20 years' time, you might see it as taxable products like cigarettes and Moco.
Yeah, and I can
Maybe.
see in the very future that R.J. Reynolds and some of these tobacco companies are going to go into the marijuana business. You're under 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought R.J. Reynolds was already going into it. I believe they're already,
They probably have.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're in
I'm surprised they have.
medical and tobacco is what they're into. So
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side right now.
And we are back, December the 17th, 2025. Again, the last show of the year for the VIXEN'S Vault and all of the other radio shows that the DREAGUS production company puts out on the network every week. But it's like I said, I'm trying to do my year-end review here because I'm not going to get a New Year show. And I just from December 1st on, it's like, yeah, nope, not going to get all this in. I mean, even on the other side of things, like within the last month, there was a release of information about Bermuda and the fact that a structure was found basically 8,000 miles under, or 8,000 feet underneath Bermuda, or was it Bermuda or Bahamas? One of them. Literally is a stone structure that is not volcanic, and it lifts the island. Like complete, it's kind of like Puerto Rico with the negative gravity that nobody can explain. That's underneath Puerto Rico, and it's
I can explain it. Puerto Rico, shit.
It's so, like I said, it's so interesting how much information is surfacing right now, and whether it be on the political side of things, whether it be on the what everybody's called tongue-in-cheek paranormal side of things, there's a lot of information that is pushing to the surface, and it's coming like, it reminds me of like this little itty-bitty little snowball. You make this little pea-sized snowball at the top of a hill, and you wet it, and you just roll it, and it turns into this giant ball by the end of the hill. Well, that's kind of what's happened in the last 2 months with information. Just so much is out, and so much is going on. And even, like this weekend, like I said, we had all these shootings. We had all this information coming out of the White House. You got Venezuela, by the way. I don't know what Trump is saying right now, but I do know he was doing a primetime address at 9 p.m. tonight that he released the press release on yesterday. And I had a bad feeling in my stomach that something was gonna happen with Venezuela. In fact, war was the only thing that I could think, because that's what kept repeating in my head. But about an hour ago, before this address went off, a bunch of F-22s took off out of Langley Air Force Base, and I'm like, well, that's not good. So we can only guess what's happening, and I can only guess right now what the president's saying. I won't be able to update that until I go on break again and I can look. But lots going on, guys. A lot going on. And a lot of it, as much as people hate me when I say this, and I know Vicky will back me up on this, a lot of this stuff is, again, right in line with the Q drops. Yeah. I mean, right down to Castle Rock. I couldn't believe Rob Reiner got murdered. I'm like, oh, come on! It's like, good Lord. How much more evidence do people need? But not just that. I mean, one of the most famous things that Q dropped was actually a picture of George Washington crossing the Potomac. And what people forget is the date that happened. Most people totally forget that happened on Christmas Day.
You mean across the Delaware?
Yeah, the Delaware, not the Potomac, the Delaware. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I keep saying Potomac.
We reenact it each Christmas.
Every Christmas. It was one of the, I think Q dropped that photo twice. So, as somebody as an anon, it's something that whenever they do that, you're always going to, that's what we call a marker. So we're going to keep an eye out for something that deals with that. So we always knew something was going to happen near Christmas. And of course, when the Nashville bombing happened.
I'm sorry.
And today's the 17th.
New Jersey. So
Yep.
yeah, it's wild. They do that every Christmas. But
Yeah, out of New Hope, and they're New Hope, in the PA.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a tradition we used to do every Christmas when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Well, and the fun thing is that, again, 3i, all these things swirl in my head because I'm like, oh my God, it all fits. We're going into Christmas season now, and literally again, because that photo was dropped several times, I'm like, yeah, something's going to happen on Christmas. But we forget the Nashville bombing happened on Christmas, and you forget people forget what building got bombed that day. And I'm like, guys, it was the AT&T Motherlode building. Like all their data set, that was all their data there for their government phones and systems. I mean, it was the Motherlode, and the FBI annex was like right there next to it. So, like, again, this was not an accident. This wasn't coincidental placement. Somebody just, I don't like AT&T, I'm going to bomb it. No. And not just that, but what made it really interesting was what was the last 15 seconds before that bomb went off. There was a very specific song playing. Do any of you guys remember what the song was?
I sure don't, and I have the video.
Yeah.
of the cop's body cam.
Again, it was a very, very specific song.
I don't.
All I remember is there was a countdown, and in the last 10 seconds, there was a very different countdown, and then boom. And they wanted you to believe these two cops had missed being blown up by literally 23 seconds, I think it was, when I aired it on the D program, and we kept rewinding it.
Yeah. You mean the cops that gave the actual, kept...
Well, no, there was two cops that they have video.
Yeah, they gave a blow-by-blow.
Of the camera on the cop's chest, and the countdown happening, and it hasn't gotten to the last 10-second part yet. They turned the corner at probably 20, 15, whatever, right when that would start. They turned the corner. No more than 10 seconds do they turn that corner. You just see boom, and you see all kinds of crap blowing, down the street. So basically, if they would have passed that Winnebago 44 seconds earlier, they would have both been blown to smithereens, basically. I mean, that's the narrative that you get in your head when you watch the body cam footage.
The last 15 seconds, the song Downtown was played. And I got to tell you guys, there's a really specific lyric in that song that really stood out because of the weekend. There are movie shows downtown. Maybe you know some little places to go to where they never close. And I'm like, oh
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How about that?
Yeah. So, like I said, I know people hate when you go down that conspiracy rabbit hole, but a lot of it does make sense, and it is coming together. And it's like, now you just got to decide what side of the psyop are you on.
There's a lot of people that have picked apart that particular happening. I mean, it's not just people sitting in a dark room picking ideas out of them. I mean, you can go on 153news.net. You can go on BitChute. You can go on Rumble. There's people that have picked it apart pretty darn good.
Because it was kind of like the Tesla bombing. where it made national radar. And he was talking about, I mean, that guy, his little note that he left, that little mission statement, basically talked about basically UFOs and ET tech and his involvement. And like I said, I do not believe in coincidences like that. I'm sorry. It's kind of like believing these two shootings that happened over the weekend, both where you had survivors who were also survivors from other shootings. And yeah, I do not believe in those type of coincidences. It's way too much. You know, and at the same time, we had, literally on Saturday, Trump actually went after Israel a little bit because they violated the ceasefire. And again, that did not make national news. You had to go looking for that information. So there's a lot going on. And you got Venezuela. You had the oh my God, the president of Mexico. Oh, she's a beaut. She's a beaut. Basically saying that she had a hard time with fentanyl being declared a weapon of mass destruction in the United States because, after all, Mexico needs to make money off selling fentanyl to us. What? 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 Okay, Miss Scheinbaum. Okay. I mean, and by the way, let's go support Venezuela too. And I know everybody keeps thinking Venezuela is about oil. It's not about oil. For the love of God, it's not about oil. It's got nothing to do with oil, guys. It's got everything to do with Smartmatic in 2020. Everything to do with it.
It's because it doesn't have a Jewish-run state bank, central bank.
Or you think it doesn't. I don't know about that.
They do regime change, it's for a lot of different reasons, at least a dozen. They don't kill 3 or 4 birds at one stone when they do regime change. They kill like a dozen.
Well, and my thing is, too, is that we put Maduro in there in many ways. Our CIA has been ass deep in Venezuela for a long time now and controlling strings. And they don't play. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's almost like I'm seeing these little... Everything that's happening, it's like, are they trying to force everything to the surface with the CIA where it cannot be denied, where the public cannot miss what's going on? But apparently we have a really stupid public because holy crap, I have never, oh, God love it.
Kool-Aid.
It's not even that they drank the Kool-Aid. It's almost like they're so overwhelmed with chaos and feeling, it's like they intentionally, how do I put this? Okay, so they made a bunch of victims out of our society intentionally. Like, we have a completely victimized society, and that's on both sides of politics. I'm just going to put that out there to everybody.
And when we're not victimized, we're sitting around scared to death waiting to be victimized.
Well, okay, so even like, and I will be the first one to say that, you know, during the Biden administration and even during COVID, yeah, I will tell you, man, Christians were absolutely getting hammered. I mean, they were definitely being singled out and hammered. And, you know, I got to laugh because, again, here's a religion that is taught, the basis of the Christian religion is the teachings of Jesus. And the teachings of Jesus were turn the other cheek. And sometimes I think that was a setup to make them sheep where they're not going to fight. Because their whole religious doctrine is about turning the other cheek, forgiving. And I thought, no other religion is about turning the other cheek. Tell Israel to turn the other cheek. And good luck with that. Have fun. Tell, you know, the Muslims to turn the other cheek before they burn you or throw you off a building. Because literally, Christians are the only ones. And they are the largest group, almost. I think actually Muslims there might be more Muslims now, although there's a lot of Buddhists too. But
it's not,
like I said,
not the part of the world system. That's
but
what it is.
The Western world is Christian, okay,
correct,
for the most part. Mm-hmm. And they go by the teachings of Christ, which I believe are beautiful teachings. But they're also, okay, Vicky, don't take this wrong. Just go la 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 while I'm saying this.
Okay.
They're beta teachings. They're basically an instruction book on how to be a beta. And that doesn't mean you don't have a strong voice. It means that Christians will not resort to violence. They really won't. That's why there's a huge most of the conservatives are Christian. They very rarely will resort to violence unless they've completely snapped. It's just not their
What about the
their go-to.
Crusades?
Well,
The
Crusades, though?
The Crusades, they were not Christians. They were the Illuminati. They didn't have Christian beliefs.
Well, the Templars did.
They didn't.
But they were
They
also
were-
the Black Madonna. The Templars actually worshipped the Black Madonna or
they were not
Mary
Christians.
Magdalene.
They were not Christians.
They were more Mary Magdalene. They actually believed the Magdalene survived and moved to, I think it was France. And I actually, Brown, the books he wrote. In fact, Vicky sent me one, which was wonderful. But that is based on a lot of fact. He did a lot of research. So I mean, it's the Templars, but they got taken out by Rome not because they were heretics, but because they were richer than Rome. So I mean, Friday the 13th. That is true. That Friday the 13th was when they executed the head of the Templars, and
I have my theory on that too, though. The Templars, I believe, actually did turn heretic, but it's because when they started doing excavations under the dome, they found out the truth about what Christianity and the Jewish religions were, and they've realized that they had pagan roots that were,
and they were still doing the pagan thing.
And
they really were.
That's why they did.
They still kind of do. I mean, Christians celebrate Christmas as the birth of Christ, but it's symbolic, because if you actually go by the Bible and look and trace it, actually 9/11 is almost every scholar believes that 9/11 is the actual birth of Christ, which I think is very interesting because of what happened on 9/11, and I'm like, that was kind of spitting in the eye of Christians, but okay.
There is enough argument to say he was born in June, July.
If you look it up, they'll tell you most scholars believe that because of the dating of the Jewish celebrations that are mentioned in the Bible, it would put it right on pretty much September 11th, September 10th. But September 11th is the day that they
You have to
state.
correlate the blood moons, though. A lot of people leave that out when it comes to the Jewish. The Jewish actually do keep their calendar according to the blood moons.
Yes,
Okay.
which should tell you something. Okay, again, as a pagan, I'm going to tell y'all, blood sacrifice, blood anything, very, very strong mojo. We're just going to put it that way.
They were always moon worshippers. That's why their days start at midnight.
Yep. Yes, very true. Very true. But again, it's like, I tell you guys, I stand outside, I just shake my head because I'm like, they condemn pagans. They actually cooked they barbecued pagans for years. And yet a lot of their beliefs all the way across the board are what they rail against. The resurrection. Okay, well, guess what? That's necromancy. Just put that out there. It's necromancy. I mean, Cain and Abel, it's like, Cain gave an agricultural offering and Abel was a blood sacrifice. So it's messed up because I look at it with very different views. But to me, again, that does not take away from it doesn't take away from the true believers, but it does take away from the people at the core, the people at the top of these systems, because they know this. I mean, like my uncle, who was a priest for 35 years, used to laugh at me because I would say things like that. And he'd just look at me and go, Nancy Ann, you are not supposed to say things like that. I'm like, what? But it's true. I don't understand it.
The Catholic, that's really different too. I mean, that's why there was a Reformation. But the point of the Christians, they're going against the world system, and you say, well, it looks very beta, but that's a bit shocking to the alphas. You know what I'm saying? That's not what they're expecting. So they're like, okay, when a Roman soldier says you have to take, to a Jewish person, you have to carry my, luggage for a mile, and they take it for 2 miles, that shakes them up. They're like, okay. Why?
Yeah, but it also makes them not question.
No,
like we're seeing.
They do question.
No. I'm saying in current times, though, Vicky. in current times, how many Christians actually stood up for their faith during COVID? How many Christians told the government to shove it up their butt and twist when they shut the churches down?
Well,
which
Not
they had,
many,
by
but
the way.
some did. There's some.
Some did.
some.
You're right.
I saw
Some
go to
did.
jail.
Actually, he
Some
was in
did.
Tampa. He's where I'm from. It was one of our local guys that did that. In fact,
And
I'll never
John
forget it because,
MacArthur.
yep, the sheriff in Hillsborough County got fried for doing that, but he was doing his job. But it didn't matter. It should never have happened. It was unconstitutional. That lockdown should never have occurred.
Mhm.
And it seemed to be focused on one religion only. So yeah, that was problematic. But again,
And to have the
most
strip
people-
clubs opened and deemed
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
needed, and to have on Sundays, I mean, right across from a church, on Sundays in California, they'd have a strip club open because it was deemed, oh, what's that word? Where the kids could drive 16 years old going to McDonald's, because if you worked at McDonald's, you were essential. That's right. So the
Yep.
strip clubs were essential, but church was not essential.
Yep. Which again, it was. But again,
And people
most
think-
Christians, but for the most part, Vicky, across the country, if you do the actual statistics, most Christians didn't even blink. They stayed home. They didn't fight it. They didn't blink. They stayed home. And that is what has come to be expected in some ways. It's kind of like,
Well, there
I
is
get,
a law and order thing that Christians
yes, that's
are
it.
supposed
But
to have to respect. That
yes,
the government
and
in
conservatives, yep.
place, that you that's your job, because God put the people who are in charge. That's like render
But
unto
that is a
Caesar.
really messed up way to think, because who said that? Did God come to somebody and say, I'm putting everybody, this person in charge? No, he did not. Not in recent times. Not that I'm aware of. Not unless that person told you that's what God said. I mean, so to
Well,
me, these are
scriptural.
man-made
It's
mandates.
from scripture. They said, God is the one.
That was-
You'd have to go back to Proverbs.
That was 2,000 years ago.
Yeah,
Scripture was
that's
2,000
what
years
they're-
ago.
That's where you think they're getting it from. That's still relevant today. It's not as if you don't have
Ugh.
Christian religions that don't, go with those tenets.
But again,
know?
look what that's resulted in, though. We've got Israel running ramshot right now in the Middle East, and basically telling everybody that Trump's in their pocket. I mean, literally, it is a joke right now,
Well,
and nobody questions them. But why
they-
does nobody question them? Because they're the chosen. Because that's what Christians are taught. They're the chosen.
Well,
They're
it's
they
because Israel
they've been
has
abused.
a prophecy that has been, Israel has been reestablished. That's part of, the end times prophecies. So now what they're not understanding is that the people in charge of, not that the land is not, they're bought and given to them by the Rothschilds, by the way, but the Zionists, they are not part of the true children of Israel. But they, because of the Khazarians, their history, they are hiding behind Judaism.
Well, it's kind of funny because, like I said, I've seen the Zionist spin on this, though. I gotta tell you, man, Zionists are like really good at spinning. Like
Yes, they
literally,
are.
like
Yeah.
holy crap.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on Spin Factor with O'Reilly. It's like, but
Yeah.
I mean, they spin it as, well, it's the fate. First it was the bloodlines. When Israel was first, cordoned off, and people have to imagine, like, the Balfour Agreement and all that, that actually goes from the late 1800s is kind of when that first started quirking up. It was still the Ottoman Empire over there.
Mm-hmm.
The area in question was still the Ottoman Empire, and by post World War I is when Balfour really started to have some movement. And that's when Rothschild went and basically said, we'd like to take, go home to our homeland. Well, what it's not your homeland. You're Eastern European. It's not, what are you talking about? And at that time they were saying that it was a blood thing. It was, the blood of our people, where we want to go home to our homeland. It's our land. God gave it to us. And of course, we all know what happened in, after post-World War II, where that area was sectioned off and given to them. Well, the problem being is that Is it because now the spin with the Zionists is because now it's been proven that genetically speaking, the Palestinians carry more Israeli blood of the ancient bloodline than the freaking Jews do. But now they're
More
saying, well,
Semitic
it's
blood.
correct, more actual Semitic blood. So now the argument is, well, it's about the belief. And I got to tell you guys, I'm laughing because over the past year on Facebook, I've been noticing all these ads popping up on my Facebook telling Americans that if they believe that they're Jewish or they want to be Jewish, that they're welcome to become Israeli citizens. And I'm like, are you kidding me right now? Am I really reading this advertisement?
And you know what? That Semitic thing is really simple to understand. You've got the line of Shem, and Vicky will know this. You've got the line of Shem, and you've got the line of Japheth. So, and Japheth is where the Jewish folk come from. So, if anything, you'd say anti-Japhethic, but anti-Semitic wouldn't be the term at all.
See, okay, Fabio down there. I see Mark down there. He's getting ready to do a Fabio flip. He's doing the bloody Americans. I can hear you, Mark. Stop thinking so loud.
He's fed up with all this religious talk. We had him talking triality the other day, and he just.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh! Ouch!
Yeah.
Ouch!
That's painful.
Yeah, triality's that's a really ooh. I hope you were awake when you were having that conversation.
He was barely holding on. Like his eyes were like falling out.
Oh God! All right, guys, I got to take us out to our long break for the evening. We are running up on the 10 o'clock hour. When we return, I'm hoping our guest will join us. I really, really do hope he does because I think it'll be a really incredible conversation. But in the interim, I'm happy with my people that are here with me and yet for another Christmas and New Year. All right, guys, hang in there. We will return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
And then you'll let your people go, right?
And then I'll let my people go. Oh, God,
Oh my
don't
God!
even put me on that
That
platform.
got
What?
on the
No.
last part of that.
You know, 5 churches just burned down after you said that. What the hell are you doing, Vicky?
Let my people go.
Crap! I'm
She
glad
said
you
she
didn't
was
get
happy
into.
with her people.
I'm glad you didn't get into the Pope and how he's the mouth of
the serpent
Christ.
master.
All right, and then later how he appointed the King of England to be the vicar of the world.
Yep. Yep.
And doesn't he
But
wear a yarmulke on his head too?
Yeah, put on
Yes.
your yarmulke. It's
yes.
time for Hanukkah.
Yes.
It's almost Hanukkah because it's over almost. I think.
Yeah, actually, Hanukkah is almost over.
It was the weekend. It started the same day. as
No,
some of the
Hanukkah.
schools.
I was going to say Hanukkah is. It's 7 days for Hanukkah. It's literally a 7-day feast.
8.
Don't worry.
So
8 crazy
8
nights.
Right.
8 crazy nights.
7 nights. Yep. But it's literally not. It's not like Christmas, and they get presents every day too, man. Damn it, they do it right. Damn it. And by the way, noodle pudding is like the bomb. I'm gonna put that out there too. Oh God,
I was
yeah.
trying to take a
I had-
drink when you said that, and it just didn't. I mean, oh my God, it almost
They
came
call
out
it
my
bread
nose.
pudding here
Don't
in the
do
United
that.
States.
Come on, you.
Oh God, I had a years ago. I had a little Jewish lady give me her recipe for noodle pudding because she used to make it every year at Hanukkah, and I'd be like, oh my God, I need the recipe for that stuff because I could just inhale it. It's not real heavy. It's not super sweet. It's just perfect.
That's what they
manna.
make here in Southern
It's
Illinois.
manna.
They call it bread pudding.
Yeah, but
bread.
it's noodles, not bread. So
Fine,
there's that.
I mean,
Close
it's
this
the
room.
same thing.
And I'm going to close it out and call you all back, and hopefully Brent will be in when we come back.
There he
Man,
is
I'm gonna go
right
see
there.
what the hell the
No,
president
hold on
said.
here. Hold on.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
Brent,
Yeah,
you there?
I am. Greetings to all.
Greetings.
Poor guy.
Hey,
Greetings.
I'm going to close this room, and I'm going to bring you right back in when we come back. Okay, Brent?
All right, you got it.
Okay. All right, folks, stick around. We got Brent Hamachek for the second hour of the Vixen's Vault. Who knows what Brent will talk about tonight? He always has something great. So, and he's been on Censorship's show many times. Let's get this rolling. Get Brent in here. There you go, Brent. Are you in? Uh-oh, hold on. You get Brent in here and our hostess.
There you are, Mark.
Here I am.
You doing okay?
So far, so good. Now, Brent's going to take a lot of the time in here, so we're all going to need to be quiet, because he's got a lot to say, I know.
I hope he was not listening to all of our chitter chatter going back and forth.
Yeah. I think I got everybody. Did I miss anybody?
Yeah, you missed Brent.
It's Vicky.
No. Brent's being called right now.
Oh, Vicky. You forgot Vicky.
Mark Edworthy?
No, Vicky's being called right now.
I don't see Mark.
Mark's probably still on the call on the other side. He hasn't. He's still asleep.
I'm thinking Vicky might be on the call on the other side too. There's Mark.
Mark Edworthy's back.
I come in here and Mark Watosh would just talk, especially with Brent coming in. You'd think he'd be respectful and just keep quiet.
Oh, my God.
That dude.
Mark talks with his face.
Always.
I watch Mark's face through like half of the show because he talks with his face. I think it's hysterical.
No.
I'm trying to get a hold of Brent right now.
I was talking about Mark Watosh.
Let me.
Watosh?
Yeah, I warned Jaffe too about your bad jokes.
Here we go.
So
Oh, that's why. Hey, Brent.
Click him in.
You in?
He's in here.
Okay. Hi, Brent. How are you?
Couldn't be any better, Nancy. How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. I'm trying to catch up on what the president was talking about because we were on there, and I'm like, I said to everybody on the panel, oh, crap. We're all missing it because we're on the air, and I'm not going to try to, especially with the conversations, we're trying to recap. And I was like, I could recap the year, but since December 1st, there's more to recap, than pretty much the whole year at this point because things have been happening, like just firing off left and right.
They have been. Well, and I watched it, and I'm still trying to figure out what was said. So there you go. It wouldn't have helped you much.
I think I found it interesting because right before he went on air, about 25 minutes before he went on air, a bunch of F-22 Raptors took off out of Langley, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting timing. So I gotta wonder exactly what's going on. Somebody's got feedback.
I think hold on here. Let me check real quick. Nope. I thought it was me, but it's not.
Is it me?
No,
I don't think so.
The last time that happened, Brent, it was because you had your phone and your laptop both going at the same time on John's show. So what do you want to talk about tonight, Brent?
Yeah, I need to get a feel. We've got a long break right now.
Well, I'm a guest. I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. So I'm old, so I've been around.
Dude.
Oh, come on now.
So I get to learn about things, right? So whatever you want to talk about, I'm in. Whatever the topic is, I'll join along. But
okay. So first of all, that's not how that works, and we both know that. We learned from you. That's kind of how that works. But I mean, you've written some really, really cool. I mean, you wrote the book. You co-wrote the book with Vladimir Zelenko, which I give you much kudos and respect for because he is somebody that I followed.
Right.
Was definitely affected by his loss, but. What an incredible man, and spoke the truth, and kept to the truth, and tried to give people the best advice he could during a real hard time. So I give you kudos for that. That's incredible. When we were talking, I was looking up different things. I'm like, oh my God, that's right. He did write that book with him. I totally forgot about that. So it was really, and of course you basically wrote Charlie's first book.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, time for a turning point. So Charlie was the public figure with the following, and I wrote it. And
that
goes, he and I worked together for 10 years because it was a year of a gap. So yeah, we worked with each other from January of 2014 until January of this year, I should say. Feels like a year passed, but and there was a year off in that. So that would be an 11-year run, but it was a 10-year run with 1 year off.
Are you okay talking about that when we go back live? I don't want to. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'll talk about anything. Look, again, I'm old, right? So it with age comes boundaries, and so it's easier than when I was young, when you didn't know when to stop.
Gotcha.
Now I just have a hard time starting, right? So a whole different thing.
Well, it's funny because I left my favorite book that you wrote till last, and it's something that I give you huge respect for, and that's Dissidently Speaking.
Oh my God! Yes, talk a lot about that. Yeah, please.
I mean, because I got to tell you, you summed up something I've been saying for a decade on the air, which is that they've used language as a weapon.
30 seconds.
And they've used definition as a weapon in many ways. But that can be switched. You can turn that around. You can do this. It can be deployed against them if you know what you're doing and you're articulate. But huge kudos on you with that, because that was Mark. Are you sure it's 30 seconds? Because
here you go.
Yeah, it is 10 minutes.
Here's your countdown. 5.
Thanks for the kind words.
3, 2, 1, and you are back live and on the radio side for the second hour of the VIXEN'S VAULT right now.
Guys, normally I come in from the long break and I do my normal ramble, Wednesday, December 17th, 2025. The time is 10:05 p.m. I feel like, we used to have to call, I think it was 411 to get the time when we were young. We had rotary phones and stuff.
Yeah.
But this time, it's funny because Mark, my producer, it's like he's got this thing with the timing and the lag, and he'll stretch out. You're on the air right now. So, yeah, this time he did it pretty well. But again, welcome back to the VIXEN'S VAULT. I am really, really pleased tonight because I have a really special guest. And I know my listeners on Telegram and Facebook, Telegram especially, the Parler Hub chat, people who came over from Parler when it got dismantled and made a massive Telegram chat. Actually, Vicky is also in that chat with me. A lot of really great people, a lot of really great patriots in that chat. I know a lot of them are listening in right now or will be listening at a later time. So tonight I have a really great guest, Mr. Brent Hamachek. And those of you who are familiar with Turning Point, and actually, Cheapers, Creepers, forget Charlie Kirk. I mean, Brent, you stand forward in your own right. I mean, I remember you as when you would appear on Fox. I mean, when Mark said your name, I was like, yeah, I know who that is. I mean, it was not an unfamiliar name to me because I had heard your name multiple times. I've been in podcasting for decades now, and I do tend to slam into the political side of things. Even though I focus on conspiracies, you can't stay out of politics when you talk about conspiracies. That's
true.
They go hand in hand. So it's like, yeah, I was really excited when Mark said you had agreed to come on the show. And like I said, you've written some incredible books and made some incredible points with those books. Number one, and to my listeners, I mean, Brent wrote Charlie Kirk's first book, which is phenomenal to me after what, of course, has occurred. And I don't give a crap what you think happened with Charlie Kirk. The fact is we lost an incredible man. And I say that with all sincerity. You guys have heard me on the show a million times say I take nothing away from Charlie. What I get angry about is that I feel like we're being jerked around with the investigation into what happened, and that is a disrespect to Charlie. It's wrong. They need to be straight, and at least if they're trying to figure things out, then just don't say anything. till you got it all figured out. But he was a great man, and he did great things. And I think he was the one shining hope conservatives had to maybe kind of turn the page again and make people, and it's not a matter of being Christian. It doesn't really matter what faith you are. Ethical and moral, because that's what we've kind of lost in society here in the States. And we've lost it like hook, line, and sinker. Like it's went into the crapper. But that, without any actually going into further detail, because I really want to give Brent the mic, I'd like to introduce everybody to Mr. Brent Hamachak. And again, I'm just like super excited to have him here. Brent, tell my listeners about yourself. How did you start? What made you get into what you do? Because you're kind of like a jack of all. You're all over the place.
Yeah, I'm a little bit, some people are nice and they say, wow, you've got a really diverse skill set, and which is a nice way of saying maybe that I, can never hold a job, right? So I did wound up doing a lot of different things. But look, after starting my professional career out of college in the banking industry for 15 years, the last 26 years have been extraordinary. And I'm very aware that very few people get to enjoy their professional life the way that I have. I mean, I've basically worked for myself for 26 years and worked with all kinds of companies, done all kinds of things, and so I'm really fortunate. And but the thing that brings me to your show, you mentioned Charlie Kirk, and the quick story for your audience is that I had a very successful business consulting practice going back, and it was around the middle of 2013. And I sat and had lunch with a friend of mine one morning and talking a little political theory and some original stuff that I had put together, and it just over, bacon and eggs. And he asked me if I had heard of this young guy by the name of Charlie Kirk, who had started something called Turning Point the year before. And I said, no, I hadn't. He said, well, I think you should reach out to him. He said, I was introduced to him recently, and I think you could help him. And I kind of laughed, and he said, how on earth would I help some kid who started a campus organization? And anyway, he thought it was a good idea, and he gave me Charlie's business card, and I promptly lost it. And I saw him maybe a month or so later, and he said, did you ever reach out to Charlie? And I said, I didn't. And he said, well, I'm going to set up a dinner. And he did, here in the Chicago suburbs. And we sat down that night. There were 5 of us at the table for over 3 hours. And really, there were 2 of us at the table because despite the 31 and a half years of age difference between us, Charlie and I, as we used to put it, it wasn't about agreeing on things. It's that we seemed to process data the same way. And so our minds melded a bit. And what happened then, that was in October, by the way, of 2013, time of year relevant in that we stayed in touch a little bit by email. And on New Year's Day in 2014, he actually sent me an email, and it had attached to it a Word document. And he told me he was trying to write a column that he wanted to get published in the Washington Times, and he was having some trouble with the ending. And he asked me if I'd take a look at it. Now, keep in mind, at that point in time, I had no writing pedigree at all. I mean, I wrote a great email, I suppose, in business, and my old girlfriend would have said I wrote beautiful letters in high school and college, but no writing background. And so I took a look at it. And yeah, he was having trouble with the ending and the beginning and the middle. It was kind of a mess. And so what I did is I played with it on my laptop, and I reworked it so that it kept the structure of what he was trying to say, but I guess maybe said just a little bit better. I flipped it back to him. He wasn't offended. He turned it into the Washington Times, and they ran it. And so we sat down a few weeks later for breakfast at a local restaurant here where we used to meet. And I said, look, why don't we have some fun? You're an up-and-coming superstar. I'm an aged nobody, but apparently I can type. Why don't we try something where you come up with ideas and I'll write columns and you go get them published? And so we tried that. And somewhere between 750,000 and 1 million column words later, we called it quits. But for a very long time, I had the pleasure of being Charlie's writer. led to writing a book together. I wrote Turning Point's original tabling literature that they would give out at events and campuses. I wrote 6 of the first 7 booklets that they generated.
Wow.
And and used to train. I trained Charlie in persuasive communication, and then ultimately started training the Turning Point activists at their conferences in persuasive communication. And then finally, I mean, there's no harm in sharing this. It's not like it's some big secret, but I was also his private tutor for political theory. So we covered everything from the ancient Greeks to the 20th century pragmatists and everybody in between. So that's the background. That's the story. I used to, before he was assassinated, these are things I didn't share because it wasn't appropriate. And now I share it only because people are curious. And but in sharing all that, the last thing I'll say, and then I'll let your audience wake up and hear your lovely voice, is that, a lot of people give me credit for a lot of things that relate to Charlie, and I'm always quick to correct them. Because here's what you have to know. The kid was an absolute genius. He was destined to be incredibly successful. So I wasn't someone who gets credit for anything about Charlie. I am I was a, early 50s-year-old guy that Charlie met and gave me an opportunity to work with him. Anybody could have done what I got a chance to do with him. I'm just the one that got picked. So nothing special here, just fortunate.
I don't know if that's true though, because again, I am not a believer in coincidence. I have a very, I guess you could say, very strong belief that everything occurs for a reason, including the people that are brought into our lives and the people who leave our lives. But I mean, I think nobody could have taught him political theory the way you did. And because of the way you taught him, he became the communicator because he understood more about who he was communicating with, what message he wanted to give, and how to do that in the appropriate arena, even in a negative arena. Because people need to understand, Charlie was in enemy waters all the time. Like, that was his favorite place to navigate.
Well, I'll share a fun story with you in that regard, your audience. So everybody knows about the viral videos that Charlie made that really launched a lot of his success, I guess, or certainly public awareness. And this would have been back in like the later part of the last decade when he was stepping into crowds at rallies and campuses and taking on, sort of the leader, if you will, of some sort of protest group. And Charlie would stand there and someone would be filming it and he would start to ask that person questions. And in the process of doing so, he would sort of systematically take them apart, right? But he wasn't really taking them apart. They were taking themselves apart. And there was a technique that early days that we talked about. What I shared with him was when you're engaging someone in a persuasive conversation, you have to first remember, who are you trying to persuade? And so one of the things he learned very well is that when he was in a large forum, whether it was in a public auditorium or being filmed in a crowd on YouTube, and he would get in that engagement where he would deconstruct someone through an organized and systematic questioning process, he knew he wasn't going to convert them. That was not like me sitting with someone in a coffee shop trying to, close a sale. What he was doing was trying to convert the people who were watching, because he knew that person was just going to get upset and frustrated and look foolish, and they'd get angry. But all the millions of people watching the video would be watching and saying, wow, she really didn't make any sense. She looked pretty simple. Boy, that Charlie Kirk guy, he really made her look kind of silly. I need to think about that more myself, right? So that what he did was quite intentional. Certainly the student became the master. He was smarter and better at anything I ever taught him than I would have been. But it's just great to work with him.
Yeah, he was almost like a savant, but it was really hard to put your finger on what exactly the gift was, because there were so many dimensions to him. And I mean, I will tell you, when he was assassinated, I had to kind of laugh. And a little background on me: I am not Christian. In fact, in the first hour, we were talking about, how I don't ascribe to any, I guess you could say, organized religion, because to me, it's just, there's too much man-made influence in there, and it's too much corruption for me. I believe in a creator. I believe in energy, and I believe we're supposed to be doing certain things. We don't do it because we're taught to be afraid of what we're supposed to be doing.
You are a deist like I am, it sounds like.
Yes. And it was funny because I raised my children that way, but I also raised them to all different beliefs. Like, I taught them about as many beliefs as I could possibly table for them, and let they make their own decisions. And my daughter went towards Catholicism, and my son is kind of like me. Well, when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, my daughter's, yes, she's Catholic, but she doesn't practice or anything, never really talks about religion. She called me sobbing. I mean, sobbing. Mom, Charlie Kirk is dead. Somebody killed Charlie. And I knew that because I had the video of the assassination within, like 1 minute and 32 seconds, because I actually do cybersecurity. I do technology. So right. I'm getting stuff like real time pretty much. And I said to her, I didn't know you followed Charlie Kirk. And she says, Mom, he's awesome. He makes me so proud, and da-da-da-da-da. And, he makes us look good. And I'm like, he makes us, why can't you make yourself look good? Why can't everybody be a Charlie Kirk and just speak their mind, but do it in a polite way that is, you don't give ground, because you believe what you believe, but in the same respect, you don't have to be confrontational and nasty. And I think that was the message that Charlie put out there that I really enjoyed. And I loved his morals. I loved his ethics, because even though I identify as a pagan, that does not mean I'm not a moral person. I think everybody on this board will tell you I probably am one of the most moral people you'll meet, because to me that all defines how you see yourself and then how you affect everybody around you.
I mean, I think it's it's interesting that you feel even the need to qualify it, that when you say that you're, pagan but you're moral, the idea that somehow or other folks that may claim to be Christian, Jewish, whatever particular religion they may observe, to the extent any of them think that they may have it right on ethics, or that they may have the only actual system. That's just not factually true, right? I mean, you mentioned before we started that you read Dissidently Speaking, and a chapter on ethics. And Charlie and I spent quite a bit of time, by the way, on ethics. We went through all the various ethical systems and broke them all down and talked about what they were and understood the similarities and differences, right? So, look, my ethics are objectivist. I think it's a wonderful system. I teach it. I live it, and I would put it up against any ethical system of any organized religion, especially once the person from the organized religion attempted to define their ethical system. That's what's kind of fascinating, because the truth is... I
told you it was my favorite book. I told you.
It's interesting because people will, and this is, by the way, is not a criticism of Christianity at all, but people will refer to a Christian ethic, and if you say to them, okay, tell me exactly what it is, it gets complicated after that. I mean, most folks will be able to say, love your neighbor as yourself, and then once you check that box, then when you say what else, the conversation goes in all sorts of different directions. So the Christian ethic seems to be one that is quite open to interpretation, whereas objectivist ethics aren't. So that's my system.
I agree with you, and I think everything is kind of it's perceptional, and you can't. I always say you can't judge somebody unless you've lived in their shoes and you've seen it through how it unfolds for them. I mean, it's just it's an impossible mission to judge people unless you've lived their life. And so I try not to do that. There are certain things. Granted, I will slam a hammer down. I mean, to me, like I always say, pedophilia. There's certain things, but it also depends on where in the world you are. Because I always tell people, there are places in the world where a girl becomes of age to bear children, and she is that it is their culture to reproduce with them, to marry them off and have them reproduce. Just because they don't go with the Western rules doesn't make what they're doing wrong, because in their culture, it's not wrong.
Right. It's all pretty fascinating, right? The idea of, the Latin concept of malum in se or malum prohibitum, something evil in and of itself, or something evil simply because it's prohibited. And interesting that over the course of 10,000 years, humans have not come to universal agreements on everything that is actually malum in se, evil in and of itself. Still a good deal of difference in that. And then it's also interesting when we think about things being normal in the times that they were in. So I think one of the great struggles within say Islam, for example, again, it's not a criticism, but it is, we know from the Quran and Hadith that apparently Muhammad was with some fairly young gals, at least one in particular, which is interesting. And then, of course, that was normal in their time. But then you say, but wasn't he a prophet? And wasn't he inspired by and led by and taught by God? And if the answer to that is yes, as it seems to be, well, then had God not become aware yet that eventually someday it might be wrong to be with a 9-year-old? Does God's standards, do they change? These are the kinds of things that people really need to think through, in whatever faith they are, and they need to try to reconcile some of these things where if you're simply dogmatic about it or declarative, and you don't actually stop for a minute to say, wait, I need to try to make sense of this. I think whatever religion you are and whatever scripture it has, in order to observe it, you have to negotiate with it. And and come to some understanding.
I don't disagree, but with that, I got to stop you because I got to take us out to our last break of the evening. Guys, it's the last break of 2025 for the VIXEN'S Vault. Can you believe it? I don't know if I'm happy, sad, or where I'm at with that, but I am looking forward to 2 weeks off. Hang in there, guys. We will return with the last segment of VIXEN'S Vault in just a few moments.
All right, we are on radio break, and that, what Brent was talking about before is stuff that they talk about in Common Core campus.
Like I said, that's one of the things I loved about Charlie, though, because Charlie dealt with everybody from all different walks, talks, and breeds, and he did it on a college campus. And college campuses are a whole dynamic, all their own. And I'm not going to say it's not a socialist stomping ground, because it's been a socialist stomping ground since the 1990s. Mm-hmm. So when you talk about going into one of the most difficult areas you could, yet the college students are very malleable still. And I think Charlie saw that. They're looking for direction in so many ways. And if socialism is the direction they're shown, that's the direction they're going to take. But if somebody shows them a different path, a lot of times they are open to it. They just want direction.
Right. Well, yeah. And socialism is, again, if you read Dissidently Speaking, so I write about this. It's a term that's often used by people, just like the terms left and right are used, but people actually don't have any definition for them. They just use those terms to describe somebody they don't agree with. There's actually no hard and fast definition. There is a definition for socialism. It's very simple. And it's centralized planning, management, and oversight of economic, political, and social activity. That's socialism. And when you understand that definition, you have to come to realize something. And that is, this is a socialist country. We have a socialist government. Our president is a socialist. Now, may not be of the same degree that Joe Biden was, or that Bill Clinton was, or that George Bush was, but he's a socialist. I mean, he just had a speech and talking about different central government initiatives, getting involved in healthcare, getting involved in other economic matters. These are socialist activities, right? And so we shouldn't really be arguing. We're living in the age of socialism, and we have been since about 1800, the early 1800s. We're still in it. And so the question is, as I posed in the book that I wrote that you meant good enough to mention, what we need to do is every time we make a decision on an action, we need to be asking ourselves a question. How much individual liberty am I willing to give up to solve this problem? Whatever the problem is. And because anytime we take any form of concerted action, we have to give up freedom. That's definitional. Got to give up freedom if you're going to have a law, a rule, a regulation, policy. How much do we want to give up to solve this problem? If we could switch the debate in this country to be actually that debate
30 seconds
on every issue, well, then we could start to make some progress. Because in that context, maybe people would start to say, well, wait, I don't want to give up a bunch of individual liberty. They're all looking at the question the wrong way right now, at least in my simple mind.
Well, they have been.
All right,
though.
and here's your countdown. Let's get more into it when we get on air. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen. Most of you know me as the Wiccan Vixen across social media, but those of you who know me as Nancy, we are back. And we had an incredible discussion on break regarding socialism. And I'm going to have Brent kind of reiterate what he was saying, because he made a point that is incredibly valid. And it's kind of like Hillary Clinton's personality. It's like the worst kept secret, but it's not really a secret. And he's right. Although I will say, I think FDR pushed us kind of right over the cliff with socialism in a lot of ways. I always say that. People think he was the greatest president. I was like, yeah, nope. He sold us down the river in so many ways you don't want to know. But Brent, repeat what you were saying. And by the way, he does mention this in his book, Dissidently Speaking. For those of you listening on Parlor Hub, go take a look at Brent Hemachek's books, because we haven't even touched on Vladimir, Zelenko, which you guys in the Parlor Hub chat, we talked about him so many times. And again, Brent Coda wrote a book with him also. So give it a look-see. He's all over Amazon. Brent, go for it.
Well, all of that is very kind, but during the break, we were just talking about socialism, and in the context you were talking about college campuses, and the point I was making is that we use the word socialist gets thrown around a lot, and but when you actually ask, you can try this, by the way, people in your audience, have some fun with this. If you've got some folks over on the holidays, and it's not the kind of group that gets angry easily, ask all of them to go around the room and define what socialism is. And I guarantee you, if you've got 10 people in the room, you're going to get 10 different answers. And it is one of the most commonly used terms in the American political lexicon. Here's a very simple definition of socialism. It is centralized planning, management, and oversight of economic, political, and social activity. That's it. And when you understand that that is the definition, then you have to come to grips with the fact that we live in a socialist country, and we have for a very long time. And it's become increasingly socialist over time. And you have to take a look, and you have to acknowledge that numbers today, I think the only one who can make a good argument is Rand Paul, that he's not a socialist. I think Rand's got a pretty good argument. The rest of them are all socialists. Our president's a socialist. I don't say that in a disparaging way. He is. He just gave a speech, talked about some big government activities involving the healthcare industry. That's socialism. He's not the socialism to the same degree that, say, Joe Biden was or Barack Obama. But still, there's this idea of using large government, large industry to impact economic, political, and social activity. That's socialism. what do we do to try to mitigate that and to try to reverse it as much as possible?
I mean, exactly.
tried
Can
making
we? Go ahead, Rafi.
I tried making that very same point last week. A lot of the things we try to say we're a free country, but the reality is a lot of the things that we do are the very same things that we disparage quote unquote socialist countries for. If they nationalize natural resources to benefit themselves rather than our corporations, well, then they're bad. But if we do it under the guise of eminent domain, which is the same damn thing, it's somehow okay. People just can't read between the lines and realize that we are no longer a constitutional republic. We are a big government socialist entity that still pretends that we're a free republic.
Well, I find it interesting the way they actually, the way the United States structured out. I mean, it is an oligarchy by definition. It's an oligarchy, but they utilize that oligarchy platform. In other words, they utilize big industry, big business, to actually perpetuate socialism, because it's kind of like Brent was saying earlier. You have to accept giving up this freedom to get this advantage. Well, like with my radio show, one of the reasons I never took my radio show to the next level, to a larger network, to somewhere, because I would lose. I own my radio show. It's mine. It's been mine since 2007. It's my show. I own it. If I take it to a network and I become slave to the sponsors, now I'm slave to what the sponsors want me to say and don't want me to say. And my paycheck, my money, depends on whether or not I'm doing something that my sponsors find acceptable. So yeah, I'm giving up my freedoms in order to stay within the system. It's just it's like a cage in so many ways. I mean, and you want, folks, you want an example. I mean, the Patriot Act, the NDAA, none of these things are constitutional. They're not constitutional. Not come on, income tax, not constitutional, guys. None of it is.
Well, so that's fun stuff. These are the conversations that I like to have because it's fun to have reasonable sort of disagreements with people, or see things from a different perspective, or just kick around to how say you see it or I see it. So I would argue with regard to the income tax, I would argue 180 degrees from you. I would say it is constitutional. It was written into the Constitution. Now, I understand the arguments that are made. You were saying before we went on the air, you were talking about the whole conspiracy thing and those kinds of things. I'm familiar with those arguments. I've looked at them. From my perspective, I dismiss them. But here's the thing about it. Whether I'm right or wrong, I don't know. Here's what I do know. If you don't pay your income tax, you can go to jail. Yep. And I know plenty of folks who have. So you could make the argument it's not constitutional. And you could even perhaps win the argument in a coffee shop. But you will go to jail for not paying them. I've worked with clients who have, and so one of the things that's important in trying to address the problems in America is not to say what something truly isn't. It is about to say, what does it appear to be now, and what do we have to do to make it be different, right? So to make the argument that, so my thought would be, and this is not being dismissive at all of your construct, my argument would be, whether you're right or not about that argument with regard to income tax, to me isn't relevant, because it's here and we have to deal with the idea of it. So if we don't want to have it, we have to do something that's forward looking to get rid of it, as opposed to looking backwards. But again,
so agree with you.
Yeah, not criticisms at all.
My point is too, I think the American people as a whole, we see a lot of division, and I think a lot of that is intentional. I mean, they like us divided, because when we're divided, we can't fight them as a whole. We're too busy bickering with each other. But the fact is that to even get into the political arena, you have to have a certain amount of money. You have to have, I mean, a grassroots movement into an office that actually makes a major difference is almost unheard of. You have to have the backing of big money, and that big money backing does the talking. And I think that's where I've always said we need to get rid of the lobby. We need to get rid of the war chest. If you really want to have a truly free government and free elections, real honest to God elections, you cannot have corporations telling you how to run your campaign or what you're going to run or what the American people want or need. It has to be the people themselves that you're hearing. And that's not what's happening. I don't see, even with Trump. I love Trump. I voted for Trump. Actually, I supported Trump in 2012 when he tried to make his little run. I met him back in the 1990s in New York City, and there was something about his handshake that something about him. I can't put my finger on it. Trusted him immediately. And I got a very good, strong feeling from him. And I don't get that from a lot of people. Usually I get a real weird energy from people, but not with him. Very strong. I think we need that leadership in this country right now. Right, wrong, indifferent. I don't agree with everything he's done. It doesn't matter. The man still has 100% of my support. Love him as a president. I think he's done more in a year than I've seen a president do in 100 years. I mean, honest to God, he's done quite a bit. But that being said, are we, as a country, where is the out? We've allowed war chests, and come on, Brent, let's be very honest. Those war chests are limited to not a large handful of people. You know, if you really want to trace all the money back, you're going to find very specific names at the bottom of that pile. And it's not a lot of people that are getting a say in what the American people are doing. And believe me, I know, you know, like I said to somebody, Venezuela, and my husband, Raphael, disagrees with me on this, but Venezuela is not about oil. And everybody keeps telling you it's about oil. It's not about oil. It is about Smartmatic voting systems. And I can tell you that as being an IT person. It is 100% about Smartmatic and the 2020 elections. Believe you me, it is. And again, he's not wrong. But that's something that simple. And the American people were aware that 2020, I don't think I met even a liberal who didn't know that the elections were rigged in 2020. It was just more of a, you know, conservatives were angry about it, whereas liberals were like, ha ha, doesn't matter that we cheated, you still lost. It was just a difference in how it was approached. But everybody knew a lot of shady business had happened. And you know what? Not one American stood up. Not one American stood up and said, why aren't the courts hearing Trump's arguments? Why are they not even being heard? How can we allow this to happen? And the ones who did stand up on January 6th still are trying to get clear of what occurred that day. I mean, I was there January 6th. So was Raphael. We didn't go in the Capitol, but we were both there. And I can tell you what happened that day, and I can tell you what the news put out there and what happened that day are two totally different animals. Very different animals. And nobody stood up. Even the attorneys that defended J6 defendants, those guys all need to be disbarred. Every single one of them. Because they didn't do their job as they took an oath to do as an attorney. So where's the justice, Brent? Where do the American people actually finally get their justice? They get their voices heard. Because it's not just me. There's literally millions of us who are saying enough isn't both sides of the coin for different reasons, obviously. But both sides are very unhappy with everything they're seeing. Both sides feel like their freedoms are getting I mean, with each new little security issue, you're losing more freedoms. You know, COVID, we lost a crap ton of freedoms. Does anybody think those freedoms are coming back? They're not. Once they're gone, they're gone. Good luck.
Well, you've covered a lot of ground, right? So where do we go with all of that? One thought that comes to mind is that with regard to money in politics, with regard to influential names or people or families or institutions, and this is where it's always interesting on the what, I wish we didn't call it conspiracy theories in a way, because it either gets people too into it or it gets them too dismissive of it. And to me, it makes it miss the point. If every single what we'll call conspiracy theory that you might be able to come with, that I gave you a sheet of paper and a pen, and you spent 10 minutes writing down every one you've got, and then if within the next 10 minutes we could prove that everyone on your list was right, what would we have learned? We would have learned that people in power tend to exploit the populace. We would learn that people with money and means tend to have control over the levers of government. We would learn that private groups oftentimes come up with plans to harm others for their own benefit. Those are the things we'd learn. We know all that already. There's nothing about that that's 21st century America, 20th century America. Nothing to do with the Illuminati, the Freemasons, or the now I just drew a blank, the skull and crossbones, whatever it is.
Skull and bones. Yeah.
Thank you. It has nothing to do with that. Those are names and organizations from over time where people get together to do exactly what I just described. And so the thing about America is that our founding fathers, when they put this thing together, they were learned, and they weren't just products of the Enlightenment. They were still in it. It was still going on in 1776. I mean, that was the year Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations, for example, the same year. So, and John Locke's influence is all over our founding. Montesquieu's, Cicero's, we can run off the names that are all over our founding documents, our commitments to individual liberty, our support of natural law, and our creation of a constitutional republic, representative democracy, right? All of it we can trace to those guys. Guess who else the founding fathers read? They also read Thomas Hobbes. And they knew that there was this part of us that is a beast, that it's a monster. And so what they tried to do is create a system that would maximize the individual liberty of every American and give the opportunity for a country to, for the first time, to embrace the notion of natural law, and at the same time control Hobbes' beast. And as I like to say, if you put a madman in a cement-walled cell with a really good spoon in an infinite amount of time, sooner or later he'll dig through the walls. And that's what we've done over 250 years. You know, we've dug through the walls of the system that was built to contain our nature. And that's why it's so hard to fix America. It's because the walls are down. We've dug through them. And now all these timeless elements of humans abusing other humans, all those timeless elements are loose here. And that's not new. And you don't need a conspiracy theory for it. It's what humans do to humans. Been doing it forever.
But wouldn't you say, because I don't know, again, I'm 55 years old. I'm the whole technology age, I grew up during it. I always felt, and again, I had a lot of gamers that hated me for this, and believe it or not, I'm in technology, but I'm not a gamer. I hate video games. I really do. But I always felt that that was a government thing. They started video games. Why? Because it dehumanizes people. It literally dehumanizes people when they sit on these things all day long, and especially the young ones. I mean, I still remember getting in fights, like with, what was it, World of Warcraft. God, I'm dating myself. Right. And I knew so many married couples that ended up divorcing because of that stupid game. And I used to say, well, it's because you're living in a fantasy. You're literally doing whatever, you're not supposed to be doing because of the laws that are put in play and our ethics and our morals. And so it's a demoralized freaking hell zone, and nobody's there to catch you. And it literally changes you, and it does. It changes you. In fact, I think the show The Big Bang Theory put it. That was like the funniest but truest thing I've ever seen. Was the show where they had Wolowitz, whose girlfriend would not talk to him because he had an affair with a troll in the game he was playing, and he slept with the troll in the game, so she considered that cheating. And at the end of the show, it turned out the troll was this fat guy who lived in his mother's basement, which I thought, like, oh my God. I was like, that was perfect. That was awesome. That's on point. But I always felt like it, even online, being online, the internet, in a way, it demoralizes people. I have seen, some horrible things done by people online. And I always thought it was kind of almost intentional, because the demoralization, again, people are less, I guess you could say, concentrated on what their leaders are doing when they're more looking after themselves and what is going to make them feel better. And it's really an amazing phenomenon when you sit back and you look at it. They don't care what's happening in DC. They really don't care unless it's got something to do with whether or not you're transgender, or unless it's got something to do with a moral issue, or in their minds a moral issue. They don't care. I mean, look at the trillions of dollars, Brent, that has been wasted over the last couple of years. Look at the billions of dollars they wasted during the Biden. I mean, just the last month of the Biden administration. Look at the billions that went out the door. And you don't hear anything about that. Okay, that is our hard-earned money. That is what our children and our grandchildren should be using to live off of. And not a dime of it's going to come back here. And who's fighting for that, Brent? Do you hear anybody making that argument to anybody? What about the American people? What about our families? What about our longevity? You don't hear that.
No, you don't. And I think by and large, it's likely a natural byproduct of affluence. So if you stop and think about it for a minute, we are living right now in 2025 United States of America. We are living in the most comfortable, affluent period and place in all of human history, right here, right now. If you want to know what humans do when they're incredibly comfortable, well, look right here, because there is no better case study in all of history than right here, right now. We're in it. And when you are this comfortable, when your life is this posh, as the British would say, it's really hard to get people terribly worked up about much of anything. And you mentioned the video game thing, in this world of alternative reality that's so available to us. And you don't need a set of, goggles from Meta. All you can just go on the internet, the good old plain old fashioned two-dimensional internet, and you can escape the entire world, right there. I can pick up my phone, and if I want to, I can just be on it all day with strangers or otherwise. I have all kinds of really cute Asian girls who send me messages on Telegram. It's quite wonderful. I
have a few clients I've had to help out of that. I was going to say, I've had a few clients I've had to help out of that because they had cute Asian girls.
Yeah, gosh, I'm not sure how they all know me, but they sure do think a lot of me. It's pretty nice. Anyway, there are ways for us to escape, just be distracted, have our third Twinkie. We're just awfully comfortable. As I'm fond of saying, this is not Sparta. And the American people today, this notion that somehow or other we're vigorous and tough and we're warriors and we have great pride and we're fighters and all that stuff, it's just garbage. We're like a big old fatted calf rolled up on its back with its belly exposed. So getting people to be really engaged is difficult. By the way, engagement and being mouthy are not synonyms. You're right. We got close to 330 million people who are mouthy, and they use social media to be mouthy. This is where reason goes to die. It is a wasteland for intellect and constructive dialogue, thoughtful conversation. This conversation we're having right now just doesn't happen, on X in posts between people. It's, here's my post about why I hate a bunch of people I've never met. So you go fire back at that post now, right?
But doesn't everything start with a spark? Because I can tell you, my social media, what we discuss right now, that is all my social media is it's making people think. It's asking questions, and I respect their opinions. I always say you can think differently. Just keep it respectful. You go out of line with me, you attack me, yeah, I'll eviscerate you. But I mean, a difference of opinion, that is what life is about.
Right.
You debate the art of debate is dead in many ways, but it shouldn't be.
Well, and it ought not to be. I don't. By the way, credit to you and your followers for you encouraging that and them doing that. It is the Socratic method that we ought to all embrace, and that's not one really of debate. It is about one of inquisitiveness. I'll share this with you and your audience. This is one of my favorite things I like to point out to people, and I'm elderly, so I'm supposed to have wisdom, but everybody can take it for what it's worth. So if you look at something that we call an opinion, and then you say, well, let's define that. What's an opinion? Well, an opinion is what you think about something, right? That's what an opinion is. Now, let's thin slice what I call 3 different ways to think about something. The first one is you have a belief. A belief is something you're just able to have. You just have it. You don't have to defend it. You didn't have to do anything to get there. You just believe it. And so that's one form of an opinion. The second form of an opinion is a conclusion. And that is one where through some amount of work, whether it was for 5 years of research or 5 minutes of flipping through something, whatever it was, you went through some process to get there. You arrive at conclusions. The third kind of opinion to have about why you think something is to have a hypothesis. And a hypothesis is identical in every way to a conclusion, except now you're willing to test it. Yep. And my wish for people in their own lives, and it's not a political wish, it's a personal wish. Go through your life forming hypotheses. Do some work. Draw a conclusion about what you think, and then be willing to test it. Be willing to test it all the time. I believe that leads to living the best life.
All right. With that, guys, I got to wrap the show for the year. In fact, Brent, tell everybody where they can find you. I'm not going to go with the rest of the panel, unfortunately, guys. I'm out of time. But Brent, please give everybody a link where they can find you, where they can find your books.
Well, you can find the books on Amazon. All proceeds go to my foundation. I'm involved with Bridge Charities, which supports the Common Ground Campus program, which is the most important thing in my world that my dear friend and partner, Felissa Blazek, started years ago. And we try to go out and reach young people and teach them how to think critically, engage constructively, and solve problems instead of arguing about differences. And you can see that at commongroundcampus.com or go to bridgecharity.com and see our work. Or if you really want to find me, you can find me at LA Fitness in Northbrook tomorrow morning around 10. I'll be there.
All right, guys. With that, I am closing the show. I've already run a little bit over. I guarantee Mark is in a sweat right now. Have a great Christmas, a happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever you're celebrating. Love your family, embrace them, embrace your friends. For those who do not have family or friends, go to your neighbor, say hello, just spread the goodwill. It is that time of the year. Please take advantage of it. Have a safe and happy holiday, everybody. We'll see you after the new year. Have a great evening and join us. I think it's January 3rd is our next day back, somewhere around there. Same bat time, same bat channel for the VIXEN'S Vault.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, Brent, if you have a little bit of time, we can do an after show if you want to stick around for that. That way, anybody in the panel that didn't get to ask questions may be able to ask you some questions.
Oh gosh, I wish I could. I made a promise here at home that I was doing an hour, but if people are willing, unless everybody thought it was awful, I'd be happy to come back and do this again with you sometime.
Oh no, I'd love to have more time. I mean, I wish I had more than 2 hours because that was. Trust me, there's many rabbit holes you and I could go down because there's we think in many ways very much the same. The critical thinking comment, I said that is something they no longer teach in schools. Critical thinking is dead. They can't.
I'll share a story with you. It's from our
I'm going to let this run out, okay? But if you guys get cut off, that's because our timer, okay? It's not because of me.
Yep.
All right.
I'll be brief.
Be brief. All right, folks. This has been the VIXEN'S Vault. I am going to see if anybody wants to take and do an after show. And while I edit, I will start the room back up again and see what we can do there. If anybody wants to come in and do some... Hey, Brent. Even if you have a couple minutes, you got cut off. Okay.
Yeah. So, so is everybody coming back in?
Yeah, I'm gonna get more folks back in here. Just give me a minute.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna share.
Yeah.
Sure.
David Campione from.
I'm
Florida.
here. Yeah, I'm in Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Nancy.
Yeah, Nancy made it back.
Jason does a show called Deprogrammed on D Live.
Well, I could probably use some deprogramming, I suppose. Although at my age it's too late.
Yeah, he might try to. Maybe he can get you on sometime. All right, I'll give him your information, or you can share that information before you
can always
clear on out.
You can share my information with anybody bored enough to look at it.
Brent, real quick before you hold on, real quick. I got to ask you a question because I know you got to jump after you say what you're going to say. I need to know where I can order one of your books from, but I would like to have you sign it because I want to give it to my parents as a gift for Christmas.
Oh, that's very kind, Nancy. Look, I'll tell you what. If you email me the mailing address and their names, I've got some copies right here at home. I'll sign one and send it out, priority mail tomorrow.
Oh,
wow. You don't have to do. Oh,
Brad,
I don't expect that.
I've had you on for a couple years now, and I still haven't got a book out of you yet.
Well, you haven't asked me for one.
You got
No. I'm messing with you. I'm pulling your leg, but
asking now. Nancy, just send me an email and give me the information, and I'll pop it out tomorrow. So.
Oh, you're awesome! I'll get your email from Mark. And by the way, Mark, I sent you a naughty comic from Comic-Con. So there.
Yeah.
You made me go into that comic book and find that comic. I was like, oh dear God.
Yeah, you gotta find the comics for me because I'm into comics.
All right, so here's my story for you guys. You'll find this interesting, and it ties into so much of my work, which is about communication and precision and understanding and other things. So we were doing one of our on-the-ground campus events in September down at Rollins College in Orlando, and we had students up on stage talking about artificial intelligence. And we don't debate. No debating's allowed in our program. What we do instead is we have students from different sides of any issue take turns articulating a particular problem they've got involving it. And then we have the other students ask questions and kick around ideas. We try to find a way to address that concern that everybody on stage can live with, right? And I moderate these discussions. So one of the students on the panel was really concerned. His thing was that with AI and how easy it's becoming for students to just simply get answers, produce work, find out what's right, that we were going to wipe out critical thinking skills in a whole generation of young people. So we started the conversation. We're going back and forth, and different students are saying different things and asking different things. And all of a sudden, something, as the moderator, something occurred to me. And I said, all right, I'm going to stop all of you on stage here for a minute. And I'm just going to go around to each of you one at a time. I'm going to ask you a really simple question. I just want you to give a brief answer. I want you to define what it means to you when we say critical thinking. And do you know that all 4 of those students had a completely different answer? And I stopped it and I turned and I looked at the audience in that moment and I said, understand what just happened here. I said, we've spent the last 8 to 10 minutes trying to figure out how to solve a concern that the student had regarding something where nobody on the panel agreed on what the actual term meant. And then the rhetorical question almost is, how often is this happening in your own personal, professional, public square life, right? And it was so interesting because after the event, 3 different students who were in the audience came up to me separate from one another. And they said, all the students loved the experience, but 3 of them said, that moment when you did that thing with the definition, that was life-changing for me. I'm never going to start to argue with anybody again and not just start by saying, tell me what you mean by this, right? This remarkable moment. And then you think about it, it's pretty basic. On the other hand, try doing it when you're talking to people. You know, you start to get a discussion, just give it a try and say, let's stop for a minute. When I say this or that, what does it mean to you? What do you think I mean? And find out how often you might just be missing each other completely. So that was the story I wanted to share because you were talking about critical thinking. But Nancy, thank you for the opportunity. I hope I get to talk to the rest of you more. You know, we'll do this again if you'd like. It's up to you guys. And but do send me the address and your parents' names, and I'll send them a book.
Oh, thank you so much. Like I said, that'll really mean a lot to them. I mean, that's awesome. I appreciate it. You don't have to,